If that big shot is actually a student at our university, he's definitely a better catch than the senior. Yu Ping thought to herself, if I can just get to know him, I'd dump that senior in a heartbeat this afternoon. Just as she thought that, Chen Yuan rolled down his window, stuck his head out and said, Yo, Lao Huang, Lao Cao, what are you guys up to? Hop in, I'll drop you guys off at the dorms. Once they saw who it was, both girls' jaws hit the floor. Yu Ping thought, Chen Yuan, why is the driver Chen Yuan? Then they both shouted in unison, the guy driving the luxury whip is Chen Yuan. The one happiest right now is none other than Huang Haibao, who's been putting up with those losers' arrogant nonsense for way too long. Seeing Chen Yuan, he's literally about to cry tears of joy. He's here, he's actually here, and he pulled up in a G-class. Talk about perfect timing, this absolute legend. Right then, Yu Ping rushed over and pressed her face against the back seat window, thinking, I don't buy it, it can't be Chen Yuan. There's gotta be someone else in there. Maybe Chen Yuan is just the chauffeur. Lao Cao saw her acting weird and leaned in to ask, what are you whispering about? Being all sneaky and acting shady. Huang Haibao felt like he finally got his ego back. He stepped forward, opened the door, and shot them a look that screamed, get lost, my bros and I have a ride to catch. Watching the car drive off, the pick-me girl felt a wave of regret, thinking that a top-tier sugar daddy was right under her nose this whole time, and she didn't even notice. Then she asked dejectedly, do you think if we go apologize to Chen Yuan, he'd actually accept it? Yu Ping was still standing there like a total airhead, responding, I have no idea. Soon after, the news that the G-class driver was none other than Chen Yuan blew up across campus, with rumors flying everywhere, especially in the female dorms. One girl said, no more talking, my only target from now on is Chen Yuan. The girl behind her replied, tell me about it, obviously. If it were some 60-year-old geezer, girls might hesitate, but Chen Yuan is a 21-year-old stud, tall, handsome. What's there to think about? Just go for it. In another dorm room, a different girl was flexing hard. I found his WeChat, watch me slide into his DMs. Her roommate asked, wait, don't you already have a boyfriend? The girl replied casually, so what? If I can be with Chen Yuan, I'll turn my current boyfriend into an ex-boyfriend in a heartbeat and tell him to get lost. Meanwhile, inside Fu Yingzi's room, a girl approached her and spoke softly, Sister Yingzi, this is Long Jinghan, Yingzi's junior. Upon seeing her, Yingzi asked Jinghan, what's up? The girl blushed, lowered her head, and asked, you're working with Chen Yuan on the startup zone, right? Could you introduce us so we can get to know each other? Yingzi asked, you're only a sophomore. Shouldn't you be focusing on taking over the radio station as the next director? Why are you thinking about startups all of a sudden? Jinghan replied, the job market is rough, I have to prepare early. Hearing that, how could she fool Yingzi? She thought to herself, nice try, almost had me there. But she figured, Jinghan is called the Little Dragon Maiden. She's 168 centimeters, curvy in all the right places, pretty face and great vibes. She'd actually be a perfect match for Chen Yuan. In her head she pictured Chen Yuan as the emperor on his throne, Jinghan as his graceful empress, and herself as the eunuch serving them, which made her sigh at her own weird imagination. Wait, why did I just cast myself as the eunuch setting up a harem for Chen Yuan? After the news spread, Chen Yuan's phone started buzzing non-stop. A flood of messages poured in. Senior, I'm Yao Zhen, a sophomore in Spanish, School of Foreign Languages. Can we get to know each other? Hey, I'm Zai Changling, a senior in sports science. Let's go for a run or play some badminton when you're free. Shen Yuan, I'm Zhu Chafeng from the Human Resources Management class of 20. Can we be friends? President, do you have a girlfriend yet? I'm a 36D, hit me up. Want to see if we're a match? Shen Yuan, baby, I'm learning ballet. Accept my friend request, I'll send you a video right now. My height is 168 centimeters, waist 63 centimeters, and my hips are 80 centimeters. Please, approve it. Round face, stubble, the Chengdu vibe, you know? You want some fun? As the notifications kept blowing up his phone, Lao Cao turned around and asked, Third brother, your phone is going crazy. You not even gonna check it? Shen Yuan was chilling in bed and replied, Nah, I'm good, it's kinda creepy. Lao Cao asked, Are you really getting sick of all these girls adding you? Shen Yuan showed them his DMs and said, You wish, if they were all girls I wouldn't be complaining. There's a whole bunch of dudes in here too, I'm not into that, it's annoying as hell. Just then Lao Huang held up his phone and said, Third brother, all the girls looking for you are sliding into my WeChat now. Shen Yuan just shrugged, Don't worry about those thirsty people. Hearing that, Huang Hai snapped, Third brother, you're literally the worst. Me and Lao Cao have been single for 3 years of college without a girl in sight, and you're out here living your best life. Hearing that, Shen Yuan pulled up his system dashboard. Once you hit 500 reputation points, you get a free spin on the gacha wheel. You can get stat boosts, special abilities, or hidden perks. Reputation is basically the clout you get from being admired and respected by the people around you. Note, reputation for this quest only counts from teachers and students at the university. Current reputation, 33 points. He thought to himself, if it wasn't for this system quest, I wouldn't bother with this fame stuff. Being talked about is cool, but if it doesn't bring actual value to the homies, then it's not real respect. To really farm this clout, I gotta wait until I actually pull off a big project. He stood up and said, anyway, gotta go meet Fu Yingzi first. Then he pulled out his phone to text. Secretary Fu, let's meet at the office later. She replied, got it, boss. Just then, Chen Yuan's phone rang. It was Min Hui calling. He picked up and asked, hey babe, what's up? Min Hui said, Chen Yuan, heard you're on campus. Where are you at? You free to hang out with me today? He replied, come to my office on campus. Wait for me there. He thought, I'm basically a public figure now. Gotta keep things low-key to avoid these schoolgirls starting drama. Can't be seen hanging out with Hu Hui around campus too much anymore. After hanging up, Chen Yuan got up and said, I gotta head out. Don't wait for me to game tonight. As he walked out the door, he waved and said, also, Lao Huang, your spring will come eventually. Lao Huang flipped him off and said, spring my ass. Summer's already here and I'm still stuck playing with myself. A while later, Chen Yuan met up with Min Hui, and the moment she saw him, she jumped into his arms. Chen Yuan, I missed you so much. He patted her back and said, let's get inside first. He walked Min Hui into his office. Once inside she said, you're a real celebrity now, aren't you? Every girl on campus knows who you are. Chen Yuan asked, seriously? Min Hui sat down and replied, yeah, your personal info is literally trending online. He sighed. People really have way too much free time. As they talked, Min Hui stood up, walked over, and pulled the curtains shut. A guy out here needs to know how to protect himself, you get me? Chen Yuan played dumb. Hui, I know how to protect myself, but what does closing the curtains have to do with that? She reached under her skirt, slid off her panties, and replied, does it have to do with it? Obviously. I can do it right here. Chen Yuan, you want it? Chen Yuan replied, not now, Hui, I've actually got another meeting to discuss business. Min Hui pulls him up saying, Chen Yuan, get up already. The moment Chen Yuan stands up, Min Hui reaches down and gently zips down his pants. Seeing this, Chen Yuan is left completely stunned. Yeah. Then she flips around, exposing herself to him and saying, does this position feel good to you? Chen Yuan puts his potato into the oven and replies, yeah. Meanwhile, outside, Fu Yingzi has just arrived. Hearing the slapping sounds coming from inside, she thinks to herself, these sounds are really not right at all. She leans in close to the door, listening to the increasingly rhythmic slapping, thinking to herself, it sounds exactly like someone playing cards. Did the boss bring me here just to listen to this? After listening for a while, Yingzi blushes and runs to the side, thinking, our boss is definitely strong, but he's not exactly a saint. At this point, the job of a secretary is to keep a close watch to make sure no one else hears the boss's activities. This goes on for the rest of the lecture, and by now, Yingzi's legs are completely numb. She hunches over thinking, is the boss still not done yet? This guy is a beast, my legs are literally jelly. Just as she thinks this, the office door finally swings open. Min Hui steps out, spots Yingzi, clears her throat with a cough, and struts past her with a smug smile saying, you heard everything just now, didn't you? Since you heard, you should know that Chen Yuan is mine, so stop dreaming about him. After Min Hui leaves, Yingzi walks into the room. She asks, boss, did you call for me? Chen Yuan replies, you've done a great job these past few days. You've really created some buzz. Hearing this, she humbly responds, it's mostly due to your great leadership, boss. Otherwise, I never could have come up with those ideas on my own. Chen Yuan nods and says, with this level of hype, plenty of people will be applying for our startup hub. But when you review the applications, filter them for me first, so we can pick out the projects that can launch quickly. Yingzi hesitatingly asks, who exactly do I need to filter out? The criteria is, Chen Yuan smiles and replies, select the elite ones, the ones who can truly showcase the new vibe of our school. Even though our school is a Tier 2 private institution, and our teaching quality isn't quite up to the level of the top-tier universities, we have a massive advantage over them. Yingzi asks, what advantage? Please enlighten me, boss. Chen Yuan replies, the female students at our school, they're all absolutely stunning. Hearing this, Yingzi's eyes go wide in shock as she thinks, oh my god, the boss is dropping all this cash just to invest in hot, beautiful college girls. But holding open auditions for a harem right in the middle of school is just too blatant, and I've basically become a eunuch in charge of the concubine selection. Thinking this, she asks tentatively, boss, is this really okay? Seeing her reaction, Chen Yuan explains, we're providing startup opportunities for our students. This is a golden opportunity that could change their entire future and destiny. Since so many people are going to apply anyway, why shouldn't we pick the ones that are easy on the eyes? Yingzi replies, understood, boss. I'll filter them first and then send the list to you. She thinks to herself, the boss really knows how to make selecting concubines sound so morally upright. Moving on, Chen Yuan asks, that follow-up exam paper I told you to design, is it finished yet? Yingzi replies, yes, it's almost done. Only now does she understand his master plan, thinking, the boss is playing 4D chess here. He originally said it was for an extra exam, but it turns out it's just an excuse to reject those who don't fit the cut, preventing them from causing trouble at school or reporting us to the higher-ups. Thinking about this, Yingzi leans in and asks the boss, when the time comes, can I secretly leak the answers to the ones you want, so they get the high scores? Seeing how sharp she is, Chen Yuan praises her, smart. Inside, she is torn. One side of her says, Fu Yingzi, how is what you're doing any different from those sleazy officials in the old days presenting beauties to the emperor? Are you throwing away all the education you've received over the years? The other side argues, if those girls end up with other guys, will the outcome really be any better than being with Chen Yuan? This is a two-way street. If they don't apply, they would never have entered the boss's fish tank anyway. As her inner conflict reaches this point, she thinks, plus the boss pays me 10,000 yuan a month. So looking out for him and sharing his burdens is just expected of me. If that's the case, why don't you start by offering the boss a top-tier beauty first? Thinking about this, she spoke up, Boss, I have a junior student at the same university who wants to get to know you. Shen Yan heard this and asked, how old is she? Fu Yingzi pointed at her own assets and replied, just like me. Hearing this, Shen Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Deputy Secretary, what are you even saying? I was asking about her age. She felt embarrassed, quickly swiping her phone and saying, oh sorry, my bad. She then shoved the phone toward him and introduced, Boss, she's a sophomore 19 years old. Her campus nickname is the Little Dragon Maiden. As soon as he saw the photo on the screen, Shen Yuan's eyes locked onto it. He thought to himself, a chance to be a dragon rider, huh? He then said, alright, I'll add her. Send me her WeChat. Suddenly, his phone pinged with a message. It was Du Chang. Shen Yuan, are you free tonight? Let's go grab a drink. After reading the message, Shen Yuan thought, she said next time back then. I didn't think it'd already been a few days. He smirked to himself. Surely, she just wants to have a drink, right? He then replied with a few words. 9 p.m. Seeing how fast he replied, Du Chang wasn't surprised. This Shen Yuan actually answered her text immediately. She thought happily, I didn't expect that just drinking with Shen Yuan twice would lead to that. Plus, I actually found that high school crush feeling in him again. Thinking this, she laid down and started touching herself, anxiously thinking, I wish time would speed up, just make it 9 p.m. already. Meanwhile, after finishing up with Fu Yingzi, Shen Yuan left the campus office. As soon as he got to his G63, there was a pile of love letters and sticky notes plastered all over his windshield. He picked up a note with a red lipstick kiss mark and read it. Can we be friends? My chest size is 36E, contact info was blurred out. Shen Yuan read it and was left speechless. Just then, two girls walked up, waved and said, Hey Shen Yuan, we're heading out to go shopping, can you give us a ride? Shen Yuan opened the door, got in and said, sorry, I have to pick someone up later, no room left. The ponytail girl asked, oh, is that so? Can we add you on WeChat then? Maybe we can hang out next time. Shen Yuan rolled down his window and replied, sorry, I have too many friend requests. I can't add anyone else right now. The two girls were left completely speechless. This whole scene was watched by two male students nearby, and one said, you see that? That's what having money is like. We beg for attention, and he won't even look our way. Isn't that infuriating? The other guy replied, isn't he just a bit taller, a bit better looking, and a bit richer than us? Why are all the girls obsessed with him? The first guy sighed. You think it's just because of the money? That 3 million yuan Mercedes G-Class, we probably couldn't afford a single tire for that in our entire lives. The other guy looked up at the sky and sighed. Hearing that, not just the girls, even I want to throw myself at him. Hearing this, the buzzcut guy jumped in shock. Bro, what are you doing? You're a man, have you no dignity? The other guy wiggled his hips and replied, so what if I'm a man? If I could actually achieve financial freedom, I'd pledge my loyalty to him too. The buzzcut guy heard this, immediately softened and blushed. Now that I think about it, that's not a bad deal. Time flew by, and it was finally 9 p.m. As agreed, Shen Yuan and Du Chang met up at the coffee shop. As soon as he sat down, Shen Yuan asked, any more trouble at home? Yu Chang didn't answer. She picked up her wine glass, looking a bit pensive as she said, Shen Yuan, I want to ask you a question. Shen Yuan replied, sure, go ahead. Feeling a bit shy, Yu Chang asked quietly, do you believe in love? Shen Yuan answered, you could say I do, but you could also say I don't. He recalled a romantic chapter from his high school days. I genuinely believe in love. The heart-fluttering feeling of being with that very first person is definitely pure love. Then thinking of Yuanting, Minwei, Chen Na, and Meng Lu, he thought to himself, after breaking up, I could never quite find that same feeling again with Chu Yuanting. Whether it was with Na Lulu or Hui Hui, I still felt like something was missing. Hearing his answer, Yu Chang looked a bit displeased and said, Shen Yuan, your answer is way too vague. Right at that moment, her phone started ringing. Picking up the call, Yu Chang said, hello, I'm looking to hire an AC repairman. The person on the other end asked, "May I ask when you're free so we can schedule someone to come take a look?" Yu Chang replied, "Tomorrow morning or afternoon works fine." The voice on the other end said, "Got it. Our repair technician will give you a call tomorrow." Yu Chang answered, "Thanks so much." With that, she hung up the phone. Chen Yuan then asked, "Is the AC at your place broken?" With a smile, Yu Chang replied, "It's been busted for a few days. I've just been sleeping with a fan running." Hearing that, Chen Yuan smiled and said, "Actually, you don't need to call a repair guy. I'm pretty experienced with this kind of stuff." Hearing that, she looked completely astonished. "You even know how to fix air conditioners?" At that point, Chen Yuan called upon the system. "System, I want to use that skill exchange card from earlier." The system instantly popped open a notification. Host can choose between primary cooking skills, primary wrestling skills, primary home appliance repair skills, and primary racing driving skills. Chen Yuan decisively selected primary home appliance repair skills and tapped to redeem it. The system immediately flashed a new alert. Redemption successful. Host can now use this skill to repair TVs, refrigerators, range hoods, and air conditioners. Hearing the notification, Chen Yuan glanced down at his hands and thought to himself, "My fingers suddenly feel way more nimble. This must be the muscle memory of handling a screwdriver, wire strippers, and other tools." He then turned to Yu Chang and replied, "Of course I know how to fix it. I used to study this trade." Probing further, he asked, "Is your hubby home?" Yu Chang answered, "Nope. Why do you ask?" A little later, Chen Yuan followed Yu Chang back to her place. He started tinkering with the AC unit in the bedroom. Watching this, Yu Chang thought to herself, since Zheng Xianyong said he wouldn't be coming home tonight, and the kid went back to the countryside with the grandparents, bringing Chen Yuan over here, even though it's just to fix the AC, still feels super thrilling. While she was lost in her thoughts, Chen Yuan suddenly turned around and said, "It just hasn't been cleaned in a while, so there's a bunch of dust built up. We just need to clear the debris and wash the filter screens." Finishing his sentence, he went right back to working on the unit. Seeing him so focused on the air conditioner, Yu Chang couldn't help but doubt her own charm. Thinking about how worried I was before coming in that he'd try something crazy, looks like I was just overthinking it. A guy and a girl alone in a room together, does he actually just want to fix the AC? Thinking about that, she walked out and said, "Chen Yuan, sorry to bother you with this, I'm gonna go take a shower first." In her heart, she thought, "I'm feeling a bit restless. Taking a shower will help me clear my head." 15 minutes later, Yu Chang finished her shower, changed into some cozy loungewear, and walked back in. Feeling the drop in room temperature, her eyes widened in total shock. Chen Yuan smiled and said, "All done, look at that, pure chilled air." Yu Chang replied, "It really is cold air, thank you so much for your hard work." "Chen Yuan, I honestly don't even know how to thank you properly." Waiting for exactly that, Chen Yuan grabbed her hand, pulled her in close and said, "Wanna thank me? Get over here." With that, he walked straight over to the bed and sat down. Panicking, Yu Chang thought, what if Xianyong actually comes back right now? So she firmly said, "No, we can't." Without a single wasted motion, Chen Yuan shoved her back onto the mattress and asked, "Why can't we?" Reaching down to slide Yu Chang's shorts off, he whispered, "From now on, whenever anything breaks around the house, just leave it to me to fix, and consider your heart and body my responsibility to fix too." Right as he finished, Chen Yuan pulled out his legendary pillar and dove right in with a relentless barrage. Flushing bright red, Yu Chang could only let out soft whimpers. Chen Yuan. Gripping the bed sheets tightly, she thought to herself, "Consider this my AC repair fee for the day. Anyway, it's not like it's the first time he's..." After a wave of deep friction, Yu Chang completely melted, her eyes dazed as she thought, so this is what it actually feels like when you're fully in the game. Thinking that, she reached up and wrapped her arms around Chen Yuan's back. Compared to right now, wasting all those years with Zheng Xianyong was such a massive waste of time. Just like that, she closed her eyes to fully soak in the wave of pleasure, all while mentally cursing out Zheng Xianyong for being such a total weakling. Right at that moment, out in the hallway, the elevator dinged open and Zheng Xianyong loosened his tie while ranting, "Damn it, I can barely breathe." Stumbling as he walked in, he muttered, "Went out for drinks," and the client tried to play high and mighty, wouldn't even budge for extra cash. Muttering to himself, he marched right up to the apartment door and unlocked it. Hearing the noise, Yu Chang's eyes snapped wide open. "Oh crap, that's the door unlocking." Instantly, the two of them froze dead in their tracks. She darted a terrified glance toward the doorway, filled with pure panic. Zheng Xianyong actually came home. Thanks for watching the video, guys. If you enjoyed it, please drop a like and subscribe to help support the channel and keep new episodes rolling out. Also, to keep track of the latest updates, new chapters drop every Wednesday right here on PN Review. This is PN signing off. See you all in the next one. Hearing the commotion, Yu Chang frantically slapped her hand over her mouth, signaling to stay quiet with a sharp shush, while thinking in a panic, if Zheng Xianyang actually catches us, my leverage in the upcoming divorce settlement is completely gone, and my entire reputation and career will literally be nuked. Right as she thought that, Chen Yuan slid off the bed, headed straight for the bedroom door, and said, "I'll go lock it." Watching how totally unfazed he was, Yu Chang's jaw hit the floor in sheer disbelief. She thought to herself, how is his confidence this massive? The second Chen Yuan clicked the bedroom door lock, Zheng Xianyang staggered inside. Stumbling along, he mumbled, nobody's home, and yet the AC is running, electricity grows on trees or something. Grabbing a glass, he shuffled over to the water dispenser, but when he looked up and saw the jug was completely empty, he flew into a rage and snapped, "Useless piece of trash! Can't even do a single thing right all day, can't even keep the house straight, can't even get a simple glass of water." Slamming the glass down, he stomped over toward the bedroom door. Finding the door bolted shut, a shocked Zheng Xianyang thought, what the hell is going on here? Why is the door locked from the inside? Ignoring the trash tier NPC outside, Chen Yuan pinned Yu Chang back down onto the bed and whispered, "Shh, my lady, you don't want to make things difficult for your hubby, right?" Hearing that, Yu Chang immediately slapped both hands over her little mouth, not daring to let out even a microscopic squeak. After rattling the doorknob for a bit and realizing nobody was opening up, an annoyed Zheng Xianyang grumbled, "Throwing another tantrum, are we? So what if I came home late? Sitting in my position, don't I gotta wine and dine clients?" Ignoring the crying NPC outside, Chen Yuan and Yu Chang kept right on raiding the dungeon inside the room. Trembling from head to toe, the woman clamped her hands over her mouth, terrified to make a single sound. By this point, Zheng Xianyang had already shuffled over to the guest bedroom, pushing the door open while muttering, "Fine, lock me out then, saves me from doing homework tonight anyway. Actually, this works out great, I'll frag harder tomorrow." With that, he collapsed face first onto the mattress and mumbled, "Yup, tomorrow. Time for bed." Barely finishing his sentence, Zheng Xianyang was already snoring away with his tongue hanging out. Soft rhythmic snores echoed through the apartment. Zzz. Right in the next room, Chen Yuan and Yu Chang seamlessly transitioned into the wall-climbing gecko ultimate stance. Whispering in a shaky breath, she murmured, "Chen Yuan, keep it super quiet. My husband is literally just one wall away." Our boy whispered with a cheeky grin, "He's out cold, he won't know a thing. Relax, it's even more exciting this way." Across the room, Zheng Xianyang was snoring his head off, drool literally puddling on his chin. Honk shoo, honk shoo. Chen Yuan smirked maliciously and teased, "He's snoring like a chainsaw, your body can't help but move along with the rhythm." Hearing that, Du Chang shivered uncontrollably, trying to hold it together, thinking, Chen Yuan is playing with fire. I can't let him lead me on, definitely can't make a sound, and definitely shouldn't be thinking about this. But after only a second, Du Chang lost all control, her face flushed with bliss as she let out a soft cry, telling herself, Chen Yuan was right, this feeling is honestly impossible to resist. Everything continued like that until the next morning, and Chen Yuan was long gone before she even woke up. Zheng Xianyang crawled out of bed, clutching his head, thinking, my head is killing me. That bar must have served us some bottom-shelf trash last night. Meanwhile, Du Chang was already up and bustling about making breakfast. Zheng Xianyang walked out, saw the scene, and couldn't help but think, what is happening right now? She hasn't cooked breakfast in 2 years. What's up with her? But hey, an unexpected breakfast? This life ain't so bad after all. He then asked, hey, did you lock the door again last night? How was it? Did you sleep well? Du Chang turned around smiling brightly, I slept like a log. Looking at her expression, Zheng Xianyang couldn't help but feel suspicious. He thought to himself, hold up, when things go too well there's usually a catch. Is she acting this nice because she's hiding something? Thinking this, Zheng Xianyang stormed into the bedroom, fuming. Don't tell me you did something behind my back. The old geezer started tearing the room apart, digging through the pillows and blankets. There wasn't a single strand of hair from another guy, nor any suspicious fluids to be found. Still not satisfied, he ran to the trash can to scavenge for evidence. No tissues and definitely no rubber wrappers. After coming up empty-handed, Zheng Xianyang slumped back into the kitchen, relaxing his guard, thinking, guess I was just overthinking it. Just then, Du Chang placed the breakfast on the table and said, time to eat. He grabbed a sandwich and asked, while I was sleeping, I heard some banging against the wall last night. Did you hear that? Du Chang opened a carton of milk and replied casually, nope, you must have been hallucinating. I was out cold, I didn't hear a thing. Zheng Xianyang nodded, must have been my ears playing tricks on me. By the way, didn't you say the AC was broken before? Why does it seem to be working perfectly now? Du Chang played it cool, I called someone to come by and fix it. She poured herself a glass of milk, thinking happily, the only thing that banging fixed was my broken heart. He didn't just fix the AC, he definitely repaired my heart too. At the same time, in a cafe in Jingcheng, a girl with a face full of freckles walked in and asked anxiously, Yunting, what's wrong with you? Why haven't you slept in 2 days? Did something happen? This girl was Li Ying, Chu Yunting's best friend. Hearing that, Yunting looked up with dark circles under her eyes and sighed. Ying, you won't believe it. My ex-boyfriend is suddenly so rich it's actually insane. I'm literally dying inside. Li Ying sat down beside her and asked, which ex? Yunting replied, Chen Yuan. Who else? As if I have a whole pile of exes. Li Ying was stunned. Chen Yuan? How is he suddenly ballin'? Didn't his family go bankrupt to the point where he had to sell his car? Yunting replied bitterly, you have no idea. Ever since we broke up, he's been acting like he's on top of the world. He dropped 3 million on a place for some other girl, and even bought his personal trainer a Porsche 911, worth over 2 million. Li Ying couldn't help but gasp in shock. That's insane. That's over 5 million gone in the blink of an eye. How do you know all this? Are you sure you aren't just making it up? Wan Ting whipped out her phone and showed her the messages, saying, that girl is actually my own personal trainer. She literally said it herself. She even flexed the car on her social media feed when she bought it. Handing her phone to Li Ying, Wan Ting continued her pity party. As soon as she got her hooks into Chen Yuan, she quit her job immediately. Ying, why am I so unlucky? That person should have been me. Talking about this, she started acting all regretful. I must have been hit by a truck to have been that brainless. Dumping Chen Yuan just to go after some broke loser. Now that Chen Yuan is thriving, I get so frustrated I can barely breathe at night. Seeing her emotional state, Li Ying patted her shoulder. Girl, what's done is done. Just move on and find someone new. With your looks, finding a top-tier guy shouldn't be hard. Besides, you work at an airline and meet rich people all the time. Finding a millionaire shouldn't be an issue. Wan Ting gave a bitter laugh and replied, millionaire? I wouldn't even look at someone with only a few million nowadays. Forget about those pocket change earners. Hearing this, Li Ying could only stay silent, having no clue how to respond to that level of delusion. Suddenly, Wan Ting jumped up, her eyes burning with determination. Ying, I have to get back together with Chen Yuan. Then she looked depressed again. But he's blocked my number and messages, and I can't find him at school either. How can he be this cold-hearted? Li Ying tried to talk some sense into her. It's useless to think about that now. Live for yourself and lower your standards a bit. Wan Ting turned around sharply, her voice intense. Ying, you're my best friend, you know how I am. I just can't let him go, I really can't. Every time I think about Chen Yuan spending money on those gold-digging snakes, my heart breaks. That was all supposed to be mine. With that, she grabbed Li Ying's hand and started dragging her out. No, Ying, you have to come with me. We're going to find him, right now. Li Ying saw where this was going and hurriedly pulled out her phone to text, without even looking. While being dragged out the door by Wan Ting, Li Ying typed into her group chat, guys quick, what's the number for the Qingcheng Mental Hospital? Someone send it to me right now. Hurry, my friend has completely lost her mind. If the doctors don't get here soon, I think something bad is gonna happen. Thanks for watching the video, guys. If you liked it, smash that like button, share, and subscribe to help me keep pumping out these recaps. Hit the bell so you never miss a new upload. Thanks a ton, everyone. While Li Ying was being hauled away by Chu Wanting, over at room 521 of the Junyu Hotel, Meng Lu was standing by the glass window. It was the same spot where she and Chen Yuan first got intimate, her gaze drifting off into the distance. Chen Yuan walked out of the bathroom and saw her staring blankly, so he asked, "What's up, Trainer Lu? Staring at the river and daydreaming?" Meng Lu didn't answer, she just turned back with a smile. "It's really strange, my workout and nutrition plans are super scientific, but your progress is way beyond my expectations. You're gaining weight and muscle at a rate that is way faster than a normal person." Chen Yuan smiled and replied, "Well, I'm obviously not your average person." He opened his system panel. Height 182 centimeters, health score 70, BMI 20.8. Body fat percentage 18.3%, immunity 70, brain activity level 71. Chen Yuan looked at the stats and muttered to himself. The extended training sessions have helped improve both my immunity and brain function. This physical training mission shouldn't just be viewed as a simple task. It should be maintained as a long-term habit, especially since so many people nowadays are in such terrible health. Once the startup project is stable, it's time to head out into the real world and chase those career gains. The health and fitness industry is a solid play. It boosts people's physical stats, prints money, and steadily builds up my reputation and influence. A moment later, Chen Yuan finishes his shower and gets dressed. He steps out and says, "Coach Lu, don't wait up for me tonight. I've got other business to take care of." Meng Lu hears this, brushes her hair aside, and replies, "Got it. If you're busy, go ahead. I'll be waiting for your call." She thinks to herself, preparing his gym gear and healthy meals every single morning, she finally feels like she's actually needed. Maybe if she keeps this up, she can stay by his side forever? Shortly after, Chen Yuan heads down to his G63. Our boy Chen Yuan thinks to himself, Hui Hui was the first to stick with me, but aside from a couple of multi-thousand-dollar bags, she hasn't really gotten much. Even Nana and Lulu, who joined after her, already have their own houses and cars. Man, I've definitely been slacking on her. Today, I'm definitely going to treat her right and make it up to her. At the same time, at a Hunan restaurant near the Diplomatic Academy gate, Min Hui is grabbing a meal with a couple. The woman asks Min Hui, "This place has great flavor. Do you and your classmates come here often?" She smiles and replies, "I drop by with friends every now and then. Cousin, brother-in-law, you two should eat up." These two are Min Hui's cousin, Song Wan, and her husband, Zhang Zhen. Zhang Zhen pipes up, "Min Hui, what kind of jobs are you international studies majors looking at? You're a junior now, so you should be looking for internships, right?" Min Hui replies, "Internships start next semester. I haven't really thought about a part-time job yet." Zhang Zhen says, "You gotta plan ahead. You're only in a second-tier university. You really need to think this through carefully." Min Hui nods, "Yeah, I know." Song Wan chimes in, "Oh right, Min Hui, do you have a boyfriend yet? If you don't date in college, it gets way harder once you hit the real world." Hearing this, Zhang Zhen grins and says, "Your cousin is right. My younger brother is a senior at Hunan University and is interning at a Fortune 500 company. The bosses love him. He's basically guaranteed a permanent role once he graduates. Min Hui, if you're still single, you should try meeting him." Min Hui responds, "No need, brother-in-law. I already have a boyfriend." Song Wan is surprised. "When did you find someone? Why haven't we heard anything about this at home?" Min Hui answers, "He's my classmate. We've only been together for about half a month, so I haven't had the chance to tell the family yet." Zhang Zhen gets all serious and says, "Dating isn't a game. Your school is just a second-tier institution. There are way too many mediocre students and not enough high-tier talent. If you just pick some random boyfriend like that, life is going to be a total grind after you graduate." Min Hui retorts, "Thanks for the concern, brother-in-law, but I don't think my future is going to be a struggle at all." Zhang Zhen adjusts his glasses, playing the role of a seasoned expert. "Min Hui, you've never worked a day in your life. Your perspective is way too narrow. Let me tell you, from a college like that, you're only going to find work at tiny firms with average pay. How are you and your boyfriend going to survive? How will you ever save up for a house and get married? Look at my cousin. He's a Hunan University grad, Fortune 500 material." Just as he's going on, Song Wan cuts him off. "Alright, that's enough. Min Hui has her own plans." Zhang Zhen complains, "I'm just worried that Min Hui's boyfriend is a bottom feeder and she's going to end up suffering, okay?" Seeing them go at it, Min Hui laughs and says, "Cousin, brother-in-law, you really don't need to worry about me." She thinks to herself, Hunan University, so what? Fortune 500, so what? Compared to my Chen Yuan, this stuff isn't even worth mentioning. I'm actually scared that if I reveal how stacked Chen Yuan is, my brother-in-law is going to have a mental breakdown. Thinking this, Min Hui stands up and says, "Cousin, I've gotta head out now." Song Wan asks, surprised, "You got plans this afternoon?" Min Hui smiles, "My boyfriend is taking me to go buy a house." Hearing this, both Zhang Zhen and Song Wan stood there with their jaws on the floor. "Wait, what? Buying a house?" Zhang Zhen broke into a cold sweat and stuttered, "You can't be serious! Given his family's situation, why would he buy a house for her? Housing prices in Jingcheng might not be top tier, but a decent place still costs 1 or 2 million, right? They aren't even married yet. If his parents aren't complete idiots, they'd never agree to this." Min Hui just pointed outside and said, "It's not a joke. I don't know the exact status of his family, but the guy is loaded on his own. Look, he's here." Song Wan and Zhang En whipped their heads around to look. Right on cue, Chen Yuan stepped out of his G63. A moment later, he walked over, stood next to Min Hui and said, "Babe, ready to go?" Min Hui finally gestured and introduced them. "Chen Yuan, these are my cousin and her husband." Chen Yuan turned, gave a polite nod, and said, "Sorry, I already made plans to take Hui Hui house hunting today, so I can't join you guys for lunch. Let me treat you next time instead." Song Wan quickly replied, "Oh, don't worry about it. You guys are busy, it's all good. We're all family now, plenty of chances later." After the pleasantries, Chen Yuan and Min Hui headed out. Zhang Zhen was still struggling to process reality, blankly asking, "For real? Are they actually going to buy a house?" Song Wan shot back. "The guy drives a $3 million car. You think buying a house is even a challenge for him? Meanwhile, you were just over here flexing your superiority complex and trying to set Min Hui up with your cousin?" At this point, Song Wan couldn't help but cover her face in shame, adding, "Today was such a massive L. We looked like total clowns." Zhang Zhen's face went beet red, and he didn't dare say another word. After some time, Chen Yuan and Hui Hui finished up the house purchase. He handed her the deed and said, "There you go, Hui Hui. It's a 166 square meter apartment, fully furnished with luxury specs, plus 2 parking spots, all paid in full for 3.2 million. Congrats, you're officially a homeowner now." Minhui's cheeks flushed as she accepted it, saying, Chen Yuan, I don't even know what to say. Chen Yuan watched her, thinking to himself, this purchase triggered a 6.04 million cashback. After subtracting the real estate assets the system gifted me, my liquid cash is now sitting at 31.79 million. He leaned in close to her ear and whispered, you don't know what to say? Tell you what, I'll find a Japanese movie for us to watch later. You're such a smart girl, you'll definitely pick up the techniques after watching it once. Hearing that, Minhui blushed furiously, and her favorability meter ticked up to 93 points. Chen Yuan chuckled internally, thinking, she's up from 91 to 93, looks like getting to 100 is going to take a bit more time and effort. I'll just have to put in some overtime tonight and squeeze out a few more points. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Jinghan was lying on her bed, spamming messages. Hey senior Shen, what are you up to? Senior, about that startup idea, I really want to get your thoughts on it. After waiting forever with no reply, she thought to herself, he accepted my friend request, so why is he ghosting my messages? What is his deal? Then she rationalized, surely he's not that busy to not have time for a reply. Ugh, I used to hate people who sucked up to the rich, and here I am becoming the very person I despised. Her roommates were also gossiping about Chen Yuan at that moment. One said, girls, don't get caught up in the hype. The competition is way too stiff. Chasing Chen Yuan is a total waste of time. Another chimed in, we're all top-tier campus queens in this dorm. We don't need to lower ourselves just for him. The last roommate nodded in agreement. Exactly. The main focus right now is studying and stacking up those professional certifications. That's what actually matters. Come on, let's head to the library to hit the books. Jinghan heard them and thought, acting like you're just going to study when you're actually plotting how to pitch a business plan. It's not even embarrassing. Why bother putting on a whole performance? Thinking about it, she climbed out of bed and sighed. Honestly, a guy that rich and powerful, Anion, would be obsessed. I can't even judge them, because I'm doing the exact same thing. She walked to her desk, deciding to finish her startup plan first. Back to Chen Yuan, he looked at his phone and asked, Hui, have you thought about what you want to do in the future? Minhui shook her head. Nope, I haven't even thought that far ahead. How about I just apply to the startup incubator then? Hearing that, Chen Yuan turned his head and replied, it's not like it's impossible, but don't I still have other businesses? I'll hook you up with a gig there when the time comes. Minhui agreed and replied, sounds good. Seeing her agree, Chen Yuan finally let out a sigh of relief and thought, Minhui is the clingy type of girlfriend. If she came over to school to check up on me every single day, I literally wouldn't have any room to expand my harem. If I want to build my dream team step by step, she definitely can't be hanging around there. Pulling out his phone with a preloaded adult film ready to go, he said, didn't you say you wanted to study the cinematic techniques of the island nation? Let's see what we got here. Saki Kawakita Mako Oda. Yua Mikami Mizuki Minhui, which instructor are you planning to study under? Taken completely aback, Minhui asked in shock. Chen Yuan, why do you know so many names? Laughing, Chen Yuan replied, I literally just looked it up online. How else do you think I'd know this stuff? Minhui grumbled, fine, whatever. I'll just close my eyes and pick a random one. 20 minutes later, after hitting the books on those cinematic study materials, Minhui officially began her practical training. Using her massive twin peaks to massage Chen Yuan, she slid back and forth while whispering, Chen Yuan, how does this feel right now? Do you like it? Chen Yuan let out a moan of pure bliss. Baby, don't stop. Seeing his reaction, Minhui thought with excitement, I can't believe I actually pulled it off. If I get good at this, he'll definitely want to hang out with me way more often, right? Watching her try so hard, Chen Yuan thought to himself, she's actually putting in this much effort just for me? Girls like this, go ahead and give me a dozen more right now. The next morning, while he was still dead asleep, Chen Yuan's phone started buzzing. Picking up the call, Li Yuhong's panicked voice blasted through the speaker. Chen Yuan, hurry up, hurry the hell up, get your ass out here right now. Eyes still half closed, Chen Yuan asked lazily. Li Yuhong, aren't we supposed to be bros? Why are you rushing me like your life depends on it? What's your deal? Li Yuhong snapped back, stop talking trash, I already sent you the pin, just get your butt over here, ASAP. Hearing his tone, a wave of worry crept into Chen Yuan's mind. What the hell is actually going on? A moment later, after getting hung up on by Li Yuhong, Chen Yuan hopped into his whip and drove toward the meetup spot. Suddenly, Li Yuhong called back again. Yuan, change of plans. I'm over at Shuiyunjian right now. Hurry your ass up and get here. Hearing that, Chen Yuan cursed out loud. I'm literally almost there and you decide to change the location now? Li Yuhong replied, I just got off work and some buddies dragged me over here. Honestly, I'm not even feeling it myself. Annoyed, Chen Yuan shot back. Spare me the excuses, you better hurry up. I'll wait for you downstairs at Shuiyunjian. If you take more than half an hour, I'm ditching you. A short while later, Chen Yuan rolled up to the destination. Glancing around the neighborhood, he thought to himself, Shui Yunjian is super close to the consultant's place. It couldn't possibly be that coincidental, right? Right as he thought that, Li Yuhong came trotting down. The second he spotted Chen Yuan, he flashed a cheesy grin and yelled, Bro, why are you just standing outside? Come on up and get some service. Therapist number 98 is seriously top tier. Crossing his arms with a cold expression, Chen Yuan replied, not interested. Your boy has his own personal trainer. Why would I ever lower myself to a spot like this? Only then did Li Yuhong notice the luxury whip parked right in front of him, dropping his jaw in shock. Wait a minute, Yuan, is this whip yours? What is going on here? Chen Yuan answered, what could possibly be going on? I just bought it. Duh. And you even bought a G-Class. This is literally my absolute dream car. Listening to him ramble on forever, Chen Yuan impatiently cut in. Stop talking garbage. Why the hell did you call me out here anyway? Flashing a knowing thumbs up and winking, Yuhong said, come on, you're one of the major shareholders here anyway. Are you seriously trying to act like my errand boy? The interior renovations are gonna wrap up in the next couple of days. Let's go. We can grab some service and chat at the same time. Therapist number 98 is guaranteed to blow your mind. Right at that moment, right behind him, two extremely familiar figures appeared. Talk about speaking of the devil, it was literally Li Xia and Lemeng. The second she laid eyes on him, Lemeng instantly recognized him. Raising her voice, she yelled, Sis, is that seriously Chen Yuan? With a pensive look in her eyes, Li Xia replied, it really is him. Over on their side, Yuhong was still running his mouth non-stop. Look at your expression changing. Are you already falling for number 98 or what? Number 98? Yeah, right. Chen Yuan's face definitely wasn't changing because of some therapist named 98. Standing there completely frozen with a blank stare, our boy looked over toward them and thought, damn it, it's the consultant. Talk about of all the people to run into. Hearing what Li Yuhong was just blabbing about, Lemeng and Li Xia both wore completely contrasting expressions. Lemeng was radiating pure fury, while Li Xia looked utterly heartbroken. Realizing the gravity of the situation, if he didn't run over to explain right now, everything was going to go up in flames. Chen Yuan rushed over, forced an awkward smile, and stammered, Consultant Li, what a crazy coincidence. Seeing that, Yuhong lowered his voice and asked, Yuan, who even are they? They look gorgeous. Refusing to say a single word, Lemeng grabbed Li Xia's arm and tried to drag her away. Panicking, Chen Yuan called out after them, wait up. Chasing after them, he blurted out, heading home to cook dinner? Do you mind cooking an extra portion for me? I can totally help out. Reaching her breaking point, Lemeng spun around and blasted him. Help out with what? Chen Yuan, do you have any shame left at all? Daring to show your face at a place like this, do you even deserve my sister? Realizing they were finally right on the main topic, Chen Yuan quickly explained, you guys totally got it wrong. I was literally just waiting for someone here. Hearing that, Lemeng scoffed and continued roasting him. You actually expect us to buy an excuse like that? My sister has spent the last 2 days trying her hardest to accept you. She even bought a return gift to match the bag you gave her last time. And how do you repay her? You know what? I'm done talking. Go drop dead. Absolute trash. Finishing her rant, she yanked Li Xia's arm again. Sis, let's go. Not forgetting to toss out one last parting shot, she yelled. Damn scumbag, go find your precious number 98. Right on cue, the favorability meter floating above Li Xia's head began to plummet into a freefall. 69, 68, 67. Watching them storm off, Chen Yuan's face instantly dropped into a miserable frown. What the actual heck is going on here? We were literally about to lock it in, and now we managed to trigger a massive misunderstanding. Walking over and realizing he'd messed up big time, Li Yuhong asked nervously, Yuan, was that your new girlfriend or something? Do you want me to help you clear things up and explain? With a gloomy expression, Chen Yuan replied, forget it, she's furious. Plus an excuse coming from you has zero credibility. He thought to himself, I seriously broke the consultant's heart this time. Hearing that, Li Yuhong didn't press any further. Staring at the retreating backs of the two sisters, he mumbled, my bad, Yuan, I genuinely had no idea it would turn into a total disaster. Who even was she anyway? I've literally never seen her around before. Chen Yuan turned around and replied, she's my consultant and also my business English tutor. Hearing this answer, Li Yuhong was absolutely shook. Damn, are you seriously out here rizzing up your own teacher now? Is there anything else about your life I don't know? Just spill it all at once so I can go out in peace. Chen Yuan couldn't be bothered to deal with his whining. He pointed at the car and said, next time I find an opening, I'll make sure to woo her properly. Let's go, let's find a place to sit and chat. A while later at Chen Na's cafe, the moment she saw him walk in, she beamed and said, Chen Yuan, you're here. Chen Yuan gestured toward Li Yuhong and said, brought a friend for Anana. Help us get an iced Americano and a vanilla latte. Chen Na immediately replied, you got it. With that, Chen Yuan and Li Yuhong headed to a table. He asked skeptically, Yo, haven't I seen this girl somewhere before? Chen Yuan just looked at him and said, you already forgot? Yu Hong asked in surprise, who are you talking about? Chen Yuan finally dropped the bomb. Remember that day at Nancheng restaurant? She's the girlfriend that cousin Lin Guangyao brought along. Hearing this, Li Yu Hong's jaw hit the floor as he realized, isn't she that salesgirl from the 4S dealership? Why is she working here? No way, did you actually pull another man's girl? Chen Yuan laughed bitterly. Pulling her? What are you talking about? This is what we call mutual attraction. Li Yu Hong sat there with a blank expression saying, legendary, you just rizz up a teacher and then straight up steal someone else's girl. Yuan, you really are a absolute Chad. At this point, Chen Yuan cut him off. Enough with the nonsense. Let's talk business. I won't interfere anymore. From now on, you're free to do your own thing. Li Yu Hong asked, shocked, why so sudden? Without a tactical genius like you calling the shots, this bro is honestly terrified he won't be able to handle the pressure alone. Hearing his venting, Chen Yuan settled it with one line. I believe in you. Deep down, he thought that when brothers do business together, meddling too much only leads to conflicts of interest or clashing perspectives. He couldn't let business ruin their brotherhood. Hearing those words, Li Yu Hong looked determined and said, I won't let you down. Just then, Chen Na brought the drinks over. She placed them on the 10th table and said, your coffees are ready, boys. Li Yu Hong immediately seized the moment, thanks, sister-in-law. Hearing that title, Chen Na was over the moon, blushing as she muttered, yeah. Suddenly, Chen Na pointed at Chen Yuan's shoulder and said, Chen Yuan, why is your shirt so wrinkled? Hearing that, Chen Yuan looked confused. Where? Chen Na reached out to smooth his collar saying, there, all better. Watching this, Li Yu Hong felt a bit salty, thinking, talk about being lovey-dovey. Damn, why does being around you today make me feel like my life is just on a completely different level of failure? A while later, after talking about the new bar, Li Yu Hong took off. Chen Yuan drove Chen Na home, and as soon as they walked in, she said, Xiao Yu finishes her college entrance exams next week. She wants to get some work experience over summer break. I was thinking she could help out at the cafe. What do you think? Chen Yuan replied, that's great, I don't see any problem with that. Chen Na smiled and said, hey, let me go take a shower first. I've been busy all day and I'm all sweaty. As soon as she walked away, Chen Yuan pulled out his phone, thinking, maybe I should call the consultant and explain things a bit. With that, he dialed Le Xiao, but nobody picked up, just endless ringing tones. Chen Yuan felt his anxiety spiking as his messages and calls went completely ignored. He had no clue how his consultant was handling the situation. Meanwhile, back at Le Xiao's place, she was curled up into a ball, staring at her phone. Seeing who was calling, Lemeng looked disgusted and hissed, gross, how does this loser even have the audacity to call you? Sis, just block this guy already, don't let him keep annoying you. Le Xiao stayed silent, just watching her phone light up with persistent, vibrating notifications. Seeing this, Lemeng sat down beside her. She wrapped an arm around her sister and comforted her. Sis, Chen Yuan is bad news. He isn't worth a single tear. Luckily, you finally saw his true colors today. Honestly, looking at it from another angle, this is actually a win for you. Le Xiao finally spoke up, turning to ask, tell me, why do guys like going to places like that anyway? Lemeng retorted, do you even have to ask? 10 out of 10 guys are thirsty creeps. They only go to those places for cheap thrills and material filth. Le Xiao pressed on, but why are those men so blinded by it? Lemeng played the expert, because they're driven by their basic instincts, sis. If they can't satisfy those needs, they go looking for stimulation elsewhere. I hear the women working at those spots are absolute pros at catering to men's egos. Le Xiao recalled the times they had been intimate in the past and thought to herself, every time he tried to hug or kiss me, I pushed him away. Thinking this, she started blaming herself. Maybe I made him suffer too much and he just went out to handle his needs. At that thought, she curled up even tighter. It's all my fault, everything is my fault. Seeing her sister's warped train of thought, Lemeng freaked out and quickly stopped her. Oh my god, sis, what are you even thinking? Why are you coming up with such crazy logic? Lemeng hurriedly tried to deprogram her sister's twisted mindset. Sis, look at me and remember how my own blind love ended up in total disaster. After a moment of hesitation, Le Xiao answered softly. Yeah. She thought to herself, Lemeng is right, I can't be blinded by love, I need to stay in control, stay in control. At that same moment, Shen Yuan's phone was blowing up with a barrage of texts. Yi Ziyang message, Shen Yuan, is that project of yours actually going anywhere? Cao Hongwei texted, bro, come get some barbecue, I invited some girls from other schools to chat about the project. Waiting for you, man. Lu Mingda texted, hey handsome, I got you a gas card. Waiting for you at the cafeteria tonight, let's grab a meal with some friends. Long Jinghan had just sent over a photo. Looking at the mountain of messages, Shen Yuan stroked his chin and muttered to himself. These are just old classmates I never talked to, trying to use me for connections, not even worth reading. Wait, I didn't expect the cute underclassmen to text me this much. With that thought, Chen Yuan opened Long Jinghan's chat. Hello senior, the weather is so nice today. Senior, you must be super busy every day, right? Remember to eat your meals on time. Good morning, senior. Another day full of energy. It was so windy last night, the courtyard is covered in leaves. Finally, she sent a super spicy provocative selfie. Looking at her assets in the photo, Chen Yuan silently judged that while they looked soft and pale, it was definitely photoshopped. He'd have to meet her in person to see if she was worthy of being a backup option. Definitely keep her on the observation list. Thinking about the play, Chen Yuan sent a short, "I'm busy, talk later," internally deciding that by not replying for days while keeping the messages short and teasing, he could leave her feeling insecure but still holding on to hope. Just then, Chen Na walked out and called out sweetly, "Chen Yuan." She stepped out in a professional office outfit, black stockings, and a vest worn loosely, showing off her firm, unprotected assets. Then she asked in a soft, sultry voice, "Do you like it?" Chen Yuan shoved his phone into his pocket, stood up and replied, "Nah, you've really messed with my head today." Saying this, Chen Yuan immediately reached out and ripped the stockings off Chen Na's toned legs. She draped her arms around his shoulders and whispered, "Let's head to the room." Chen Yuan caressed her legs and replied, "I can't wait even one more second. Nah, you are absolutely incredible today." As soon as he finished, he buried his face in her neck, breathing her in deeply. Chen Na hesitated and said, "Chen Yuan, it feels like you've changed again." Chen Yuan heard this and asked, "Changed in what way?" Chen Na replied, "You seem more muscular," then asked, "Have you been hitting the gym lately?" Chen Yuan answered, "I've actually been training." At this point, Chen Yuan lay back on the bed and asked, "Na, do you know any horse riding techniques?" She hesitated and replied, "No, I don't." Hearing this, Chen Yuan pulled her hand, "Get up here, I'll be your free instructor so we can go horse riding next time." Chen Na realized what he meant and said, "The horse riding you're talking about and what you're doing right now aren't the same thing, right?" Chen Yuan replied, "They're exactly the same. If you don't believe me, climb up and try it out." Chen Na obediently climbed on, and he started with a warm-up, not holding back on the compliments. "Perfect, Na really has the natural talent of a female equestrian." Cutting to the next day, at the Youth League office, the moment the door opened, a swarm of students rushed in. "Teacher, I'm here to submit my startup application and business plan." Teacher, where should I leave this folder?" "Teacher, I was here first. Please take mine first." Looking at the mountain of plans shoved in her face, the teacher thought bitterly, nobody even cared about startups before. Why are there suddenly so many female students here? What on earth happened over the weekend with Zhang Ming that I don't know about? At the same time, in the gym at the Junyu Hotel, Chen Yuan was jogging when his phone rang, the screen flashing the name secretary. Meng Lu saw this, widened her eyes and asked, "A secretary calling? Who is this?" Chen Yuan didn't answer, he just pressed the call button. From the other end of the line, the voice of Zi rang out. "Boss, we received the first batch of startup applications and business plans today, a total of 653 submissions." Chen Yuan heard this and asked, "What's the gender ratio?" Zi replied, 628 women, 25 men. Our boy replied, "Look through them and pick, keep the good ones and toss the bad ones." His hidden meaning was clear, keep the hot ones, toss the mid ones. Meanwhile, the Youth League office was in total chaos, and the teacher tried to manage the situation. "Everyone, don't rush, line up properly, don't crowd, one by one please." Seeing the scene, Zi asked quietly, "You mean we should just reject all the men?" Chen Yuan replied, "No. If any of the guys submitted a high-tier business plan, you can send those over too." Hearing this, Zi looked at the mountain of plans piled on the desk and replied helplessly, "Understood, boss." After the call, Chen Yuan hung up, thinking if they're all beauties, wouldn't this just turn into some kind of idol dance troupe? I need to cultivate talent, otherwise when the system hands out properties later, I won't have anyone capable to manage them. Meng Lu finally turned to him and said, "Chen Yuan, I asked you something and you still haven't answered." Chen Yuan replied, "Just a subordinate of mine from school. Why? Getting jealous again?" Meng Lu looked away and huffed, "No way, I was just asking." Chen Yuan saw this, patted her head, and laughed. "Stop overthinking it. We have a strictly professional, superior-subordinate relationship." Suddenly, the system notification chimed. Ding! The system has detected that the host has secured his third girl with a favorability rating of 90 or higher, completing the stage-based favorability mission and triggering a reward. Hearing the notification, Chen Yuan glanced at Meng Lu in surprise. Seeing the number 90 glowing above her head, he thought, "My dear Lu Bao, you're the best. A simple bit of comfort, and I get an unexpected payoff. Every time an NPC hits 90 favorability, the system rewards are cracked. I wonder what it'll be this time." Just as he thought that, the system dropped the rewards. Diameter increased by 5 mm, 30 million in filial piety cash, and 2 exclusive skill swap cards. Looking at this haul, Chen Yuan couldn't stop grinning. He muttered to himself, "No way, this is actually happening. The cash is decent enough." definitely meant for old Shen and Lady Li. As for the exclusive skill cards, I've still got one stashed away from last time, but that first item is honestly god tier. No man on earth could resist going crazy for that. With that in mind, he commanded, "System, activate the first item." Instantly, Chen Yuan's legendary cannon began glowing with a 5-colored golden light. He felt the change immediately, a warm sensation radiating from his core all the way down. His little birdcage was starting to feel way too cramped. Chen Yuan was hyped, the feedback was crystal clear. With his cannon fully upgraded, Chen Yuan turned to Meng Lu and said, "Get over here for a sec." She asked, surprised, "What's up?" Chen Yuan grabbed her hand and pulled her along, saying, "No time to explain, let's hit the bedroom." Seeing his intense vibe, Meng Lu couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. What is going on? As soon as they stepped into the bathroom and ditched their gear, Chen Yuan lunged, slamming his upgraded cannon right into the target. Feeling like the gateway was about to be torn apart, Meng Lu squealed in shock. Wait, Shen, something feels wrong." Chen Yuan asked with a smug expression. What could possibly be wrong? Meng Lu stared in disbelief and replied, "I feel like you're different. Is it just my imagination? Could working out at the gym actually be that effective?" Chen Yuan laughed it off. "Maybe you're the one who changed." Meng Lu retorted. "Oh really? Be a bit more gentle next time, I seriously can't handle this." Chen Yuan pulled her into a hug and whispered tenderly, "Alright babe, next time I'll definitely do some warm-ups first." He thought to himself, "The effect is insane, this is exactly what I needed." After 81 rounds of intense combat, Chen Yuan stroked Meng Lu's blissed-out face and said, "Coach Liu, you get some rest, I've got things to take care of." He stood up and walked to the door, thinking, looks like this new weapon is something Lu Bao, Na Bao, and Hui Bao all need to adjust to. Can't be too reckless next time. A short while later, Chen Yuan hopped out of the car. He thought of Li Xiao and muttered, "It's been a full day, teacher hasn't picked up my calls or replied to my texts. At this rate, the misunderstanding is just gonna get deeper. How do I prove I'm actually innocent? The key is getting her to give me a chance to explain. Gotta face her in person. She doesn't have class this afternoon, chances are she's at home." A moment later, a series of knocks echoed at Li Xiao's door. She hurried over and asked, "Who is it?" A voice replied from outside, "I'm your downstairs neighbor, your bathroom is leaking into my place." Li Xiao opened the door and jumped back in surprise. "It's you, trying to trick me again, Chen Yuan." He held the door firmly, his voice serious, "Let me in." Li Xiao demanded, "Why? What are you trying to pull?" Chen Yuan looked her dead in the eye with all the sincerity he could muster. "I think we need to clear the air. You definitely misunderstood earlier today." Li Xiao frowned. "Misunderstood? You went to that place. Don't tell me you didn't do anything." Chen Yuan replied, "I really didn't do a thing." Li Xiao looked away and said, "I don't believe you and I don't want to hear your excuses. Just leave." Chen Yuan rushed to explain everything. "That person messaged me first to discuss business, then switched the location to that club at the last second. It was pure coincidence that I ran into you and Li Meng. I've been trying to explain all day. I called you so many times but you wouldn't pick up." Hearing this, Li Xiao turned back and asked, "Then how do you prove you were just waiting for someone there?" Seizing the moment, Chen Yuan hurriedly pulled up Li Yuhong's texts from yesterday to show her, saying, "Look at this. These are the messages between us. He sent me the location. It was a restaurant at first, then he changed it to the club." After reading the texts, Li Xiao finally realized she'd been played. Chen Yuan kept the pressure on. "I even waited downstairs and urged him to come down. If you still don't believe me, we can go to Shuiyunjian and check the security footage." Hearing this, the heavy burden in Li Xiao's heart finally lifted. She breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Chen Yuan's explanation was rock solid and his evidence was airtight. Seeing her silent, Chen Yuan pressed his advantage. "Consultant, how could I ever go to a place like that? You've misunderstood me way too deeply." Li Xiao finally spoke up. "Chen Yuan, I'm sorry. I really didn't expect things to be like this." The favorability meter hovering above her head instantly climbed from 60 back up to 73 points. Chen Yuan felt a wave of triumph, thinking, who would have thought her favorability would bounce back to 72 and even climb 3 points higher than the original 69. He then pointed inside and grinned, "It's all good, as long as it's cleared up. I'm a bit thirsty, let me come inside for a quick drink." Knowing his playbook all too well, Li Xiao blocked the door. "Chen Yuan, not again. You're trying to pull that same move from last time, aren't you?" Chen Yuan clutched his chest, putting on his best innocent face. "I'm seriously thirsty. I ran straight to you after lunch. My throat feels like it's on fire. Just one sip of water, I'll leave right after." Li Xiao asks skeptically. "Really?" Chen Yuan chuckled. "Obviously, it's the truth." Hearing that, Li Xiao replied, "Fine, wait there." She finished her sentence and slammed the door right in Chen Yuan's face. A few dozen seconds later, she returned with a bottle of water and said, "Here, drink up." Chen Yuan stared at the water, feeling totally defeated. "Why are you looking at me like I'm some kind of predator?" Is all the trust really gone? Is this how my reputation looks to the consultant now? Once the water was handed over, Le Xiao turned around and slammed the door shut again. Just then, an old lady walked by, witnessed the whole thing, and cackled. "Young man, don't be so impatient. Haste makes waste, especially when it comes to the good stuff." Chen Yuan retorted, "Grandma, only the impatient get to eat the hot food. The patient ones only get the scraps left by others." The old lady chuckled to herself, thinking, kids these days have such sharp tongues, but this guy has a solid build and decent looks. A high-tier pretty boy like this is rare. Maybe I should invite my ladies to the club to book some models later. A moment later, realizing there was no chance to pull any moves on Le Xiao, Chen Yuan headed back to his car. Just as he pulled away, a text popped up from Le Xiao. "Chen Yuan, let's go out this weekend." After reading it, he was grinning like he'd just hit the jackpot. This trip wasn't a total waste. He'd cleared the air, boosted the favorability, and the consultant was finally open to taking things to the next level. The moment he sat in his car, Su Shuiwei video called him. Chen Yuan immediately picked up. On the other end, Shuiwei said, "Boss Shen, the plumbing and electrical work is finished. It's ready for handover. When do you have time to come take a look?" Shen Yuan replied, "I've got time right now. Wait for me, I'm on my way." Half an hour later, Shuiwei was sitting on the villa steps idly counting pebbles. Chen Yuan stepped out of his car, saw the scene, and walked over. "Been waiting long?" Shuiwei hurriedly stood up. "Not at all." Noticing her nervous demeanor, Shen Yuan teased, "Why are you so jittery? It's not like I'm going to eat you." He gestured inside, "Lead the way and show me around." Shuiwei turned to head inside. "Sure, Boss Shen, please follow me. I'll explain everything to you one by one." Shen Yuan smirked, thinking, get her talking about her professional field, and she instantly calms down. That's what I call peak professionalism. Shuiwei led him inside. "The waterproofing and plumbing are all set. The next step is for you to pick out the floor tiles, Boss Shen." She then led him to the backyard. "The garden design has also been completed, according to your requirements, Boss Shen." Shen Yuan followed behind, nodding, "Not bad at all." A while later, after the final inspection, Shen Yuan said softly, "With you supervising, I'm totally at ease. I don't have to worry about a thing. Let me treat you to dinner tonight." Shuiwei answered awkwardly, "I'm sorry, Boss Shen, I've got things to do at home tonight." Hearing that, he gave her a look and asked, "What kind of things?" Shuiwei bowed her head, saying she had to go cook for her mom and little brother. Hearing that, Shen Yuan suddenly stopped in his tracks and spun around. Shuiwei, caught off guard by the sudden stop, slammed straight into his rock-hard chest. Feeling the softness of her twin assets colliding with him, Shen Yuan couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. This little girl actually has some serious hidden potential, huh? By now Shuiwei's face was redder than a ripe tomato. She slowly looked up and stuttered, "Mr. Shen." Before she could finish, a sudden downpour erupted, leaving nothing but the deafening sound of rain all around them. Seeing this, Shen Yuan smirked and said, "It's pouring. Let's head inside quickly." Shuiwei shyly agreed. Yeah. With that, the two of them hurried back into the villa. Shen Yuan didn't even bother shielding her from the rain. Under the downpour, Shuiwei's shirt turned transparent, revealing her plump soul patches trapped inside a red bra. Realizing this, she hurriedly covered herself up and shouted, "Mr. Shen, don't look." Shen Yuan crossed his arms over his chest and casually replied, "I don't want to look, but it's just slamming into my eyes. What do you want me to do?" Shuiwei was left speechless, her body trembling from the cold until she let out a massive sneeze. Immediately, an arm wrapped around her from behind, and Shen Yuan said softly, "There, doesn't that feel a bit warmer?" Shuiwei's eyes went wide with pure shock. She looked up, thinking to herself that she'd never been this close to a guy before. Her whole body went numb, and while she wanted to push him away, he was a VIP guest of Big Boss Wan, and she couldn't afford to offend him. Just as she was thinking that, Shen Yuan spoke up, "Why are you staring at me like that? Is it because I'm too handsome?" Shuiwei thought to herself, is Mr. Shen being narcissistic, or is he just joking? How am I supposed to answer that? The teachers definitely never covered this in school. Watching her facial expressions, Shen Yuan chuckled internally. She's so innocent, it's honestly too easy to tease her. He started imagining himself holding her tight in his arms. He told himself that since she was blushing, but not pulling away, she clearly didn't hate his flirting, which gave him plenty of room to cook. Half an hour later, evening arrived, and with the sunset glowing red after the rain, Shen Yuan reached his hand out to feel the air. He looked up and said, "The rain stopped, let's go, I'll drive you home." Shuiwei finally whispered, "Mr. Shen, could you please take your hand off me first? It's been half an hour already." Hearing that, Shen Yuan quickly pulled his hand back, acting completely innocent. "Oh, my bad, so sorry, I was just worried you'd catch a cold, you know?" 40 minutes flew by and the sky was already turning dark. Shen Yuan's G63 pulled up in front of a rundown residential complex. Shuiwei stepped out and said, "Mr. Shen, we're here. Thanks for the ride, sorry for the trouble." Shen Yuan replied, "Mind if I head up and sit for a bit?" He grabbed some bags and followed her into the complex. Looking at the dump they were in, Chen Yuan couldn't help but sigh. He knew she wasn't living in luxury, but he didn't expect it to be this bad. Is this even a house, or is it a death trap waiting to collapse? Seeing him stubbornly following her, Shuewei turned back and said, I guess it's okay, but I have to cook for my family, so I don't really have time to entertain you. Chen Yuan answered, you just do your thing, I'll sit for a minute and head out. As they walked past, the local neighborhood gossips immediately swarmed to look at Chen Yuan's G63, whispering to each other. An old lady asked, what kind of car is that? Doesn't look cheap at all. The old man next to her puffed on his cigarette and said with fake expertise that's a Mercedes-Benz, probably cost at least 3 million. The other woman heard that and started sweating buckets. It's that expensive? So is that young guy Shuewei's boyfriend? Which lady are you talking about? The lady next to her cackled and replied, she already brought engagement gifts to the house. I'd bet my life this is at least 80 or 90% true. Madame D covered her mouth with a fan, smirking in agreement. This girl Shuewei finally has a glow-up. She won't have to live in poverty anymore. But as soon as she finished, she flipped the script, her expression turning malicious. Don't count on it yet. Rich heirs care about social status. How could they possibly look twice at a family like this? The other lady immediately jumped on the bandwagon. Exactly what I'm thinking. Rich kids are just playing around. There are plenty of innocent, kind girls out there. Why would they pick a girl who's lost her dad, has a disabled mom, and is dragging that dead weight of a brother along? Hearing them running their mouths, an uncle nearby finally walked away, spitting in disgust. Pfft, you two should try building up some karma while you still can. Back to Chen Yuan, he walked up to an apartment, and as soon as he spotted Shuewei, a little kid ran out excitedly. Sister, you're home? She leaned down to ruffle his hair and asked softly, Xiaoji, are you hungry? I'll go cook dinner, right now. Chen Yuan watched the scene and asked, is this your younger brother? Shuewei finally turned back and said, Xiaojie, this is my friend, say hello to him. This kid is named Su Jingjie, Shuewei's biological brother. Seeing a stranger, the kid immediately hid behind his sister's back, acting all shy. Shuewei smiled sheepishly and said, sorry about that, my brother is a bit of a scaredy cat. Just then, a woman struggling with a cane stepped out from behind. Seeing her, Shuewei hurried over to support her. Mom, why did you come out here? The woman smiled kindly and replied, it's fine, I just wanted to get up and stretch a little. Then she asked about the guest, and Shuewei turned to introduce him. Mom, this is my friend Chen Yuan. After the introduction, Chen Yuan greeted her. Hello, madam. Shuewei's mother was full of doubt, thinking, Shuewei has never brought a guy home before. She turned to Chen Yuan and said, little Shen, you bought so much stuff, you shouldn't have spent so much money. Quickly, come inside and sit. Chen Yuan replied politely, thank you, madam. With that, Chen Yuan followed the three of them into the house. As soon as they entered, Shuewei rushed to the small kitchen. Chen Yuan, please have a seat. I'm going to cook dinner now. Her mother turned to her little son, Xiaojie, go pour some water for our guest. 30 minutes passed by in a flash as they yapped about everything under the sun, from Thailand versus Cambodia to Russia versus Ukraine. Shuewei finally stepped out of the kitchen carrying some plates. Food is ready. Let's all eat. In no time, the food was laid out on the table. Little Xiaojie looked at his sister and beamed. Hooray! Sister's cooking is the best. Shuewei's mom turned to Chen Yuan with a gentle smile. It's just a humble, home-cooked meal. Next time you visit, I'll prepare something special, just for you. Chen Yuan laughed. You're too kind, madam. Getting to taste Shuewei's cooking is a treat in itself. Hearing that, her mother urged, well, if it suits your taste, then eat up. Looking at their living situation, Chen Yuan felt a pang of sympathy for Shuewei, realizing why her vibe and character were so different from others. She's had to be the pillar of the household since she was young. She had no choice but to push herself to be successful. After dinner, Chen Yuan didn't stay long. He said his goodbyes and headed out, a hint of melancholy still lingering in his heart. As soon as he reached the door, Shuewei chased after him. CEO Shen, wait a second. You bought so many things when you arrived, let me pay you back. Just as she lifted her phone to scan the QR code, Chen Yuan grabbed it from her hand and said, let me borrow your phone for a sec. Shuewei was caught off guard. Huh? After a few taps, he handed the phone back to her, turned around, and waved, I'll head off now. See you next time. Only then did Shuewei notice the notification on her screen. ICBC, your account ending in has received 50,000 yuan at 1942 on May 13th. After reading the notification, Shuewei was shook. He transferred me 50,000 yuan? Stunned for a moment, she rushed to the window and called out, Chen Yuan, wait, but he ignored her. Chen Yuan pretended not to hear her and kept walking straight toward the main road. Stopping at his car, he thought to himself, 50K is nothing to me, but it's enough to improve their living situation for a while. I just don't know if she's willing to accept it, especially since I can't even see a favorability meter above her head yet. Man, what if she doesn't even want it when the time comes? Chen Yuan hopped into his ride, his mind racing, but he couldn't shake this weird feeling that something he'd lost was finally coming back to him. Like, what exactly is it though? Just then, his phone blew up and seeing who it was, Chen Yuan picked up, "Spill it, little secretary." On the other end, Fu Yingzi immediately went into full speed mode. "Boss, the candidates have been screened and cleared. We've narrowed 653 applications down to just 12 people. The ratio is 1 girl and 11 guys. I've already sent the digital files and the girls' candid photos straight to your inbox." Chen Yuan replied, feeling pretty satisfied. "Great work. You're getting a bonus this month." Yingzi was hyped. "Thanks, boss. Anyway, keep doing your thing. Hit me up if you need anything. I'm hanging up now." After wrapping up the call, Chen Yuan started doing some mental math. Old Chen's birthday is this Friday. Gotta prep a gift tomorrow. Gotta make sure that 30 million filial piety fund is put to good use. Old Chen and Madam Li are truly living the dream now. After that, it's Hui Hui Na and Coach Lu one night for each. Nobody gets more, nobody gets less. A master of balance has to play it fair. Back at Shui Wei's place, the moment Chen Yuan left, the nosy auntie with the fan strutted over to stir the pot. Spotting Shui Wei's mom, she immediately asked, "Was that guy who just left Shui Wei's boyfriend?" Her mom replied, "I have no idea. Shui Wei hasn't said a single word to me about it." The auntie leaned in close, whispering, "That kid is loaded. The car he's driving must be worth at least 2 or 3 million yuan. Shui Wei's mom couldn't help but gasp in shock. "Wait, really? It's that expensive?" The auntie covered her mouth with her fan and let out a smug chuckle. "If Shui Wei can land him, your life and Xiaoji's life are going to level up big time. So, you really need to drill some sense into Shui Wei." Shui Wei's mom looked thoughtful as she replied, "This is a life-altering decision for Shui Wei. I don't want to be a burden and force her into a marriage she doesn't want. It's better if she calls the shots herself." The auntie scoffed, "I don't care what Shui Wei thinks. That guy is clearly thirsty for her. He even came to your house, didn't he? Even if she isn't into it, you still need to convince her." Having said her piece, she didn't stick around and took off. A few steps later, another lady who'd been eavesdropping chimed in. "You people have some wild imaginations, don't you? The guy just stopped by for a minute and you're already planning the wedding?" The auntie with the fan shot back, "He came all the way to the house. He's obviously interested." The other lady snorted. "He might've been interested at first, but once he saw the state of this place, he probably ditched those thoughts faster than light." Every single word of that landed right in the ears of Shui Wei's mom, who was standing behind the door. Feeling her heart break for her daughter, she walked into the kitchen where Shui Wei was cleaning. "Shui Wei, talk to me. Be real with your mother." Shui Wei kept cleaning, looking a bit surprised. "Mom, what's up? Is something wrong?" Her mother asked point blank, "What's your deal with that guy from earlier?" Shui Wei replied, "He's a big client for my job. He came to the site to inspect it. It started raining, so he just gave me a lift. There's literally nothing going on between us." Her mom pressed on, "Are you sure this client isn't trying to rizz you up?" Hearing that, Shui Wei remembered the afternoon, then thought back to the time she was with President Wan. He was acting a bit weird today, but last time we had dinner, he had this super pretty girl with him. I think she was his girlfriend. She shook her head. "I have no idea." Her mother let out a frustrated sigh. "Ugh, how can you not know?" Then she asked, "Well, what about you? How do you feel about him?" Hearing that, Shui Wei got a bit annoyed. "Mom, what are you even talking about? He's just a client of the company, that's all." Her mom heard that and just sighed. All right, I get it. You heard everything that guy Zhang said earlier, didn't you? Don't take it to heart. Your dad isn't around anymore to worry about. This entire family has been resting on your shoulders. Your mom and little Xiaoji owe you so much. I just want you to be happy in the future. You never ever need to force yourself to marry into some rich family just for us. Do you understand? Xie Wei hugged her mom tightly and said, "Mom, I know, please don't worry about me." Even then, a look of deep sadness lingered in her eyes. Fragments of what happened at the villa kept replaying in her mind, the way she accidentally fell into Chen Yuan's arms and then him hugging her from behind. Shui Wei felt a strange budding emotion blooming in her heart. Meanwhile, over at the Junyu Hotel, Chen Yuan and Meng Lu were busy putting their special skills to the test behind closed doors. The two went all out, unleashing legendary techniques that would make the world tremble. Facing Chen Yuan's relentless, high-intensity attacks, Meng Lu couldn't stop shivering under his rhythm. By the next morning, after an all-night battle, Meng Lu and Chen Yuan were still sound asleep, completely wiped out. Suddenly, the phone started ringing. Chen Yuan picked up, and a woman's voice echoed from the other end. "CEO Shen, it's Fu Zheng from the Guanting Decoration Company. Finally, you decided to pick up the phone." Shen Yuan asked, still groggy with sleep, "What's the matter? Is it urgent?" Fu Zheng replied cautiously, "Sorry to bother you, CEO Shen, is now a good time? I wanted to talk to you about my student." Regarding Su Xiaowei, Shen Yuan answered, "Fine, wait for me." A while later, after a quick shower and getting ready, Chen Yuan threw on some sportswear, put on a baseball cap, and snuck off to the meeting spot. The moment he sat down, he asked, "Calling me so early in the morning, is something up with Shuiwei?" Fu Zheng pushed a matcha latte toward Chen Yuan and smiled. "Yesterday, you transferred 50,000 to her. She tried to send it back, but you wouldn't take it." Chen Yuan grabbed the drink and replied, "Yeah, that happened." Seeing him confirm it, Fu Zheng added, "Don't get the wrong idea. It's just that I saw her looking super down at work today, so I asked her and found out about it." After a moment of hesitation, she continued, "Zhou isn't that kind of girl. What you did is giving her a massive psychological burden. She definitely isn't going to keep that money. You should just take the money back." Hearing that, Chen Yuan turned to her and asked, "You called me here just to talk about this?" Fu Zheng bowed her head, looking a bit uncomfortable. CEO Shen Shiwei isn't some gold digger. If you really want to win her heart, you might need to put in a little more effort. Shen Yuan looked thoughtful and said, "Actually, that money wasn't meant like that." Stopping there, he shrugged it off. "Forget it, no point dwelling on it now. If that's how it is, I'll take the money back." He pulled out his phone and hit accept. A transfer notification popped up instantly. "Your ICBC account ending in received 5,200 yuan at 9:42 on the 14th. Shen Yuan checked the text, thinking to himself that the little brat even added an extra 200 yuan. Probably to cover the stuff he bought for her yesterday. Talk about being stubborn. He turned back to Fu Zheng and asked, "Has Boss Wan been forcing Su Shuiwei to go to other projects to drink with clients lately?" Fu Zheng replied, "Not at all, CEO Shen. Rest assured, Shuiwei's current job is strictly supervising the site at your project." Finishing the conversation, Shen Yuan didn't waste any more time. He took a sip of his matcha, stood up and said, "All right then. Thanks for the hard work. I'm heading out." Watching Shen Yuan walk away, Fu Zheng thought to herself, if Shuiwei could actually end up with him, that would be amazing. Her life would change overnight, and she'd finally be able to live in comfort. Unfortunately, this student of mine has a stubborn streak all her own. As if it's easy to just go all in and give your heart to a guy like that. Hi, women these days are looking for shortcuts more and more. Girls like Tuyet Vi are truly a rare breed. After finishing the chat with Fu Zhengmai, Shen Yuan hopped back into his ride. The moment his butt hit the seat, his phone started blowing up. He picked up, and from the other side, the voice of Du Chang drifted through, soft and sweet. "Shen Yuan, you free tonight? Let's go grab a few drinks at a cafe, shall we?" Shen Yuan flashed a grin and replied, "I'm free. Just head straight to my place." Du Chang hesitated and said, "But my husband might be coming home tonight." Addicted to the adrenaline of that dangerous thrill, Shen Yuan immediately cut her off. "Isn't that even better?" Du Chang paused for a moment before saying, "All right, then come over." Shen Yuan heard that, a devious tone creeping into his voice. "I haven't eaten yet, gotta fuel up before I have the energy to fix your AC, right?" Du Chang caught his drift instantly, and replied, "I'll cook for you." The day dragged on, time moving slower than a snail on a treadmill, but finally, 6 p.m. rolled around. Shen Yuan was already at Du Chang's place, eyeing her as she worked in the kitchen, and our guy chimed in, "So, what's on the menu today?" Du Chang turned back with a smile, "Pig kidney soup with eukomia." Shen Yuan's mind took a devious turn. She actually went out of her way to prep these ingredients. Man, you really can't beat a woman who's already taken. He snuck up behind Du Chang, wrapped his arms around her waist, and whispered, "Have you ever cooked this for your husband before?" Hearing that, Du Chang looked a bit annoyed. "Never, this is my first time. I just looked up a tutorial online." Seeing her reaction, Shen Yuan slid one hand under her top to grab the goods, while the other hand crept down toward her center, asking, "So, what time is he getting home?" Du Chang replied, "Probably around 9 p.m. Hearing that, Shen Yuan unsheathed his weapon from his pockets and slid his sword directly into her wet scabbard, saying, "That means we've got an hour and a half to burn." The sword slid in, feeling a bit tight. Du Chang turned her head, sounding a bit confused. Things feel a little different today, compared to last time." Shen Yuan nibbled on her shoulder, drove his sword deeper, and teased, "Do you like it?" The small kitchen was soon filled with nothing but rhythmic, suggestive noises. An hour later, after their intense study session, Du Chang served Shen Yuan a bowl of that kidney soup to help him recover. He took a sip and said, "Even though it's your first time making it, it's actually pretty fire." Du Chang beamed, "You like it? I can make it for you all the time." Shen Yuan played it cool, saying, "Isn't that a bit inconvenient?" Du Chang insisted, "Not at all, I've already decided to divorce him. I want to chase my real happiness." Hearing this, Shen Yuan put on a serious face to congratulate her. "This is a great move, Lin. Congrats on having the guts to take that step." Deep down, he was thinking, although I'm still down to play the Cao Cao role a few more times, Lin's happiness is still the priority. Editor's note, Cao Cao refers to the historical figure Cao Cao. The saint of adultery loved stealing other men's wives, famous for the quote, "All the beauties in the world are mid to me, only the wives of my enemies get me hyped." Ha ha. Back to the story, Du Chang smiled and said, "Thanks, Chen Yuan. It's because of you that I finally found the resolve," and the favorability meter above her head ticked up to 66. Chen Yuan saw that and reached out to pinch her cheeks. "Don't pin that on me. I'm definitely not the homewrecker destroying your marriage." This move from Chen Yuan somehow made her favorability jump all the way to 69. She replied, "That's not what I meant, you understand." Chen Yuan chuckled to himself. "For me, this is a total win. Once she's divorced, I can officially start dropping cash on her to grind those points." Is Lin's special trait just being a walking favorability boost machine? Next time I swing by to put out the fire, then go out and burn some cash, I should hit 90 points in no time. A while later, right at 9 o'clock, Chen Yuan took off. Just as he started his car, Tang Xianzhong walked up from out of nowhere, eyeing his luxury whip, and started sweating bullets. A glass luxury car? There's no way anyone in our neighborhood drives something this high-end, right? He glances over, spots the driver, and instantly freezes in his tracks. Wait a second, that guy looks familiar. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. It hits him a moment later. Isn't this the rich heir who bought that car at Chen Na's place and kept her as his side chick? Why is he pulling up to my apartment complex? That's sketchy as hell. After thinking it over, he gets out of the car, walks inside to find Du Chang slurping some soup, and says excitedly, "Oh, you even made special soup for me? You're getting more thoughtful every day." Hearing that, Du Chang sneers internally, thinking, "Sorry to burst your bubble, loser, but I definitely didn't make this for you." Just a heads up, the Da Lang reference is a classic folklore meme. Look it up if you want the tea. Without waiting for a reply, Zheng Xianyang sits down, helps himself to a bowl, and asks, "It's so hot in here, why aren't you running the AC? And what's the point of using this little desk fan? It's not like we're so broke that we have to save a few pennies on the electric bill." Du Chang replies, "It's not hot." She smirks internally, thinking, "You're overthinking it. I'm just trying to make sure the scent of Chen Yuan lingers in the room." Seeing her expression, Zheng Xianyang completely misinterprets the vibe, loosens his tie, and says smugly, "Finished with the soup already. I know what you're hinting at. Let me hit the shower, and I'll make sure you have a real good time tonight." He heads straight to the bathroom. 10 minutes later, he struts back to the bedroom, reaches for the door handle, and stops dead in his tracks. Why is the door locked? Wasn't the soup supposed to be a stamina boost for what comes next? What kind of situation is this? Did she fall asleep because I took too long in the shower? He heads back to the sofa, flops down, and grumbles, "Whatever. I gave you a chance, don't blame me for not taking it. I'll save my energy to find someone better tomorrow." Cut to the next morning on campus, where all the handsome guys and beautiful girls are already gathered. Looking over the crowd, Fu Yingzi thinks with satisfaction, following Chen Yuan's suggestions, "I've revised the plan from the previous 11 attempts. We increased the number of guys to 2, and most of the girls are top-tier campus goddesses. Especially these ones." Her eyes lock onto a girl in a flight attendant uniform. Take Senior Ya Yun from the flight attendant program. She's 1.75 and tall, and every guy on campus is obsessed with her. Then she looks over at a girl with a graceful, elegant vibe. That's Junior Ituo, who caused a sensation the moment she stepped on campus. They literally call her the little hot girl. Then there's the girl in the cosplay outfit, the legendary goddess of the cos scene, Jiangman. Her Mai Sarani cosplay hit 200k followers on Douyin. Long Jinghan, the little dragon maiden, is watching them closely too. She thinks to herself, "I messed up, I dressed way too plain." The pressure of competing with these girls is actually insane. The guy standing there is the class monitor from the International Business Department, Chen Yuan's classmate, Yan Song. He looks at these girls and thinks helplessly, "The more I look at this, the more wrong it feels. Aren't these girls the absolute top-tier talent of the school? This doesn't look like a startup venture at all. This is clearly just a man recruiting for his harem. And here I thought the startup plan actually moved Chen Yuan. I'm such a naive idiot." He gets annoyed thinking about it. But the real question is, why did he even put me on the shortlist? Am I supposed to be a eunuch in his royal harem? Damn it, Chen Yuan, this dog-tier move is actually toxic as hell. Looking over the lineup of beauties, Fu Yingzi puts her hands on her hips, looks satisfied, and thinks, "Next, it's time to show off what we've got." Seeing Yan Song standing awkwardly in a crowd of stunners, a guy walks over. "Hey classmate, I'm Mo Zhenwang, glad to finally meet a fellow homie." Right then, Chen Yuan walks up, spots Yan Song, and says, "Class monitor, I didn't think you'd be into startups too?" He replies with a forced laugh, "Boss Shen, I come from a normal family. Obviously, I have to grab every chance I get to climb the ladder." At this moment, the girls finally caught sight of Chen Yuan. Every single one of them had a look of pure worship on their faces. It's Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan has arrived. Chen Yuan then turned his attention toward Mo Zhenwang. "I remember your name is Mo." "Mo, what was it again?" The guy quickly scrambled to answer. "Boss, my name is Mo Zhenwang." Chen Yuan continued. You two passed the preliminary round, mainly because your startup plans are practical, not just some empty, delusional hype. Since you're starting a business on campus, you have to stay grounded and focus on the actual needs of students: food, clothing, housing, and transportation. He then asked, I remember you two, one is a fried snack stand, the other is a fruit stall, right? Chen Yuan quickly replied, yes, that's right. Mine is the fried snack stand. Chen Yuan smiled and said, there isn't a fried food shop on campus, so you're filling a market gap. As long as the taste is good and the price is fair, business will definitely be fire. The kicker is that the location provided by the startup hub is right under the girls' dorms, so class president, your fruit stall has massive potential too. Hearing this high praise, Zhenwang couldn't help but feel pumped. He thought to himself, sounds like we've basically secured our spots. Beside him, Yansong smirked. Given the current gender ratio, our project is probably just here to fill the quota. After all, if the startup hub was just full of women, the drama would be insane. This smoke and mirrors strategy of Chen Yuan's is actually pretty genius. But I don't care as long as I get that investment capital. Just then, Chen Yuan turned back to Zhenwang and asked, Student Mo, I noticed in your application resume that you mentioned being a professional netizen influencer? Zhenwang replied, to put it simply, I run an internet troll army. Chen Yuan asked, you have your own squad? Zhenwang scratched his head and sheepishly laughed, yeah, I have a chat group with over 100 people, we've gone to battle a few times, it's legit. Just as he said that, Chen Yuan raised a hand to cut him off. Alright, that's enough, you two head out first. I still have to interview the female candidates next. He thought to himself, once I have my own company and empire, I might actually find a use for Mo Zhenwang's shady resources. 2 hours later, after grinding through the lineup of beauties, Chen Yuan returned to his campus office and watched Yingzi stack the documents on his desk. He praised her. Good job, little secretary. I didn't have high hopes, but there are actually a few top-tier gems who are both pretty and smart. She smiled and replied, working for the boss, I obviously have to give it my all. Right then, a knock sounded at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Yingzi went over to open the door. The person standing outside was actually Long Jinghan. She looked surprised and asked, Junior, the interviews are over. Do you still have something to talk about? Jinghan said softly, Senior, I have something I need to discuss with Boss Shen privately. Yingzi looked a bit worried, turned to Chen Yuan, and whispered, Boss, what should we do? Shen Yuan replied, you go out first. Yingzi stepped out, and Jinghan walked in, gently closing the door behind her. Shen Yuan finally spoke up, alright, what's up? Jinghan hesitated, her voice trembling with worry. Senior, can I ask, was I rejected? She remembered the interview. She thought to herself that because Chen Yuan's eyes were mostly on the other two during the interview, he barely looked at her once. Chen Yuan replied, you'll only know the final list after the follow-up assessment. Jinghan anxiously asked, so do I still have a chance? Chen Yuan gave a dangerous smile and replied, didn't I just give you one? Jinghan thought, that's right, being allowed back into the office like this. This is the chance. She then began to speak earnestly. Senior, I already have my junior accounting certificate and an international certified accountant license. I'm also in the process of testing for my junior economist certification. Even though I lack practical experience, tasks like bookkeeping, financial reporting, organizing transaction data, and calculating costs for the startup hub are no problem for me at all. Shen Yuan replied, wouldn't it be way better to hire an experienced veteran accountant for jobs like this? Hearing that, Jinghan was completely stunned, having no clue how to respond. Inside her head, she thought, the guys lining up to simp for me could stretch from the front gate to the back gate of the campus, but every single one of them is broke, poor, and useless, not a single catch in the bunch. After waiting 2 long years, she finally managed to hook a whale like Shen Yuan. You only get so many chances to hustle in this life. If you don't make your move now, then when? I, Long Jinghan, am definitely gonna bag him. Thinking that, she marched right up, planted a kiss on Shen Jun's cheek, and purred, I'm definitely way hotter and have a better body than that old accountant chick, right? She then grabbed Shen Yuan's tie, her eyes gleaming with heavy expectations. Smiling to himself, our boy thought, true that, accountants are easy to find, but an accountant who's both hot and has a top-tier body is super rare. Seeing him stay silent, Jinghan dropped her ultimate move, undoing a few shirt buttons to flash her massive twin peaks as she asked, Senior, what do you think? With a smug grin, Shen Yuan replied, your logic is totally solid. Right as he finished, Jinghan grabbed Shen Yuan's hand, placed it right on her waistline, and whispered seductively, Shen Yuan. The second after, the two of them slammed into each other and locked lips in an intensely wild makeout session. Right after that, inside the cramped office, an intense battle broke out, with muffled whimpers and groans echoing through the hallway. God knows what went down, but 40 minutes later, a whole mountain of tissues piled up in the trash can. By this point, the spar had officially concluded. Glancing over at Jing Han fixing her dress, Chen Yuan said, "Be my woman, and I'll make sure you never get shortchanged." He thought to himself, "Can't believe this little dragon lady was actually pure." Before continuing, "Let's go hit the town this weekend." Jing Han turned back with a smile and replied, "Deal." She thought to herself, "Starting right now, I've officially locked down a spot in Chen Yuan's heart. Even if it's small, something is better than nothing," and a favorability score of 61 popped up right above her head. Seeing that, Chen Yuan thought happily, the little dragon lady is finally catching feelings. Nice. 10 minutes later, wincing from the battle scars, Jing Han limped out of the office while letting out a soft whimper. "Ah, it hurts." Spotting her, Yingzi rushed over to support her and asked, "Jing Han, tell me why you gotta put yourself through all that suffering." With a deeply fulfilled expression, Jing Han answered, "Senior sister, I'm totally fine. Right now, more than ever, I can genuinely feel what true happiness is like." Cutting back inside the office. After Jing Han cleared out, Chen Yuan whipped out his phone, scrolling through it while mumbling to himself, "Tomorrow is Friday, the old man's birthday, let's see. The birthday gift I pre-ordered for the old man. How's that car looking? Yup, obviously I gotta treat both sides equally. The gold jewelry that mom likes needs to be locked down too. Tomorrow, I'm gonna make sure those two old folks have the time of their lives." Time flew by instantly to the next day. At this point, Shen Yuzhan's entire family was standing right outside a luxury car dealership. "This gorgeous young lady right here is our boy's little sister." Catching sight of the brand new whip her big brother bought for their dad, Shen Huyan ran over, latched onto his arm, and acted all spoiled. "Dad's new car is seriously so badass. Your little sister wants her own ride too, you know. I can totally take my driver's license test this summer break. What do you think, big bro?" Smiling, Shen Yuan replied, "No problem, at all." Hearing that, his mom chimed in and nagged, "Don't go spoiling your sister rotten, son. She just finished the college entrance exams, and she's already acting wild? She still has a long road ahead of her." Chuckling, Shen Yuan answered, "Come on mom, Hanyan just wants a car, it's no big deal anyway." Urging them along, he said, "Let's roll. The old man is probably already losing his mind waiting for us." Shen Jiangwo hurried into the car and replied, all right, let's head to the hotel first." Shen Shun stepped into the back seat and pouted, "Mom, you don't care about me at all. Thank goodness I still have my big brother." Hearing that, her mom retorted, "Good grief, a young lady is supposed to act like a young lady. This isn't our living room, let's go, get in the car." Meanwhile, over at the hotel's private dining room, all of Shen Yuan's aunts and uncles had already gathered. Seeing that it was past time and Shen Yuan's family still hadn't arrived, a short-haired aunt expressed her dissatisfaction. "Why are they still not here yet? They're the ones who invited us out for dinner. Where on earth is the logic in making us guests wait around like this?" Someone nearby chimed in to agree. "Exactly. If something came up they should at least give a heads up, dragging us here so early. And in the end, they're the ones running late." Fuming internally, she thought, "Sure, my husband Shen Jude borrowed some cash from their family back in the day, but we paid it all back ages ago. Back when they owed us money, we only went over to collect it a few times. But when they paid us back, not only did they act all high and mighty, they even gave Shen Jude a dirty look." Another aunt stepped in to defend them. "That part is actually my fault. Hongquan called me yesterday and asked me to pass along the message, but it completely slipped my mind." Hearing that, Shinjiude's wife scoffed and said, "Well, that just proves they have terrible planning. Why'd they only call your place and not us?" Another relative agreed on the spot. "Right. Since when do family matters require someone else to relay the message for them?" Hearing their toxic tones, the man wearing glasses felt a wave of disgust wash over him. "Look at everyone sitting in this room. Which one of your households didn't receive favors and handouts from my family at some point? The second my family hits a rough patch, every single one of you crawls out of the woodwork to point fingers and talk trash. What a bunch of ungrateful, white-eyed wolves." The man puffing away on a cigarette piped up next. "Second brother's family has already fallen this hard, and yet they're still out here trying to put on airs in front of us. Sounds like his birthday banquet today isn't going to be a very fun time for him." Hearing that, Shen Jiude's wife smiled nastily and said, "Third uncle, later on you're going to have to put on a good show for us." Shen Jude flashed a slimy, wicked grin at his wife's words. Looking at his own brothers acting like this, the bespectacled man let out a heavy internal sigh. Second brother Shen Jude turned to the bespectacled man and asked, "Ayong, I saw you rolling up in a new whip. Must be making bank at the factory lately, huh?" Putting on a fake, humble act, he replied, "Just making some pocket change. You need a luxury ride to look respectable when talking business. Otherwise, I'd totally miss my old car." Hearing that, Shen Yuan sidled right up, poured him a glass of wine, and buttered him up. You gotta take good care of that new whip. Whenever you're free, drop by my shop for a VIP membership. Car washes, ceramic coating, polishing, waxing, window tinting. I'll hook you all up with a 30% discount. A Yang ignored Shen Yuan entirely. He turned to the eldest uncle and said, Big brother, why don't you give second brother a call and ask when they're finally gonna get here? The kids are starving waiting around. It's already ridiculous enough that second brother's family went bankrupt, but now they're acting like royalty, keeping us waiting. Hearing those remarks, the eldest uncle felt a bit displeased and thought, a Yang's wife and Chen Yuan's mom had a massive falling out over some old drama ages ago. Plus, Shen Jue's grades were way better and completely overshadowed their daughter. Only because Shen Yuan's family hit rock bottom are these vultures feeling brave enough to run their mouths like this. Shen Yuan chimed right in to stir the pot, wearing a deeply dissatisfied expression as he complained, did something happen to their family or what, making us wait this long? The eldest uncle advised, let's just wait a bit longer, it's your second brother's birthday today, the guest of honor comes first. Right as he finished, the private room door suddenly swung open. Shen Yuan's entire family promptly walked inside. Old Shen raised his hand with an embarrassed smile and said, so sorry to keep everyone waiting, got held up by some stuff so we're a bit late, I'll gladly punish myself with 3 drinks first. Standing up with a warm smile, the eldest uncle said, you guys didn't keep us waiting long at all, plus it's not even time to eat yet anyway. A Yang's wife chimed in with a sarcastic sneer, it's fine, going hungry for a little while won't kill anyone anyway. Frowning deeply, a Yang snapped back, what kind of talk is that? If you don't know how to speak properly, keep your mouth shut. Turning right back to old Shen, he said, second brother, seriously though, if you're ever too busy to manage your schedule, just let us know and we can send someone to pick you up. He chuckled to himself, thinking, my big brother's house is out of cars, huh? After being stepped on by him for years, it's finally my turn to flex and shine. Hearing these fake polite pleasantries, Chen Yuan smiled and replied, Uncle San, then I'll have to trouble you. I hope you'll show up the second I call you then. His father couldn't be bothered to argue, so he laughed heartily and said, all right. Everyone come sit down, let's get ready to eat. Old Yang saw this, reached into his pocket and thought, this brat has zero respect for me, I guess it's time for me to show off a little. As soon as he sat down, old Shen poured himself 3 shots of punishment wine and sipped them slowly. Opposite him, Yang pulled out his smart key, setting the stage for his flex plan with his new ride. He immediately pretended to stand up, stopping old Shen. Hey big bro, are you really doing a self-punishment round? Drink slowly. Oh come on, nobody here is blaming you. With that calculated move, his car key landed perfectly on the floor. Seeing that literally nobody cared, he turned to Shen Yuan, grinding his teeth. Damn it, Shen Yuan, are you blind? Did you not see my car key fall? Shouldn't you be picking it up for me, right about now? Do you still want me to be a member at your house, or what? Knowing exactly what the fraud was up to, Shen Yuan smirked contemptuously, thinking, damn, you didn't even agree to pay the membership fee earlier, and now you want me to be your free sidekick? Keep dreaming. Just then, someone walked over and picked up the key. It was Chen Yuan, who handed the key back while suppressing a laugh, putting on a surprised face. Oh, Uncle San, you got a new ride? The old guy took the key and replied, that old car was way too outdated, I'd been planning to trade it in for a long time. Shen Yuan followed up, what model is it? Waiting for exactly that, Yang bragged, just an X7, not even that expensive. Shen Yuan decided to play along with the act. He hyped him up to the moon. That's at least 1,000,000 yuan on the road, and you call that not expensive? Uncle San, you're way too humble. The old guy felt even more smug, adopting a high and mighty tone. I just bought the mid-tier trim. It only costs about 1.1 million yuan on the road. Xiao Yuan, maybe you just don't know the industry? I told your dad before, stick to manufacturing. Tourism is way too high risk and unreliable. Shen Yuan kept the flattery coming. Uncle San, you really are a pro. The old guy was on cloud 9, but still kept a straight face. No, just barely making a living. His wife saw this, gave him a nasty look, and thought, this idiot is really acting like a big shot. The acting is decent, but the lack of actual substance makes it look pretty pathetic. Noticing his wife's glare, he whispered, what do you know? Just stop while you're ahead. If they ask to borrow money later, you're the one paying up. At this moment, Shen Yuan turned to his dad and smiled. Old Shen, Uncle San already bought an X7. How much longer are you going to hide your Maybach? He thought to himself, I've already set the stage, feel free to drop the mic, Dad. Old Shen laughed sheepishly. It's just a car, nothing worth mentioning. Hearing this exchange, the rest of the group started sweating bullets, not believing their ears. A Maybach? The family of the second brother? The cheapest Maybach cost nearly 1.7 million yuan on the road. Didn't their family go bankrupt? How could they afford that? The eldest uncle turned to the second brother and asked, you really bought a Maybach? Old Chen patted Chen Yuan's shoulder and smiled. It's all thanks to my son getting me a nice ride. Hearing this, the crowd stared with wide eyes. There's a limit to joking around, right? Do you take us for idiots? Is that even possible? Who here doesn't know Chen Yuan is a total trust fund loser? Plus, he's still in college. The eldest uncle started to worry, thinking, the second brother was always so calm. Did he drink too much from those 3 shots? Right on cue, a Yang speaks up. Big brother, are you kidding me right now? Chen Yuan actually bought this for you? Chen Yuan just lowers his voice and whispers. Old Chen, you're really holding back, aren't you, Dad? Third uncle, what's acting like that earlier and you still didn't clap back? Old Chen finally makes his move, dropping the keys on the table with a loud clack and smiling. Oh, honestly, I told Chen Yuan not to buy me such a fancy car, but the kid wouldn't listen. I mean, who spends 3 million just like that? This car is way too expensive, I tell ya. Hearing that, the whole hall falls into dead silence. Everyone's jaws are hitting the floor in total shock. The ladies are busy doing the math. 3 million? It's that pricey. The guys are all acting the same, eyes wide, whispering to themselves. Dropping 3 million on a car just because. Where is the kid Chen Yuan even getting this kind of cash? Just then, a restaurant staff member walks in and heads straight for Chen Yuan. Sir, is that silver glass parked outside yours? So sorry, you're blocking someone else's car. Could you please move it for a second? Chen Yuan just shrugs and says, oh sure, let me go move it. At this point, all of Chen Yuan's relatives are literally frozen like statues, jaws completely unhinged. A Yang thinks to himself, the second branch didn't just buy a Maybach, they even have a glass. Both cars together are worth over 6 million, right? On the side, Chen Yaode recalls the time he went to Chen Yuan's house to demand money and thinks. So they really did hit it big, I just didn't expect them to be on this level. Thinking that, he grabs a bottle of booze, pours a glass for Chen Yuan's dad, and fawns over him. Brother, congrats! You're the real winner here. Make sure to take good care of that new ride. Whenever you have time, come by my shop for a membership card. I'll give you a 30% discount on all services. Seeing this fake attitude, Chen Yuan's mom thinks to herself, Chen Yaode, how do you still have the nerve to say that kind of stuff? Back then you had zero respect for family, constantly showing up to demand debts, and now you're here trying to sell a membership card? Meanwhile, a Yang's eyes are still glued to the Maybach keys, shocked that his uncle's family has leveled up this hard. He didn't even try to bring up the past. Compared to them, I look like a total nouveau riche clown. And just like that, old Chen's birthday party continues in a super awkward vibe. The crowd that was ready to act all high and mighty got their plans completely crushed. After the party, Chen Yuan waits for Chen Xuan to head out. She says excitedly, brother, you were so cool today. Chen Yuan replies, adult stuff, kid. Let me drop you home first. I've got some important business to take care of. Chen Xuan snaps back, brother, I'm bored at home. I want to hang out with you. I know your important business routine by now. Chen Yuan laughs, nobody gets me like my little sister. Fine, whatever, I'll take you to meet your future sister-in-law. A while later they arrive at Chen Na's cafe. Looking at the luxury car parked outside, Chen Xuan gushes, brother, this ride is sick, how much was it? Chen Yuan calmly replies, 2.73 million on the road, little sis. Chen Xuan is stunned, that expensive? Wait a minute, brother, how do you even know how much someone else paid for it? Chen Yuan keeps his cool. This is your sister-in-law's car, and I bought it. Chen Xuan is left completely shook. No way. Just then, Meng Lu walks out to open the door. She says cheerfully, Chen Yuan, you're here? Come on inside. Seeing the girl following behind him, Meng Lu stops dead in her tracks. This is Chen Yuan. Let me introduce his little sister. Shen Xuan. Just then, Chen Qian and Chen Na ran over, and after hearing the intro, Chen Na chirped, oh, the little sister is here to hang out too? You guys look exactly alike. Come on in, make yourself at home. Immediately, the trio swarmed her, acting like they were competing in a contest for best big sister. Qianqian smiled and said, the little sister is just too cute. Chen Na whipped out a slice of apple and held it out. Eat some fruit, sweetie. Meng Lu brought over a drink saying, hey little sis, want some coffee? Seeing this level of hyper-attentive pampering, Shen Sishuan started sweating bullets. Like, why are these 3 gorgeous goddesses being so extra with me, and why do they sound like they're trying to win my favor? Did something go down? She shot a confused look at Shen Yuan, who was grinning like a total menace, thinking, hold up bro, which one of these ladies is actually my sister-in-law? Meng Lu chimed in, saying, Qian Qian and I heard Chen Na moved into a new place, so we came to celebrate her housewarming. She turned to Shen Xuan and said, let me introduce myself, I'm Lu Meng Lu, you can just call me Sister Feng Lu from now on. Then she gestured over to Chen Na. And this is the lady of the house, Chen Na. You can call her Sister Nana. Shen Xuan's eyes lit up and she turned to Chen Na, asking, so, are you my sister-in-law? Hearing such an out-of-pocket question, Chen Na got super flustered and shot a desperate help me look at Shen Yuan, whispering his name under her breath. Meanwhile, Menglu looked smug, thinking to herself, let's see how you explain your way out of this one. Chen Yuan didn't even sweat it, casually saying, actually, both of these ladies are your sisters-in-law. Hearing that bombshell, Chen Yuan was shook to her core. Wait, both of them? She thought to herself. Is this actually my brother? He's such a troll, and more importantly, how are they all vibing under the same roof like this? Looking at her expression, the three ladies had different reactions. Menglu looked like she was winning the lottery. Chen Na was blushing like crazy, while Qianqian just looked kind of defeated. Shen Xuan still couldn't believe her ears, looking back and forth between the three of them, stammering, Is my brother for real? Both Menglu and Chen Na nodded in unison. That's right, little sis. Hearing that, Shen Xuan turned to her brother and roasted him. You total absolute Chad, you're actually a menace. Shen Yuan chuckled internally, thinking, oh my sweet sister Xuan, this is just the tutorial level, and you're already losing your mind? When the harem roster actually starts expanding, is your brain gonna completely implode? You better start getting used to it now. After the awkward intros, Menglu and Chen Na stepped up. Menglu grabbed Shen Xuan's hand, beaming, Xuan, is there anywhere you want to go hang out? Just tell us, and we'll take you wherever you want. Chen Na added, my little sister just finished her college entrance exams and is heading to Jingxiaya tomorrow. You guys will probably have a lot to talk about. But she's a bit of an introvert. Shen Xuan laughed. Don't worry, sister-in-law, a few days with me, and she'll be totally outgoing, I guarantee it. Qianqian, who had been standing on the sidelines just trying to celebrate a housewarming, was witnessing this legendary chaos unfold. She sighed, thinking, I can't believe they're already acting like one big happy family. I guess birds of a feather really do flock together. In Shen Yuan's family meeting, I'm clearly just the NPC observer. She remembered when she first talked to Menglu and asked, how can you guys be okay with sharing a guy and living in the same house? Menglu replied calmly, men are men and besties are besties. Back in the day, sisters sharing a husband was a thing, so why not best friends? Hearing all this, Qianqian couldn't help but feel helpless, thinking if they're still acting like they used to, why don't they just talk to each other directly? Why does she always have to be the middleman for these two? The kicker is that Shen Yuan is out here spoiling them with supercars, while she doesn't even get a crumb, yet she still has to deal with all this drama. Thinking about it, Qianqian couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. Honestly, these girls are the worst kind of fake besties. Just then, Shen Yuan stood up and said, you guys keep talking, I'm gonna go take a nap for a bit. Chen Na heard this and immediately grabbed Shen Xuan's hand. Huin, your brother is going to sleep. How about we girls go shopping? Let's get you some new clothes, shoes, and maybe some luxury bags too. What do you think? Shen Xuan replied anxiously, even though you guys have god-tier fashion sense, do you think I can actually pull off that level of elegance? Menglu smiled and said, don't worry, Huin, I'll teach you all my pro-level styling secrets. Hearing that, Shen Xuan's eyes lit up. Wow, that would be amazing. With that, the four of them headed down to the parking garage. Suddenly, Mo turned to Qianqian and said, oh no, I left my bag upstairs. Qianqian, wait for me for a sec, will you? Qianqian shrugged and replied, oh sure thing. Saying that, Menglu turned around and headed back inside. 10 minutes of waiting later, Qianqian was getting annoyed. Suddenly a message popped up on her phone from Menglu. Sorry, Qianqian. Just take a taxi first, I've got some sudden business to handle, and she didn't forget to slide over a red envelope for the cab fare. Staring at the screen, Qianqian felt salty, thinking what kind of business could she possibly have at Nana's place? You're supposed to be shopping with your sister-in-law, and now you're sneaking off for a secret rendezvous? Unbelievable. You get to go have all the fun while I'm stuck making up excuses for you to Nana. And the worst part is having to come up with a believable lie that doesn't sound like total brain rot. Meanwhile, back at the house, Shen Yuan had only just drifted off when Menglu slowly crept in and climbed on top of him. She leaned in close, acting all seductive right by his ear. Our boy jolted awake thinking, what on earth is pressing against my face right now? As his eyes adjusted, Shen Yuan immediately realized it was Coach Liu. He sat up startled and asked, are you actually insane? Menglu gave him a thirsty look and replied, they went shopping, it's just the two of us left in the house now. Shen Yuan looked at her and asked, then why didn't you go with them? Menglu pushed him back down onto the bed and whispered, because I wanted to stay here and keep you company. Shen Yuan smirked, leaning in and said, I see, playing the classic bait-and-switch strategy, aren't we? Menglu shed her outer layer, revealing a pair of heavenly assets straining against her bra. She batted her eyes, acting completely innocent. Bait and switch? I have no idea what you're talking about. At this point, Shen Yuan stopped playing around and grabbed her arms, pulling her down onto the bed. Menglu gasped, squealing, oh my hubby, I missed you so much it hurts. Shen Yuan reached down, a devious grin on his face as he asked, I think you messed up the nickname, don't you? Menglu immediately caught his drift and corrected herself. Daddy. Your girl missed you, daddy. As soon as those words left her lips, Chen Yuan's legendary spear rammed straight into her cave of wonders. In the heat of the action, Chen Yuan growled, "Not loud enough. Say it again." Meng Lu's cheeks flushed deep red as she cried out, "Daddy, yes daddy," and with that the battle intensified, the room filled with nothing but their echoes. An hour and a half later, on a busy street, Shen Xuan was carrying a mountain of shopping bags, calling Shen Yuan brother. Sister Qian left early. She said Sister Meng Lu had other business to attend to. Nana and I are almost done shopping too. When are you getting here? Shen Yuan was already close by, so he replied, "Wait for me, I'm pulling up right now." His G63 rolled to a stop in front of a shop and the staff member inside saw it, sighing in pure envy. That's a sick ride, he thought, but as he caught a glimpse of who was inside, his eyes went wide. Hold up. Seeing the person step out, he thought to himself, I recognize that guy, let me think for a second. In his memories, the image of Shen Yuan quickly surfaced, specifically when he bought bags for Le Xiao. The clerk realized, oh right, that's the kid who came in 3 months ago to pull out a massive amount of cash. He wiped out his Huawei, Baiyao, and every credit card he owned just to go to the IFC mall for those bags, and even thanked the clerk profusely on his way out. Thinking of that, he muttered, wait, that dude was a total broke loser just a month ago. How is he driving a G-Class now? What kind of side hustle is he running to get rich this fast? Did he head to the Golden Triangle or Myanmar to start some shady business or something? Outside, Shen Yuan met up with Chen Na and Shen Xuan, and seeing the mountain of luxury goods he smiled and said, looks like I've let my sister-in-law spend way too much money, right? Eavesdropping on the whole thing, the clerk started spiraling into his own delusions. Oh, so he's found himself a wealthy sugar mommy. Man, being young and handsome must be nice. His brain immediately conjured up those classic, spicy sugar baby scenarios. Shen Yuan on his knees, Chen Na lifting his chin with the tip of her designer heel, followed by Shen Yuan playing the good boy, licking her boots. He thought, find a rich older woman, serve her well, and you'll have everything handed to you on a silver platter. Seeing all the bags they hauled out, Shen Yuan broke a cold sweat and asked, why did you buy so much stuff? Shen Xuan replied, it wasn't even me, the sister-in-law was just way too generous. Hearing them, Chen Na stepped in to smooth things over, smiling. Xuan is starting university soon, so she obviously needs some new clothes and bags to flex. I also grabbed a few small gifts for mom and dad, I hope they'll like them. And seeing her actions, Shen Yuan was touched, thinking, I gave Nana 5 million in spending money, but she's so frugal she never spends a cent on herself. Yet when it comes to my parents and Shen Xuan, she's acting like a total boss. As he thought that, Chen Na waved and said, Shen Yuan, I'm heading back to the cafe now. Xiao Chu is having a busy day, she needs the help. Shen Yuan nodded, yeah, I'll drop by to see you tonight. Once Chen Na left, Shen Yuan and Shen Xuan hopped in the car, and seeing his sister grinning ear to ear, Shen Yuan asked, why are you so happy? How much of your sister-in-law's money did you burn through? Shen Xuan was busy testing out her new makeup and laughed. Probably over 400,000, I think. Shen Yuan sighed, you're a princess of the Shen family now, stop acting like you've never seen a few $100,000 before. Shen Xuan leaned on her brother's shoulder, smiling brightly. Oh, come on bro, even back when we had money, mom and dad never spoiled us like this. Not wanting to get too deep, Shen Yuan turned and asked, you know what to tell them when we get home, right? She winked playfully. Obviously, I'll just tell mom and dad you finally found them 2 daughters-in-law. Hearing that, Shen Yuan slammed on the brakes. He turned around frowning. Do you want mom to break my legs? Have you forgotten that mom is the strictest person on the planet when it comes to dating? Seeing his reaction, Shen Xuan laughed out loud. Haha, just kidding. I know what to say, but what are you going to get me for keeping your secret? Shen Yuan replied, didn't you just get 400K worth of gifts? Shen Xuan immediately countered, that was from the sister-in-law, not from you. Shen Yuan's eyes widened. Oh, so now you're trying to extort your own brother? Shen Xuan grinned. Hee, a savvy businesswoman doesn't call it extortion, it's a transaction. Hearing that, Shen Yuan couldn't help but sigh in defeat. Fine, whatever you want next time, just tell me. She cheered in pure excitement, hooray! A while later, Shen Xuan and Shen Yuan arrived back home. Looking at the mountain of bags, their parents were left completely stunned. His mother asked, didn't you guys just go out for a quick stroll? How did you end up with all this stuff? Shen Xuan quickly chimed in with a smile, Mom, these are gifts that my sister-in-law and I bought for you and Dad. Hearing that, the father turned to his son, shocked, daughter-in-law? Son, since when did you have a girlfriend? Unlike her husband's worry, the mother was beaming impressed. What's she like? Why didn't you bring her home if you're buying all this? Shen Yuan smiled. We've been dating for a while. I didn't mention it because the timing wasn't right yet. Shen Xuan quickly added, Mom, she's amazing. She's gentle, thoughtful, and super kind-hearted. Hearing this, Shen parents immediately pulled Shen Xuan aside, bombarding her with questions about their future daughter-in-law. She just giggled and spilled the tea on how everything went down. Watching this scene, Chen Yuan chuckled internally, feeling lucky that it was his sis Xuan there instead of him. Otherwise he definitely would have cracked under that interrogation. His schedule is packed. Tomorrow he's picking up his sister-in-law Xin Yu. He's got a shopping date with his consultant this weekend, and he has to take that underclassman goddess out to trigger some sweet cashback rewards. The startup base review starts next week, and once that project gets the green light, he'll finally bag that mystery reward from Boss Tong. Honestly, he's way too hyped for this. Fast forward to 10 p.m., Chen Yuan has finally rolled up to Chen Na's new place. As soon as she opened the door, he dropped the bomb. "Nana, I'm picking up Xin Yu tomorrow, so I'm crashing here tonight." She agreed without missing a beat. "Sure thing, I just learned some new tricks, and I've been dying to try them on you." She grabbed his arm and dragged him inside. Our boy was intrigued. "What kind of new tricks?" "Just wait, this one will wake you right up." Chen Na smiled and said, "Give me a sec." She headed to the fridge, grabbed a cup of ice water and a cup of hot water, then set them on the nightstand. Shen Yuan's eyes went wide. "Ice and hot water? Nana, are you trying to make sure I don't get a wink of sleep tonight?" She didn't say a word, she just crouched down, and as Shen Yuan watched her next moves, he was absolutely shook. "Wait a minute, what is this?" Chen Na looked up. "Can you feel it yet?" Shen Yuan gasped. "Nana, how could I not? I'm barely holding it together here." Hearing that, Chen Na didn't waste any more breath. She used both hands and went all in on the treat she was enjoying. As for Shen Yuan, he just leaned back, squeezed his eyes shut, and soaked up the bliss. And just like that, another legendary night went down. The next morning, the two of them headed over to Chen Na's place to pick up Xin Yu. Watching her daughter leave, Chen Na's mom carefully warned her, "Help your sister out as much as you can, okay? She's super busy with work, after all." Xin Yu replied, "Mom, my brother-in-law already said he's hiring a nanny for her. She doesn't have to do any chores herself." Hearing that, Mom immediately interjected, "A nanny? Don't waste money like that. We can handle the cooking and cleaning ourselves." "Xin Yu, you need to be more thoughtful and help lighten the load for your sister." Chen Na quickly jumped in to smooth things over. "Mom, Xin Yu is just coming over to get comfortable for now. With me and Shen Yuan around, everything is going to be just fine." Shen Yuan, who'd been standing by, finally spoke up. "Don't worry, ma'am, we'll make sure to take great care of Xin Yu." A moment later, the emotional farewells finally wrapped up. Shen Yuan, Chen Na and Xin Yu piled into the car and took off. Just then an auntie walked up to Chen Na's mom and gushed, "Wow, did your son-in-law get another new car? That looks like a G-Class. Those things cost at least 2 or 3 million yuan. Mom replied, "We don't really know much about that stuff. As long as Nana and Xiao Shen are happy, that's all that matters." She said that, but in her heart, a different kind of worry started to brew. Ever since Xiao Shen visited last time, Xin Yu has been totally obsessed with him. Not sure if that's a good sign or a disaster waiting to happen. Back in the car, Shen Yuan checked the rearview mirror and asked, "Xin Yu, you killed it on the college entrance exams, right? Which school are you aiming for?" Xin Yu blushed. "Right here in Jing City." Shen Yuan nodded. "Nice. Being in Jing City means we can look after you, and your sister already prepped a room for you." At that, Xin Yu's mind flashed back to the time she caught her sister and Shen Yuan playing games. Staying at her sister's place meant, she went bright red and shyly replied, No, I don't want to be a bother to you guys." Shen Yuan brushed it off. "Bother? What are you talking about? Your sister gets lonely at home alone. Just come stay with her." Chen Na chimed in. "Exactly. Your brother-in-law isn't home that often anyway." Xin Yu stared at Shen Yuan, her eyes filled with adoration. He isn't that much older than her. He's super gentle, and thanks to him, her parents are finally getting some respect in the neighborhood. Everything in their family has changed, but why does her heart start racing like crazy whenever she looks at him today? Along with that, a favorability meter started hovering above her head, glowing with a nice round 60. Seeing this, Shen Yuan started sweating bullets, thinking to himself, why is there a favorability stat appearing right now? Did this girl actually catch feelings for me? Or is she trying to bait me into committing a crime? A moment later, the car arrived at the destination. After dropping off Xin Yu and Chen Na, Shen Yuan rolled down the window and said, "Na, take Xin Yu out to play. I've got stuff to do, so don't wait up for dinner." Chen Na waved back in acknowledgement. "Got it. Go handle your business, boss." A while later, Shen Yuan pulled up beneath Le Xiao's apartment building. As soon as he entered the parking lot, he spotted a clown in a car talking loudly on his phone like a total NPC. Not sure what was being said on the other end, but the guy just kept ranting. Meng, give me one more chance. I only made the kind of mistake any man would make. Don't be like this, babe. It's not like I even wanted that to happen. Tell you what, Meng. Come down here. Give me a chance to explain this face to face. Eavesdropping on the drama, Shen Yuan immediately realized this must be Lemeng's toxic ex. No wonder Lemeng gets so triggered whenever she hears about cheating men. That scene at the club earlier where she went off on him, it was all this guy's fault. Already a trash tier villain, and now he's out here stalking her after the breakup. With that thought, a master plan started forming in Chen Yuan's head. Guess I'll have to help Lemeng get rid of this pest for good. I don't need her to be indebted to me, but the advisor will definitely appreciate the effort. Besides, looking out for your girl's peace of mind is just a core part of the grind. Just as he thought that, the guy outside started honking aggressively and yelling, "Learn how to park, moron. You're blocking my car." Chen Yuan couldn't help but think, what's with this guy's main character syndrome? You're already hogging 2 spots like a jerk, so don't expect me to play nice. He rolled down his window and retorted, "What if I park here? I'm blocking you, so what? It's not like the car inside is mine anyway." The guy started popping off immediately. "You're blocking me and you're still talking back? Just because you have some money, you think you're untouchable? Not trying to waste any more time." Chen Yuan cut straight to the chase. "Are you Lemeng's ex-boyfriend?" The guy froze for a second, then asked, Who the hell are you?" Chen Yuan replied, "Take a wild guess, genius." The guy stepped out of his car, puffed up his chest, and barked, "Wait, are you her current boyfriend?" Hearing that, Chen Yuan didn't say a word, letting the clown keep spiraling. After a bit, the guy continued, "Nice, no wonder she wouldn't see me. She's already playing sugar baby to some rich guy, but Lemeng has such a toxic personality, you two are destined for disaster." He adjusted his glasses and sneered, "You don't know, do you? Lemeng dated me for 2 years, and the reason she hasn't found anyone else is because she's still hung up on me. So even if you are with her now, you'll never truly have the real Lemeng." Thinking he's being so clever, right? Feeling disgusted yet? Hearing the trash coming out of his mouth, Chen Yuan thought, this guy is actually hilarious. Isn't this the exact same psychological warfare I pulled on Haojun back at the school gate? Compared to mine, this guy's tactics are strictly bottom tier. He thought for a second and said, "It's fine, I never wanted her whole heart anyway. I'm a simple man, having her body is more than enough for me." Trying to clap back but ended up getting absolutely destroyed instead. Hearing that, the trash tier ex-boyfriend instantly visualized them getting cozy, and his brain just completely short-circuited. Wait, what? After hearing the ex's nonsense, Chen Yuan adjusted his glasses and replied calmly, "Isn't that just total garbage talk?" Seeing his attitude, the guy got even saltier, thinking how he dated her for 2 years in college and couldn't even touch her, but this random dude swooped in and took the prize. He thought Lemeng stayed single because she was still pining for him. What a delusional clown. He's actually more pathetic than a stray dog. While he was spiraling, Chen Yuan casually waved, "Hey consultant, over here, over here." Le Xiao walked over, looking annoyed, and said, "Give me a second." She marched straight up to the ex-boyfriend and said, "Lu Bin, stop showing your face here. My sister is never going to see you again." With that, Le Xiao turned her back on him and walked to Chen Yuan. "Let's roll." Chen Yuan. Lu Bin was left standing there looking like a complete NPC. Wait, isn't he Lemeng's boyfriend? Why does this whole vibe feel so off? And why does he look like a couple with the sister instead? Chen Yuan looked back, gave a devilish smirk, and said, "Poor people shouldn't ask so many questions. Ever heard of having your cake and eating it too? Peace out, loser." What a total bottom feeder. Watching Chen Yuan and Le Xiao hop into the car, Lu Bin still couldn't process the reality of the situation. What the hell was that? Is this actually happening? He shouted in bitter rage, so having money really means you can just do whatever you want and break all the rules? The ultimate Chad move, living the dream with 2 sisters at the same time? That is absolutely unhinged. Back in the car, Le Xiao turned to him and demanded, "Chen Yuan, what on earth was that comment about? What do you mean 2 sisters serving 1 husband?" He grinned cheekily, "Consultant, I just wanted to stop that idiot from bothering your sister. If he ruins her mood, wouldn't that eventually ruin your mood too?" Lemeng blushed, clearly flustered. "Stop talking nonsense, who's your sister-in-law? I haven't even agreed to anything with you yet. But after that total shutdown, I doubt he'll ever dare to mess with Lemeng again. Without that toxic shadow, Lemeng will surely bounce back in no time." Chen Yuan smiled and said, all right, let's stop talking about that buzzkill. Consultant, let's hit up the mall, then grab some dinner and catch a movie." Le Xiao looked worried and replied, "Let's not go to the mall, it's too pricey, I can't afford that stuff. Let's just stick to the budget stores." Chen Yuan laughed, "It's not about the price, I'm buying it for you anyway." Lemeng quickly refused, "No need, I don't want to spend your money, plus you already bought me such an expensive bag." Seeing her hold back, Chen Yuan immediately pulled out the ultimate excuse. "Actually, it's my sister's birthday soon, I want to surprise her, so I need your expert taste to pick out a gift at the mall." Le Xiao looked surprised. "For real?" Chen Yuan smiled, obviously. She replied, "Well, we have an understanding then. If you try to buy anything for me, I am absolutely not taking it." Chen Yuan winked, no problem at all. Though he said that, in his head, he was thinking, "Oh yeah, wait until we're there, I've got plenty of ways to make you accept it." Time jumped forward, and they were already inside a high-end boutique at the mall. As Lemeng browsed the racks, the salesgirl chirped, "Welcome, if you see anything you like, feel free to try it on." Chen Yuan immediately chimed in. "Yeah, exactly, if you like it, just try it on." Le Xiao stopped being so modest and said to the salesgirl, "Okay, could you please bring me a size S to try on?" The sales clerk thought to herself, with those curves, she definitely can't fit into a medium, maybe a large would even be a struggle. A moment later, she brought out a dress and said, "Ma'am, why don't you try this one on?" She guided Le Xiao to a fitting room and added, "This is the dressing area, just call out if you need anything at all." Just as Le Xiao got inside, Chen Yuan's phone rang, and he picked up asking, "Advisor, what's up?" Le Xiao replied, sound flustered, "Chen Yuan, my zipper is stuck, the clerk isn't outside, could you come in and help me for a sec?" Chen Yuan stood up instantly and said, "No need to bother the clerk, just leave it to me, wait for me." He walked right in and said, "Turn around, let me help you." Le Xiao was startled and immediately clutched her chest, saying, Don't come over here." Seeing her reaction, Chen Yuan said helplessly, "Bruh, what are you even thinking? I'm just zipping up your dress and then I'm out." Le Xiao finally turned her back to him. "Just make it quick." Chen Yuan stepped in and reached for the zipper on Le Xiao's back. Seeing her bare back, he couldn't help but zone out for a second, thinking, our advisor really has a top-tier back profile. Seeing him just standing there, Le Xiao urged him on. "Chen Yuan, hurry up and zip it." Chen Yuan started pulling the zipper, but couldn't resist grazing his hand over her skin, saying, "I know you're in a rush, but slow down, advisor, if we break the dress we're gonna have to pay for it." She got spooked and whispered, "Chen Yuan, don't do that, there are people outside." Chen Yuan leaned in close and whispered, "Let me ask you something first. Do you prefer me calling you teacher or advisor?" Le Xiao blushed and replied, "Don't call me teacher, and don't call me advisor, just use my name when we're dating." As soon as she finished, Chen Yuan flicked his finger and snap, her bra strap came undone, making her jump in surprise. "Chen Yuan, you!" Chen Yuan pulled her into a hug and said, "Le Xiao, this is the first time I've called you by your name. Remember this feeling, because I'm definitely engraving it into my memory." They stayed like that for 5 minutes until Le Xiao's common sense finally kicked back in. She pushed him away and said, Stop right there. If you keep doing that, I'm going to." Chen Yuan let go, one hand covering his eyes while the other held onto his own little brother, thinking to himself, "I get it, keep playing with fire and I'm gonna cross the line. It's starting to hurt, seriously, it's getting way too intense. And obviously I can't do anything about it in here." Le Xiao turned her back and urged, "Hurry up and zip it so you can get out." He covered his mouth, coughed slightly, and replied, "I got it." Chen Yuan started zipping it up properly, but then he realized the problem and said, "Le Xiao, your chest is too big, this medium size literally won't zip all the way up." Le Xiao realized, then said, "Wait, you were just Chen Yuan, get out," as she pushed him out of the room. Chen Yuan stepped out still dazed, completely confused by what just happened. A moment later, Le Xiao returned the dress to the sales clerk. The clerk asked, "Beautiful, this style didn't fit? Should we try another one?" Le Xiao replied, "Thanks but no more." They turned and left, leaving the clerk standing there with a giant question mark, thinking, if you're not going to try anything else, why the weird look? Once they were out of the store, Le Xiao said sternly, "Chen Yuan, if you pull something like that again, I'm really going to get mad." Chen Yuan replied with a bitter smile, all right. He then grabbed her hand and said, "I promise I'll be more careful next time, I really will." His bold move actually sent Le Xiao's favorability meter up to 75 points. Chen Yuan smirked to himself, as expected, acting a little shameless, really does boost the Riz points. This scene was spotted by the girls from the bag shop where Chen Yuan and Min Hui had been earlier, and one said, "Oh, isn't that Mr. Chen? Already got a new girlfriend? What a player, that's like the third one now, right?" The person next to her replied, "Not just that, it's actually the fourth one. Did you forget that the first one was Miss Chu?" The girl heard that and replied, "Isn't Miss Chu already hooked up with someone else? She and Mr. Shen are definitely not a thing anymore. Besides, I don't think she's been around here for quite a while." The girl next to her sighed and said, "Every time I see Mr. Shen I regret choosing Miss Chu back then so much." In her head she started picturing Chen Yuan flexing his black card and blowing hundreds of thousands like a boss. Then she called out in a soft voice, "Mr. Shen, bring your new girlfriend inside, give me a chance. I'll do whatever it takes to serve you well." The girl beside her looked at her with pure disgust, thinking, finally feeling the regret now, huh? But honey, there's no such thing as an apology pill in this world. Over on the other side, Shen Yuan and Le Xiao had just arrived at a restaurant. Shen Yuan looked inside and said, "Le Xiao, let's go grab some hot pot." Le Xiao smiled and replied, "Sounds good." With that, the two walked in and snagged a table. Shen Yuan turned to the server and said, "Waiter, we're thirsty. Hook us up with 2 iced fruit drinks first." Then he glanced at Le Xiao, grinning sneakily to himself. "Thanks to Hui Hui's XP stash, I've finally leveled up my game." Dealing with stuff like this doesn't even require asking Le Xiao anymore. If she can't handle the cold, she'll naturally ask to switch to something else. But if she can handle it, then today is gonna be A moment later, the table was absolutely loaded with food. Le Xiao asked softly, Chen Yuan, summer break is coming up. Do you have any plans? Chen Yuan smiled and replied, the plan is to spend all my time with you. Le Xiao heard that and said seriously, stop spouting nonsense. I heard the startup incubator has almost finished its selection process, right? Everyone's been gossiping about your little project all over campus lately. The whole school probably knows who you are by now, right? Getting hit right where it hurts, Chen Yuan started sweating, thinking he better change the subject ASAP. The more Le Xiao understands, the higher the chance I'll get exposed. Among the selected, even though 2 are guys, the rest are the school's top-tier goddesses, so he replied, I don't know, I don't really care about all that stuff. Oh right, that textbook you gave me earlier, I've already memorized all the key points. Le Xiao was stunned when she heard that. The whole thing? That fast? Chen Yuan nodded and replied, yup. Then he asked, I also need to study human resource management. Do you have the textbook for that on you? Le Xiao replied, I do. Chen Yuan immediately seized the opportunity. In that case, I'll come by your place tonight to pick it up. Hearing him say that, Le Xiao asked in surprise, is it really that urgent? Chen Yuan put on his best innocent face and replied, it's info I need for the incubator project. Better to prep as much as I can, as fast as I can. He was scheming internally, thinking, actually, her favorability points shot up back in the fitting room. Gotta strike while the iron is hot and lock it down. Le Xiao listened to his logic and said, fine, but don't try anything funny at my place. My sister is home. Chen Yuan dropped some meat into the hot pot, looking dead serious as he replied, you know my character, I'm a saint. Hearing that, Le Xiao remembered the previous times and couldn't help but blush, saying, that line again. Just then, the waiter brought the drinks over and placed them on the table, saying, sir, miss, here are your drinks. As soon as she saw the drinks, Le Xiao turned to the waiter and said, iced drinks? I can't drink these. Could you please swap them for something hot? The waiter happily replied, of course, miss. Seeing that, Chen Yuan felt a bit let down, thinking, looks like tonight isn't going to be as smooth as I hoped. Oh well, time to grind favorability points with some other NPCs then. Thinking about this, Chen Yuan mentally scanned through his harem and told himself Na needs to go see her sister-in-law. And Hui Hui is dealing with her time of the month anyway. Coach Liu has blown past 90 favorability points and is still climbing, but now our boy has to focus on Ms. Lin and the dragon girl. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Just on cue, Chen Yuan's phone starts pinging. It's Long Jing Han. She texts him, what are you up to? I've been missing you. Chen Yuan smirks, thinking, speak of the devil indeed. I haven't messed with her since I left her in tears last time, so this is perfect timing. He replies, just having dinner, I'll come pick you up in a bit. Jing Han reads it and shoots back. Where should I wait for you? Chen Yuan answers, the usual cafe, I'll text you the time later. Seeing her response, Chen Yuan thinks to himself, gotta love this smart little underclassman. She knows we can't go public, so she's already finding discreet spots. Noticing he's glued to his phone, Le Xiao turns and asks, Chen Yuan, is something super urgent coming up? Your food is getting cold. Finish eating first before you get back to work. Chen Yuan replies, something just popped up. I'll drop you off after we eat, and I'll grab those documents another time. Le Xiao nods, right, business first, I get it. An hour later, Long Jinghan is already at the rendezvous point. After dropping off Le Xiao, Shen Yuan pulls up, and Jinghan hops in immediately, asking Shen Yuan, where are we going? Shen Yuan drops the bomb, straight to the hotel. Hearing that, Jinghan fumbles with her seatbelt, feeling a bit conflicted. She's not as traumatized as last time, but being treated like a glorified side piece still stings. If only there was a shred of genuine emotion between us, that would be heaven. Fast forward, and the two of them are already in the hotel room. As soon as they enter, Shen Yuan pounces like a beast and tears her top right off. She panics, covering her assets and whimpers, Shen Yuan, can you be a little more gentle today? Can you please not treat me like this? She thinks bitterly, even if we don't have a real relationship foundation, this kind of treatment is just straight up unfair. Shen Yuan doesn't say a word, just coldly pushes her down onto the bed. That's the final straw, and tears start streaming down Jinghan's face as she chokes out a sob, while Shen Yuan thinks to himself, man, I'm really pushing it harder than last time. Right then, Shen Yuan leans in close and kisses her cheek. He gently wipes away her tears and says softly, just trying out some roleplay, you okay? Jinghan asks, shocked. Roleplay? Shen Yuan laughs, yep, you know, the whole domineering CEO and the good girl dynamic. Jinghan finally lets her guard down and bursts into tears, saying, could you have at least warned me? I thought you were just naturally like that. Shen Yuan strokes her cheek comfortingly, adding, next time I'll give you a heads up, but honestly your reaction is kind of addictive. Jing Han then says, "But you ripped my clothes. How am I supposed to go back to campus tomorrow without anything to wear?" Before she can finish, Chen Yuan leans in and seals her lips with a kiss, saying, "Relax, I already had people bring new ones. You think I'd let my woman go around without clothes?" The rest is rated R, so I'll leave the details to your imagination. 2 hours later, the main event finally wraps up. Chen Yuan hands his phone to Jing Han, saying, "Hey Junior, check out these new designer bags and clothes. Someone will drop them off at your room first thing tomorrow." Jing Han gasps in surprise. "Wait, all of this?" Chen Yuan nods, obviously. "Don't worry about the price tag. Just pick whatever you like, seriously." As she scrolls through, Jing Han thinks, being rich is insane. Not only can he force shop assistants to work at 11 p.m., but he can buy anything without even looking at the bill. This dreamlike feeling is just surreal. She looks at Chen Yuan, feeling like she's hit a major life milestone, and thinks happily, out of all the girls orbiting him, I've actually made it this far with Chen Yuan. I must be one of the special ones, right? Just as he was thinking this, Chen Yuan's phone started blowing up. It was Min Hui. Chen Yuan smirked, thinking, Hui Hui really out here playing inspector, huh? He grabbed the phone from Jing Han's hand and held a finger to his lips, signaling her to zip it. Shh! As soon as he picked up, Min Hui's voice rang out from the other side. "Hello, Yuanbao, why haven't you called me in a few days?" Chen Yuan stood up, hopped off the bed, and replied, "I've been super busy lately, you know how it is." Min Hui whined back, "But I miss you so much. When are you coming to see me?" Chen Yuan strolled into the bathroom and answered, "Aren't you still in your cycle right now? I probably can't make it until Monday or Tuesday." Hearing this, Min Hui giggled. "Ugh, you're the worst. I have to wait that long? That's gonna be so hard. Anyway, you better be a good boy while I'm gone." Chen Yuan chuckled and replied, "Yeah." Sitting in the back listening to this convo, Jing Han felt a bit salty, sulking as she thought, Chen Yuan really knows how to handle his women. Will he ever treat me the same way? Just as she was spiraling, Chen Yuan called out from the bathroom. "Hey, come in here and give me a hand." Jing Han hurriedly grabbed a robe, threw it on, and rushed inside. As soon as she poked her head in, Chen Yuan barked, "Why are you wearing a robe? Take it off." Jing Han felt a jolt of panic, her voice barely a whisper. "Can you not be so aggressive for once?" Chen Yuan let out a mischievous grin. Hey, it's just roleplay, baby. How are you already forgetting the script?" And just like that, the two of them went for another round. Time skipped to the next morning, and after Chen Yuan headed off to train with Coach Liu, two store clerks showed up with some goodies, fawning over Jing Han. "Ms. Long, are you satisfied with these? If not, I can run back to the shop and grab some different ones." Jing Han replied with a stone-cold expression. "No need, thanks, everything fits perfectly." She checked herself out in the mirror, thinking, Chen Yuan paid for all of this and had it delivered. Total damage was 112,000 yuan. Is my dream life really just starting to manifest like this? But now that I actually have these things, I find myself caring more about Chen Yuan's intentions. Does he actually have feelings for me? Will he always be this gentle with me? Things are getting complicated, fast. At the same time, a notification dinged on Chen Yuan's end. Ding. Long Jing Han's favorability points have increased unexpectedly. Spending triggered a 4x critical hit, successfully banking 448,000 yuan. Checking the notification, Chen Yuan thought, who knew my junior student had such a high crit rate? She's a top-tier NPC candidate. Very nice, I need to put in more effort to level up our relationship. Aside from roleplay, what else should we try next? A while later, after leaving the hotel, Chen Yuan arrived at the gym, and seeing him grinding so hard, Meng Lu handed him a water bottle, looking concerned. Isn't it just a slight delay? Do you really need to push yourself this hard? Here, drink some water. Chen Yuan took the bottle, sipped it, and pulled up his stat panel. Weight 73 2 kilograms. Health 71, BMI 28, body fat and 5, MD 71, brain activity 72. He sighed, thinking, I'm working like a beast, but the stats are barely moving. Body fat dropped a measly 0.2% and weight is stagnant. I've only got half a month left on this celebrity trial card. Looks like I need to ramp up the training. He turned to Meng Lu and said, starting tomorrow, we're cranking up the intensity and adjusting the diet plan. The weight gain is still way too slow. She nodded instantly. Got it. Chen Yuan then said, let's go, let's head upstairs and shower. A few minutes later, the two of them were back in the room. Meng Lu looked at Chen Yuan, her voice low and sultry. Wow. Papa Ba, you seriously get more handsome every time I look at you. Chen Yuan wiped his head with a towel and chuckled. Little succubus, why are you being so sentimental all of a sudden? Stop playing games, spill it. What kind of trouble are you trying to stir up now? Meng Lu leaned in close, tugging on Chen Yuan's shirt, her eyes sparkling. What are you talking about? I'm just hungry. As she spoke, she reached out for the sausage. Chen Yuan rubbed his chin. That deserves a reward. Show me what you've got. Just like that, Chen Yuan stood staring out the window, eyes half closed, soaking it all in. Time flew by like a stray dog in a field, and in no time the next day arrived. Chen Yuan had already arrived at the investment signing ceremony for the startup project, held in a small auditorium. Watching Chen Yuan standing on the podium in a crisp shirt and tie, Le Xiao's eyes were full of admiration. It's my first time seeing him dressed this formal. He looks completely different from usual, a total contrast to those pot-bellied executives. Suddenly, a middle-aged teacher leaned in and whispered, "Teacher Le, your class is something else. You've got a student who's both loaded and a total hottie. I heard half the girls in the school are already simping for him. Has he found a girlfriend yet?" Put on the spot, Le Xiao blushed and stammered, I'm pretty sure he hasn't." The teacher looked surprised and asked, Wait a minute, why are you blushing?" Le Xiao felt even more flustered. Is it that obvious?" At that moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the stage, where Chen Yuan was signing a giant check to donate to the school. The teacher glanced at Le Xiao, probing further. "Still nothing? Don't tell me you've got the hots for your own student?" Le Xiao quickly denied, "No way, stop talking nonsense." Seeing her still denying it, the teacher decided to stir the pot a bit more. The way you were looking at him just now, your eyes were practically glued to him. Honestly, you guys are a perfect match. Talented guy, beautiful teacher. What's the harm in a little teacher-student romance?" Meanwhile on stage, Chen Yuan was handing over a giant check representing 10 million yuan to the school. Cameras were flashing like crazy, capturing every single angle of the moment. The old principal turned to Chen Yuan with a beaming smile. "Student Shen, thank you for your generous support." Chen Yuan smiled politely. "Principal Shu, you're too kind. After all, I'm an alum of the Diplomatic Academy. It's the least I can do." After the handover, Principal Shu shook Chen Yuan's hand vigorously. "Besides this project, the school has several other ventures that need a push later on. If you think they're a good fit, I hope you'll continue to partner with us." Chen Yuan smiled back. "If the projects align, I'll naturally consider them." Turning to the reporters, Principal Su added, "Hey, you guys with the cameras, make sure you get Chen Yuan's good side, write some feature stories and get them published. Remember this, we need to build him up as the pride and joy of our Diplomatic Academy." The group responded in unison, "Will do, Principal Shu." Chen Yuan looked toward the cameras, waving as he thought to himself. Looks like Principal Shu is already clearing the path for the future. But does he really think I'm that easy to exploit? If it wasn't for the system's fame mission and the school's top-tier waifus, I wouldn't have bothered investing a single cent in this startup zone. Behind the scenes, Principal Shu turned to the teacher next to him and asked, "Does this Chen Yuan have any other status?" The teacher replied, "No sir, he's only in charge of the startup zone." Principal Shu replied, "Oh really? Then we should make him our prime example. Put him down for the school's AAA Student Award this year. And add him to the list of nominees for the school's Outstanding Student Award as well." As he said this, he looked at Chen Yuan's back with a satisfied grin. The teacher whispered, "But his academic performance is terrible. He hasn't attended a single class all semester. He's definitely going to fail." Principal Shu chuckled, "No big deal, that's barely a problem. The criteria for these titles aren't just about grades, you know. Raw talent is just as important. Especially since this kid isn't just a big deal on campus. But he's gonna be a powerhouse in the inter-university leagues." The teacher bowed low, practically worshipping the ground. "Principal, you've got the vision. Your foresight is truly top tier. I get it now. I'll get right on it." After the speech and the trophy ceremony, Chen Yuan hopped off the stage. A reporter girl spotted him and rushed over. "Student Shen, hold up a sec." She flashed her press badge. "I'm Zhanai, an intern reporter from Jingcheng TV. We're doing a feature on the university's top-tier students, and we'd love to have you on the show. You down for an interview?" Chen Yuan didn't even look up from his phone, coolly dropping, "Leave your contact info, I'll think about it." And just like that, they exchanged WeChats. Chen Yuan scanned the crowd and spotted his academic advisor heading his way. "If she gets the wrong idea about me and this reporter, I'm cooked. Gotta keep it professional and stay out of the drama." He turned on his heel. "Just hit me up on WeChat for the details, I gotta bounce." Zhanai couldn't help but ask, "You're not down for a dinner, Student Shen?" Chen Yuan didn't miss a beat. "No can do, got stuff to do tonight, see ya." Hearing that, Zhanai felt a bit salty, unlike our guy who was totally unfazed. Standing under the death stare of Le Xiao, he felt like he was dodging a bullet. Watching the whole scene, the lady next to Le Xiao couldn't help but comment, "Teacher Le, your student doesn't seem like the Ling Nong type, right? A pretty reporter like that, and he just ghosted her dinner invite." Le Xiao didn't say a word, just a subtle, satisfied smirk playing on her lips. Cut to later, Chen Yuan is back at his school office, and he's immediately handed a stack of files. Jing Han is there too, already settling into her role as the office accountant. Yingzi reported, "Boss, after yesterday's secondary selection, here is the shortlist for the incubator program. We've got 2 guys, Yan Song and Mo Jinwang, and 5 girls, Dan Ji Nancy from the Japanese department, Lu Xinyu and Shi Zhihuan. plus Bai Yawen, the traditional dancer, and the flight attendant major, plus 2 freshmen, the Xinjiang girl Ai Tuo and cosplay enthusiast Xiao Lei. She glanced over at Jing Han as she finished the list. Jing Han and I have crunched the numbers, and the equity split is broken down into 3 phases. First, as the investor, the school gets 70% and the startup founder gets 30%. Jing Han stood up to explain. Second, after recouping the initial investment, we'll transfer 20% back to the students at the valuation price. Third, once the project hits a 5x return on investment, we'll transfer another 20% equity to the students at the valuation. The final split will be 70% for the students and 30% for the investor. Chen Yuan flipped through the file, checking the specs. He thought, I'm investing in this incubator to boost the school's rep, not for the pocket change. I wasn't even planning on making a huge profit anyway. This equity deal is a solid way to keep the students grinding. Yeah, this works. Plus, landing these 5 campus goddesses is basically a legendary double kill. With that in mind, Chen Yuan looked at Yingzi. Is the Japanese department's Lu Xinyue scheduled to talk to me today? Yingzi nodded. Yep, I'll send her in right now. Right on cue, a gorgeous girl walked in waving, Hey Chen Yuan, nice to meet you. Seeing her, Chen Yuan was stunned. His brain did a double take, thinking, damn, a mature, intellectual beauty like this? That's some high-level riz I can't even handle. Seeing him zoned out, Xinyue tried again. Chen Yuan, hello? Still no response, so Xinyu felt a bit awkward. Hey Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan snapped back to reality and laughed. Ah, sorry senior, let's stop standing around. Have a seat and let's talk. As soon as she sat down, Chen Yuan asked, so your plan is a campus supermarket, and eventually scaling it into a chain like Meidonglai? Xinyu replied, you could say that's my ultimate dream. Chen Yuan leaned in closer and asked, so, what exactly makes the Donglai model so successful? I want to hear your take on this, senior. Han Yue smiled and replied, I think the real issue boils down to how they split the profits. The owner is actually willing to share earnings with the staff, which builds a massive reputation when you're scrapping with competitors. They lean on absolute cheat codes like low prices, top-tier service, and actual decent employee benefits. This move has basically squeezed the living space out of every other supermarket in the market. Chen Yuan thought to himself, the Donglai case study was explained in insane detail in the Hong Kong business program. Looks like senior has done her homework, but it is time for me to flex a little. He replied, exactly, though it's not just about industry competition. It's about their service management, corporate culture, their supply chain, and even the backing they get from the local government. It's the perfect storm of timing, location, and people, but trying to replicate that model in other cities is basically playing on extreme difficulty. Han Yue nodded, and Chen Yuan continued, your mindset is pretty bold though. We should definitely try working on something together. Anyway, let's talk about something else. Since you're studying Japanese, have you considered working in translation or at a high-end foreign firm? Han Yue's eyes turned thoughtful as she answered, honestly, my parents picked this major because they work for a Japanese company. I didn't know any better back then, just kind of sleepwalked into it. Chen Yuan asked, so how's your actual Japanese? Han Yue smiled, it's decent. I've got the JLPT, the JTST, and even the level 8 Japanese professional certificate. Chen Yuan pressed. So that means communicating with native Japanese speakers is a total breeze for you, right? Han Yue replied, daily conversation is basically effortless for me. Hearing that, Chen Yuan instantly started daydreaming about being surrounded by cute Japanese girls. This is gold. First, senior already has S-tier stats, and second, once we get close, I can use her as a bridge to expand my business empire into Japan. By that time, being able to roam around a world filled with cherry blossom waifus, that level of happiness is literally unimaginable. Back in the boys' dorm at Chen Yuan's room, a guy rushed in, yelling, Old Huang, Old Cao, I still don't get why my project got rejected while Yansong sailed right through. Old Huang was just chilling on his chair playing with his laptop and asked, what was your project anyway? The guy pulled out his documents and replied, a sexy lingerie shop, think of all the couples and foreigners, the market is huge. Old Huang immediately turned around and roasted him, are you actually brain damaged? Who opens a sexy lingerie shop inside a university campus? Let me ask you, if that store actually existed, who would be brave enough to walk in? Who has a thick enough face to pull that off? Old Cao spoke up, it honestly has nothing to do with your project. Getting into the boss man's startup incubator depends on your gender. The guy asked, but if Chen Yuan only picks girls, why did Yan Song and another dude get in? Old Cao replied helplessly, are you stupid? Those two are obviously just there to fill the quota. The guy asked, if that's the case, why can't the filler be me? Hearing this absolute clown show, Huang Haibao was rendered completely speechless. This dude is truly beyond saving, he has zero self-awareness. I haven't even made it in yet, and you think it's your turn? What a total loser. Just then Old Cao held up his phone and said excitedly, you guys need to see this. The school feed is talking about the boss man signing the contract with the principal, and you gotta admit, his new style makes him look like a total Chad. Man, this guy, ever since he got that special privilege with every girl on campus, he's totally forgotten about his brothers. He hasn't even been back to the dorm in forever. The other guy looked at the phone and said, if I were him, I wouldn't come back either. What's so fun about hanging out with a bunch of dudes? Isn't it way better to swap a new girl every day? But honestly, if he came back to the boys' dorm now, all the guys from other classes would be green with envy. Old Huang turned around and asked, huh? Why? He turned back and replied, they're on the list for the startup incubator, bro. He's already bagged all 5 campus goddesses, basically crushing the dreams of every single nerd on campus, right? Hearing that, Huang Haibao found the logic sound, sighed, and said, third brother is actually cracked. Old Cao chimed in as well. If you had his kind of cash, you'd probably be showing off even harder than he is. That lucky bastard third brother, I wonder how much he's living it up right now. Back in Chen Yuan's office, our boy was still chilling right next to Chen Yuan. He pushed aside thoughts of expanding into the land of the rising sun and getting with those cherry blossom waifus, telling himself, I'll deal with that stuff later. For now, the first step is to lock in a solid relationship with the senior, he thought, then said aloud, so why don't you say a few things in Japanese for me to hear? Chen Yuan turned to him and asked, Chen Yuan, what exactly are you trying to listen to? Chen Yuan replied, whatever you want, I'm easy. Chen Yuan took the bait and started showing off with some basic Japanese phrases. What does konnichiwa mean? Chen Yuan asked. Chen Yuan replied, it means hello. Chen Yuan said, give me another one. Chen Yuan immediately said arigato. Chen Yuan asked, what about this one? Chen Yuan replied, that means thank you. Chen Yuan kept the pressure on. Any more? Chen Yuan read out a phrase. Suzukete kudasai. Chen Yuan asked, what's that? Chen Yuan replied, it means to continue. Hearing this, a wicked grin spread across Chen Yuan's face, and he said, give me something a bit more interesting. Chen Yuan blushed, stammering, I think I get it. You want to hear those lines from those adult movies, don't you? Chen Yuan didn't deny it, leaning in close as he whispered, looks like the senior is quite experienced, huh? So, let's hear one. Chen Yuan covered her mouth with her hand, stuttering, ganbate yo. Hearing that sound, Shen Yuan's ears practically perked up. He squinted his eyes, thinking, that's the goods. I wonder what it's like when things actually heat up. If us guys from Huaxia heard these 2 power-up phrases in our ears, wouldn't we go absolutely wild? He looked at Xin Yue, who was acting all shy. Plus, the senior seemed super cooperative, and things were progressing even smoother than he'd imagined. With that thought, he stood up and said, all right. Senior, let's sign the contract. Little secretaries, get in here. Yingzi and Jing Han immediately brought over a contract and handed it to Xin Yue. Yingzi pointed and said, based on Jing Han's calculations, the investment amount for Senior Lu Xinyue's project is 220,000. Sign right here, and Xin Yue picked up the pen to reply. Sure thing. Watching the scene, Shen Yuan chuckled to himself, thinking the rest is just about observing her field performance for a while longer. Done. Right as that thought crossed his mind, the system notification pinged. Ding, congrats host, you've completed a 10 million investment. The system is distributing your rewards. Seeing the notification, Shen Yuan felt a rush of pure dopamine. Whoa, the industry rewards from the Big Brother system are finally here. I wonder what it's gonna be. I'm low-key nervous. Following that came a ding, task reward received, 100% equity in Jingcheng Jingfu Health Management Co., Limited. Under its umbrella includes 2 examination centers, 3 fitness centers, and 1 yoga studio. Shen Yuan finished reading and grinned to himself. Damn, the system is a savage. This reward is way too generous, just handing me an entire business empire. While he was riding that high, his phone suddenly rang. It was a text from Min Hui. Shen Yuan, I miss you again. Reading the message. Shen Yuan chuckled to himself. Heh. This little girl Hui Hui has great taste. She's always craving it every few days. Then he typed back, come over here, I'll wait for you at the cafe. At that moment Min Hui and Chen Lin were out shopping at a clothing store. Inside a clothing store. Tran Ling leaned in and asked, Min Hu, are you heading out to meet Shen Yuan again? Min Hu smiled and replied, yeah. Tran Ling then held up her phone and said, by the way, have you seen the admission list for the startup incubator yet? There are 5 top-tier beauties on it. Have you thought about going public with your relationship? Hearing this, Minhu thought to herself, that stuff honestly has nothing to do with me, and I couldn't care less. Besides, Shen Yuan not making things official obviously means he has his own reasons, and after being with him, I've realized he's nothing like your average boy. Beneath his playful exterior lies a maturity that completely leaves his peers in the dust. Even though he never talks about his plans, I can just feel that he's destined for greatness. I especially love that side of him. A moment later, seeing the outfit Minhu was trying on, Tran Lynch gasped, Minhu, wow, If I were a guy, I'd be paralyzed just looking at you like this. I'm so jealous of Chen Yuan. That lucky bastard gets the prize again today. Min Hu, now dressed in a stunning outfit, replied, "Stop it, don't talk nonsense." Back over to Chen Yuan, after wrapping up his office work, he headed back to his G63. Two shadows popped up from behind and called out, "Chen Yuan, where are you headed? Can we get a ride with you?" It was the manipulative snake Nok Bin and the tomboy from before, acting all friendly, saying, "We just happen to be heading to Zhenhua Street, could you give us a lift?" Seeing this display, Chen Yuan couldn't help but think, what the actual heck is wrong with these two? Do these girls have no shame? How can their faces be this thick? We've had encounters at the cafe and the small hall. Haven't I been clear enough yet to stop them from having these delusions? Looks like I need to make things even clearer. With that in mind, he hopped into his car, slammed the door shut, and said coldly, "Sorry, I'm not heading towards Zhenhua Street." Seeing his reaction, the two girls looked like they'd just seen a ghost. Nok Bin muttered dejectedly, "He wouldn't even let us catch a ride. Is it really that hard?" The tomboy sighed, "Sigh, that's a billionaire for you. He doesn't even bother to glance at us." Watching Shen Yuan's back grow more distant, Nok Bin thought to herself, "If Shen Yuan is a massive mountain, I'm currently standing at the foot of it without even finding the path to start the climb. In my entire life, this is the first time I've felt this level of failure and helplessness." Meanwhile, back to Shen Yuan. As he drove, he thought, "I've got no brain space to deal with these annoying distractions right now. Once I'm done with my physical training with Hu later, I need to plan everything out carefully on my own. The industry the system pointed me toward happens to be the healthcare sector I wanted to dive into anyway. The key is having a top-tier talent like Coach Liu by my side. I'm sure the startup phase won't be that hard." Thinking of this, he remembered the contract signing with the principal and mused, "My influence and reputation at school are already cemented. I've even started getting interview requests from the capital's TV station. It feels like my career is finally blooming, but this is still nowhere near enough. Using the health sector as a warm-up and then conquering the business world, that's what a real gigachad should be aiming for." That said, the big boss also reminded himself, can't rush the process, everything needs to be done one step at a time. Today, let's just take it slow and satisfy Hu's longing first, shall we? A little later, Shenji 63 arrived at Tran Na's cafe. Stepping out, he thought, Hu said she'd be a while, might as well grab a coffee and wait for her. As he pushed the door open, he saw Tam Vu gossiping away with Chu Thu. Shen Yuan walked in and said, "Tam Vu, make me a cappuccino please." Seeing Shen Yuan, Tam Vu's cheeks turned bright red as she replied, "Yes, of course, brother-in-law." She turned to Tu Thu, stuttering, "Sis Tu Thu, could you please keep an eye on things for me? I'm worried I'll mess this up." Tu Thu was stunned, thinking, wait, why is she stuttering while talking to her brother-in-law, and why is she blushing like that? As if realizing something, Tu Thu broke into a cold sweat. My God, given our boss's lifestyle, could it actually be true? In her mind, an image of the two sisters, Tran Na and Tam Vu, both clinging to Shen Shun appeared, and she whispered, "The elite lifestyle is seriously messed up." A moment later, Xin Yu brings Shen Yuan a cup of coffee and stammers, "Brother-in-law, try this, it's my first time making it." Our boy accepts it and replies, "Thanks a lot." He then takes a sip and says, "Not bad at all, honestly pretty impressive for a first attempt." Hearing this, Xin Yu hesitates for a second, blushes, and says, So brother-in-law, I also learned how to make an Americano, do you want to try that too?" Shen Yuan looks up, smiles, and says, "Nah, I'll pass, I won't be able to sleep tonight if I do." Hearing that, Xin Yu's mind completely glitches, and she blushes, thinking, what exactly is brother-in-law talking about? Can't sleep? The coffee? Right, it's definitely the coffee. She then stammers, "Dear brother-in-law, I'm going back to work now." Seeing her reaction, Shen Yuan just can't help but sigh helplessly. Sure, time flies until the evening and Min Hui texts him, "Shen Yuan, I'm here." Right after, the two of them find a room to get ready for the main event. As soon as they enter, Min Hui throws herself into Shen Yuan's arms and coos, "Yuan babe, I missed you so much." Shen Yuan looks at her affectionately and replies, "I missed you too." Hearing that, Min Hui leans in close, lifts Shen Yuan's face and asks with a thirsty gaze, "Well, you probably don't miss me as much as I miss you, right?" Shen Yuan answers in a low voice, "How could I not miss you that much? I remember every single thing about you." Min Hui pouts playfully and asks, "You just miss my body, don't you?" Shen Yuan chuckles, "Your body is a part of you too, so saying I remember everything about you is technically 100% accurate." Min Hui blushes and says, "You're the worst, but can you go a little easier on me tonight? I'm afraid I won't be able to walk tomorrow." Shen Yuan grabs her waist and replies, "Don't worry, I'll be gentle." And just like that, another wild night passes. The next morning, when Shen Yuan opens his eyes, Min Hui is already gone. She left a note behind. "Yuan babe, sleep in a bit more. I have a morning class, so I'm heading out. Miss you already." Shen Yuan reads it, sits up and thinks, Hui Hui is usually so possessive, yet she didn't mention the startup zone at all. She seems to have matured and become more understanding. That's good. I should go check out that Jingfu Health Center the system flagged for me. Fast forward to that afternoon. In the conference room of Jingfu Health, the executives are all gathered to welcome the new boss. Everyone is super stressed. The CFO thinks anxiously. 2 days ago, the old boss Shi Wenquan sold his shares and dipped. The new boss is probably bringing in his own squad. People like us might get the boot at any moment. On the other side, the CEO is thinking the same thing, wondering who the new boss is going to axe first. Just as they're thinking this, someone leads Chen Yuan into the room. Seeing him, the crowd is shocked. That guy next to CEO Shi is the new boss? He's that young? He looks like he's only 20, and he just straight up bought out a whole massive company? At this moment, Shi Wenquan leads Chen Yuan inside. He gestures and introduces him. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you've all received the notification. I am about to leave the Jingfu family. Thank you all for your support over the past few years. This person here is your new boss, Chen Yuan. I hope you will all continue to work hard under his leadership. I believe Jingfu will have a much brighter future ahead. From now on, President Shen will be leading the meeting. I've still got some stuff to take care of, so if you'll excuse me, I'm heading out. With that he dipped, leaving Chen Yuan all by himself. Our boy started doing the rounds, acting all friendly to win over the squad. Name's Chen Yuan. Today was just a quick handover meeting, so no other work for you guys yet. HR director and finance director, you guys stay behind. Everyone else is free to leave. Hearing the order, the crew cleared out, leaving only the 2 suits. The HR director, Zhang Yu, stood up and asked, Big Boss Shen, any specific instructions for us? Chen Yuan stepped forward and said, I need the company's financial reports for the last 3 months and the monthly HR performance files. The guy nodded immediately. Understood. We'll shoot those over to your inbox right away. Big Boss Shen, anything else you need? Chen Yuan walked over to the desk, pulled up a chair, and asked, How long have you two been running your departments? Director Zhong replied, I've been here for over 5 years. Director Liu chimed in, I've just hit the 3-year mark. Taking in the info, Chen Yuan whipped out his phone and said, Got it, you two can head out now. He thought to himself, managing a company basically comes down to 2 things, HR and the money flow. So, I'll need to keep a close eye on these high-level managers before deciding if they're worth keeping around. But at the end of the day, I really need some of my own people in these seats. With that in mind, he dialed up Z. The secretary in training picked up instantly and chirped, Boss, waiting on your orders. Chen Yuan said, The incubator startup project is pretty much wrapped up. We can hand the rest of the grunt work over to Long Jinghan. She's got the right skills for it anyway. Starting tomorrow, I need you to report to my Jingfu Health Company. Hearing that, Z couldn't help but lose her cool. Holy crap, so our boy really does have side hustles on the low. He's been hiding his wealth like a total pro. She quickly replied, Wait a sec, boss. I've still got 2 weeks before summer break. I have to attend classes every day. Chen Yuan didn't even blink. As long as you don't fail your exams, you're fine. Besides, aren't you supposed to start your internship next October? You can start leveling up your career now. You planning to be a secretary forever? Z got all hyped up and said, Say less, I'm on it. Send me the company address. I won't be a second late tomorrow. Right as he hung up, his phone pinged with a notification. Chen Yuan silenced his phone and muttered, Finance and HR reports are in. Let's see what we're working with. He skimmed through the docs and thought, Not bad. The 2 fitness centers and the yoga studio are actually printing money. Even the worst performing health clinic is at least breaking even. The main issue here is the bloated headcount and all these lazy NPCs, plus they're burning way too much cash on online ads and monthly operations. Nothing a little strategic restructuring can't fix though. No need to go full scorched earth mode until I've got the full picture of the company. Plus, the company is still in the green, so no rush. He stood up thinking, the priority right now is just making sure the key positions are handled by people I can trust. He walked out the door with a smirk, feeling pretty good. Everything's under control. Time to swing by the shop and pick up Su Juewei from her shift. It's been over a week since I last saw that dorky girl. Wonder how she's doing. Walking to his whip, Chen Yuan called Juewei, but the dial tone just kept ringing. He frowned, wondering, why isn't she picking up? Did something happen? Unable to reach Shui, Chen Yuan gave Zheng Mai a call instead. Seeing him call, she asked, Big Boss Shen, you looking for Juewei? She requested emergency leave an hour ago, said something came up at home. Chen Yuan immediately asked, did she say what kind of emergency? Zheng Mai replied, nope. I tried calling her afterward, but she isn't answering either. Chen Yuan hung up and headed straight to Shui's place. The moment he reached the stairs, he saw a whole crowd of people swarming in front of Shui's front door. A huge commotion is echoing down from the upper floor. I mean, it's just a little water leak, right? Is that even a big deal? It'll stop in a second anyway. Why make such a massive scene over nothing? Tong Liao Feng, you're usually toxic as hell, but how can you still be this arrogant after you're clearly in the wrong? What did I do wrong? Whose house hasn't had a water leak before? Are you seriously calling a leak a mistake? Your place has been leaking for ages, and you didn't even bother to give a heads up or fix the pipes. Little Jai went up to talk to you, and you just went off on him. Is that how you treat people in this world? As soon as he stepped in, Chen Yuan froze at the sight unfolding before him. Amidst the crowd, Shui Wei was huddled with her little brother, letting some crazy lady berate them. This kid knocked on my door, without even saying hello. Where's his manners? I'm acting as his dead father's surrogate, so what's the problem with me scolding him a little? Hearing this trash, Shui Wei's neighbor couldn't hold back her frustration. Before the neighbor could spit out a retort, Shui Wei held her back. Auntie Zhang, just let it go. Auntie Zhang turned around, fuming. If we let this slide, she's just going to get even more entitled next time. Appreciating her concern, Shui Wei hung her head and said, please, just leave it. We really don't want any trouble. Ignoring her, Auntie Zhang dived straight back into the argument. Apologize to the kid, he didn't do anything wrong. That lady snapped, apologize? Are you joking? Why on earth should I apologize? Before she could finish, Chen Yuan walked up from the back, voice cold, apologized to the kid. Seeing him appear, Shui Wei was stunned, whispering Chen Yuan. Seeing him, the lady scoffed, I'm not apologizing, period. So what? You haven't even married her yet and you're already playing the white knight? Did you guys already decide to play house without telling anyone? Kids these days have no shame. Chen Yuan turned around frowning, you bullied a child, now apologize. Right as he finished, a voice boomed from the back. Which little punk is acting all tough here? A local thug pushed his way forward, grinding his teeth. Who do you think you are? You want my mom to apologize? He walked up and tapped Chen Yuan's shoulder, trying to sound like a local boss. Listen here, you little brat. Before he could finish, Chen Yuan slapped him so hard his head snapped to the side. Witnessing this, Shui Wei and the crowd were completely shook. Taking a surprise slap to the face, the guy was dazed and stunned, but then his eyes filled with pure rage as he swung back, barking, I'm going to kill you. As the punch flew, Chen Yuan effortlessly sidestepped the swing. Then, fast as lightning, he landed a solid strike straight to the thug's chest. Taking the hit, the guy went flying backward, crashing to the ground, drooling and clutching his chest, gasping. Just you wait, I'm calling my boys right now. He didn't waste a second and pulled out his phone. The moment the line connected, he yelled, Yo, Boss Long, help me out, I just got jumped. On the other side, Chen Yuan pulled out his phone and said, Call away, I'm calling my people too. With that, he scrolled through his contacts and hit the button. As soon as the call picked up, Chen Yuan spoke calmly. Yo, brother you. 15 minutes later, a car pulled up downstairs. 4 hulking thugs stepped out, all carrying blunt weapons in their hands. Within seconds, they marched right up to Shui Wei's door. One of the guys walked over to the blonde dude, puffing out his chest and barking, a Liang, which clown laid hands on you? Hearing his name being called, the blonde dude finally snapped out of it and looked up. Seeing who showed up, he beamed with excitement and shouted, Brother Long, Brother Long. Then he pointed right at Chen Yuan and yelled, It's that guy right there. Over here, witnessing the chaos, Shui Wei said nervously, Chen Yuan, maybe we should just call the cops? Aunt Zhang chimed in, nodding in agreement. That's right, fighting isn't going to fix anything. We should just let the police handle this dispute. Right on cue, the guy they called Brother Long sauntered over, puffing on a cigarette and sneered, Hey, you the one who beat up my boys? Chen Yuan glanced over, his face totally blank, and said calmly, Don't rush, the person I called is arriving any second now. No sooner had he finished his sentence than the sound of police sirens wailed from downstairs. Brother Long's lackey saw the flashing lights and panicked, screaming, Boss, the cops are here. Brother Long turned pale and snapped at Liang. Damn it, Liang, if you already called the cops, why the hell did you drag me into this? Liang looked just as confused, stuttering, I don't know, man. He said he was calling people too, so I just assumed he meant the underground muscle. Hearing that, Brother Long cursed under his breath, what a bunch of absolute morons. A moment later, an officer walked up the stairs, saw Brother Long and sighed, Li Wenlong, why are you always at the center of trouble? What are you doing here this time? This man was the deputy captain of the Qian precinct, Shen Yu, who just happened to be Chen Yuan's cousin. Brother Long's face instantly switched to puppy dog mode, and he chirped, Captain Shen, I'm not doing anything, just stopping by to watch the drama. Shen Yu wasn't buying it and countered, watching the drama? Since when do you bring a whole squad of thugs just to watch the drama? You stand right there and don't move while I get the details. With that, he pulled Chen Yuan aside and whispered, Hey kid, what exactly is going on here? Chen Yuan started breaking down the entire situation for Shen Yu from start to finish. Realizing the situation had gone south, Li Wenlong turned to A Liang and hissed, These two look exactly alike, they're clearly family, you idiot. You told me to come here for a fun time? Are you actually brain dead? Liang looked like he wanted to vanish, stammering, "Sorry, Brother Long, I had no idea this kid had connections like that. I just saw he had some cash and thought I could shake him down for some pocket money." Li Wenlong growled, "Sort it out yourself then, I'm washing my hands of this disaster." Back on the other side, after hearing the story, Shen Yu playfully punched Chen Yuan on the shoulder and said, "Nice work, you trying to play the hero saving the damsel in distress?" Shen Yuan chuckled. "It's called standing up for justice, Captain. You guys should probably be giving me a Medal of Honor for this." Shen Yu turned serious and asked, "Jokes aside, tell me, how do you want to handle this? Do you want me to haul every single one of these guys down to the station for questioning?" Shen Yuan smiled and said, "Can we keep it simple for now? If that lady apologizes to the kid and actually fixes the water leak, I'm willing to let it slide." Shen Yu nodded. "Got it, I'll handle the rest." The captain started playing mediator between the two sides, while throwing in a few stern warnings for Li Wenlong and his goons. Listening to the lecture, the whole group could only nod like bobbleheads, not daring to utter a single word of protest. The woman who was just talking trash before had no choice but to approach Xiao Jie, bowing her head and apologizing. "I'm sorry, Xiao Jie, I was a bit out of line earlier. Don't take it to heart, okay? I'm sorry." Seeing her, Xu Jie scrambled behind his sister's back, trembling in fear. Shen Yu waved his hand. "All right, that's enough. Get moving and go fix that water leak." Liang scrambled up the stairs, saluting, "Yes, Captain Shen." The woman followed suit, shouting, I'm going. I'll have it done in a flash." "You can count on me, Captain," Shen Yu replied flatly. "Just get out of here." Then, he looked over at Shui Wei and whispered, "You little punk, is she your girlfriend?" Shen Yuan kept his eyes locked on Shui Wei, who was busy comforting her little brother. Hearing the question, he jolted and replied, "Not yet, keep it on the down low, alright? After what happened today, they won't dare to mess with Shui Wei's family again. The other neighbors are definitely going to change their tune about the Su family too." Shen Yu didn't dwell on it, turning to leave with a laugh. "Never thought I'd see the day where I'd have something on you, kid." As Shen Yu walked away, Xiao Jie also began to toddle off. Xie Wei finally stood up, turned to face Chen Yuan, her cheeks flushing a light shade of pink. She stammered, Chen Yuan, thanks for today." After all this time, the favorability meter finally appeared over Xie Wei's head, 61 points. Seeing this, Chen Yuan couldn't help but be surprised, thinking the girl was finally catching feelings. Then he said, "How are you gonna thank me? How about a little reward?" Xue Wei was startled by this, nervously replying, "Huh? There are so many people around on the floor upstairs." Chen Yuan laughed. "What are you scared of? It's just a hug. Consider it a friendly goodbye." Facing this request, Xue Wei hesitated, thinking to herself that he actually had a point. She slowly raised her arms and finally pulled Chen Yuan into a gentle hug. That was all he was waiting for. Chen Yuan immediately wrapped his arms around her tightly, thinking about how nice and soft she felt. Xue Wei is seriously packing some heat. Caught off guard by his sudden movement, Xue Wei's eyes widened. "Huh?" Just then, Xiao Jie returned, holding a bag of eggs and saying, "Sis, big brother, Mom told me to bring these eggs down for you. She said it's for big brother?" Chen Yuan sat down next to the kid, took the bag, and asked, "That's a lot. If you give them all to me, what will your family eat?" Xiao Jie innocently replied, "We still have plenty. My family brought over a ton." Chen Yuan pinched the kid's cheek and smiled. "All right, Xiao Jie, from now on, don't call me big brother, call me brother-in-law. Got it?" Xiao Jie turned to his sister confused. "Sis, what does brother-in-law mean?" She was completely blindsided, stuttering like crazy. Brother-in-law? Suddenly, visions of her and Chen Yuan getting married flashed through her mind. Then came the scene of Chen Yuan lifting her veil, whispering tenderly, "My bride, I'm finally yours." Then the scene of Chen Yuan slowly undoing the knots of her traditional wedding dress, while she shyly whispered, "Husband." Thinking this, Xue Wei's face turned bright red, thinking he really wants that. Thanks for watching until the end, bosses. If you enjoyed it, give me a like. Share, comment, and subscribe to the channel to keep me motivated to push out more vids. Also, hit that bell to get notified the second a new episode drops. I truly appreciate the support. See you handsome bosses and beautiful ladies in the next video. A while later, Xue Wei and Xiao Jie walked Chen Yuan all the way downstairs. Before leaving, Chen Yuan suggested they move to a new place closer to her office. Hearing this, a thoughtful look crossed Xue Wei's eyes. She really wanted a better place for her family, but her current salary just couldn't swing it. Sensing her hesitation, Chen Yuan said, "I'll find you a place. Don't worry about the money. I'll cover the rent up front. You can just pay me back once you're making more." Saying that, he turned to leave. Xie Wei quickly called out, "Chen Yuan, I appreciate the offer, but I really can't take your money." Chen Yuan stayed true to his alpha vibes, doing whatever it took to provide. Without saying another word, he hopped straight into his car. Xue Wei stood there feeling conflicted, thinking, he's doing it again. He really has me all tied up in knots. Xiao Jie tugged on her arm. Brother-in-law is gone. Let's head back. Time skip. Chen Yuan arrived at Chen Na's place. Since finding out where his sister-in-law lived, Chen Yuan had been visiting constantly. Seeing her brother return, she hurried to meet him, complaining, "Brother, why are you so late? I'm starving to death over here." Chen Yuan replied, "In the future, just go ahead and eat without me." Chen Yuan pouted, "Sis-in-law told me to eat, but she and Xin Yu insisted on waiting for you, so I felt awkward eating alone." Chen Yuan smirked, "Since when do you know how to feel awkward? If you were really that awkward, how come you're still squatting here without leaving?" Hearing this, Chen Na stepped in with a bowl of rice to save the situation. "If Xuan wants to stay here, just let her stay, she's practically family anyway." As if remembering something, Shen Xuan turned around and asked in a low voice, "Oh right, big bro, when are you bringing the sister-in-law home? And are you gonna bring sister-in-law Lu along with her too?" Just as he was stuffing his face, Shen Yuan nearly choked after hearing his sister's question. He coughed and replied, "Ahem, I'm taking mom and dad on a trip. In a few days I'll find a chance to drop some modern age wisdom so they can gradually accept it." Hearing that, Shen Xuan winked mischievously and said, "No problem, brother, but that's gonna cost you extra." Shen Yuan looked a bit annoyed and asked, "Extra money? Don't you want that car anymore? Once you handle this business properly, I'll help you buy the car." Hearing her brother try to bargain like that, Shen Xuan snapped, "You are such a scumbag, seriously." And just like that, the four-person family dinner ended in happy laughter. Time flew to 12:30 a.m., and that's when Shen Yuan finally headed to the shower. Just as he stepped into the bathroom, he realized someone was already inside, and after a split second of shock, Shen Yuan yelled out in surprise, "Xin Wu!" Hearing the commotion, Xin Wu jumped and looked back. Without hesitation, Shen Yuan turned around, slammed the door, and held his head in despair, whispering, "My sins, my sins." After a moment of contemplation, our boy pulled out his phone to text Xin Wu. "I'm so sorry, Xin Wu, I seriously didn't mean to. The steam was way too thick, I literally couldn't see a thing." Xin Wu replied, "Brother-in-law, I don't blame you, it's my fault for forgetting to lock the door." Seeing how fast she responded, Shen Yuan thought to himself, this girl takes her phone into the shower too. But gotta say, she's pretty much on the same level as Nana. Nana is the brainy one, Xin Wu is the innocent, pure one, and the best part is they're both as understanding as her sister. A while later, Xin Wu went back to bed, still obsessing over what just happened, thinking to herself, "Can't believe my first time being exposed was in front of my brother-in-law, but why am I not angry at all? Instead, I feel weirdly excited and hyped up." Thinking about it, her inner feelings stirred, her heart started racing, and hugging herself, she whispered, "Brother-in-law!" Time skipped to the next morning, and Shen Yuan was already at the Junyu Hotel gym. While working out, he did the math, his weight is super close to 75 kilograms now. Body fat is down to 15.3% as well. Looks like the system's body training mission is almost complete. After a while, Shen Yuan wrapped up his session. Meng Lu quickly brought him some water. Shen Yuan took the bottle and said, "Coach Liu, in a few days, help me check out 2 fitness centers and 1 yoga studio, study their business model, service quality, staff performance, and give me a summary of their pros and cons." Meng Lu asked in surprise, "A survey? Are you planning to buy them out?" Shen Yuan took a sip of water and replied, "I already bought them, but I don't really know the situation yet." Hearing this, Meng Lu was shocked, covering her mouth as she blurted out, "For real?" She thought to herself, even a small gym costs over $1 million, and a big one with a pool is at least $5 million base. If the interior and equipment are decent, that's tens of millions. Can Shen Yuan really afford to buy 2 GM gyms and a yoga studio in one go? At the same time, the system chimed in with a notification. Host has started a comprehensive audit of his assets. Assets shouldn't just be maintained, they need to be expanded and upgraded. Considering the host has proactively decided to upgrade his business, a business mission is now issued. Within 3 months, increase the net profit of Jingfu Health by 5%. Mission Reward 1. All salary and commissions the host earns from Jingfu Health will be triple refunded. Mission Reward 2. The host will receive equity in a mysterious business enterprise. After reading the notification, Shin thought, the system just cranked up the difficulty. The industry is saturated and the competition is cutthroat. 5% looks small, but in reality it's a massive mountain to climb. To boost profits in a short time, I need to attack from 2 angles, cost-cutting and value-adding. Only 3 months left, I need to accelerate the progress. Seeing him zoned out, Meng Lu leaned in close, tapped his cheek and asked, "Skinny boy, what are you thinking about? Why are you just spacing out all of a sudden?" Shen Yuan said seriously, "Regardless of what method you use, you absolutely must infiltrate that fitness and yoga center I mentioned to you earlier." "Get me a genuine and comprehensive report," Meng Lu asked after hearing that. "So boss is asking me to play secret agent now?" She stretched, acting all confident. Alright, just leave it to me." Time flew by to the next day. Inside the office of the Jingfu Health Group, Shen Yuan had already arrived. He picked up a report and thought to himself, since Lulu infiltrating won't be done in a day or two, I'll have to stir the grass to scare the snake myself for now. Thinking this, he said, Director Jia, the fitness and yoga centers of Jingfu are all currently profitable, but the health checkup center you manage is barely breaking even. Don't you think you owe me an explanation? This person was none other than the general manager of the Jingfu Health Checkup Center, Jia Nanshou. Hearing this, he nervously replied, President Shen, there are already many health checkup centers in Xincheng, and a lot of them are in the red. Actually, our Jingfu Health Checkup Center is already doing pretty well compared to the others. Chen Yuan glanced up and asked in a cold voice, Is that so? Jia Nanshou was drenched in sweat and forced a smile, but I have already planned on how to turn losses into profits. I plan to start by expanding our business. I've recently hired some sales elites with wide networks. Just give me some time, President Shen. They will definitely bring in a lot of orders. He put on a confident face and said, As long as we improve the efficiency of our current staff, the profit margin will naturally climb up. Shen crossed his fingers upon hearing this and asked with a light laugh, Oh, if you knew early on that you had to expand the business, why start hiring people only now? Hearing this, Jia Nanshou hurriedly bowed to apologize. You are absolutely right, boss. It was my negligence at work. Recently, the health checkup center had some equipment upgraded. I poured all my energy into that, which led to a mistake in prioritizing my work focus. I will write a deep and sincere self-reflection. Chen Yuan closed his eyes slightly and said in a flat tone, No need for self-reflections. Old Jia, I heard your son is taking the high school entrance exam these days. Which school is he planning to get into? Hearing about his family, Jia Nanshou forced a smile and replied, President Shen, my son's grades are just average. He'll just go wherever he gets accepted. Chen Yuan nodded after hearing this and said, I see. Then Director Jia, you can go back to your work first. Hearing that, old Jia immediately turned around and walked to the door, saying, Yes, President Shen. Call me anytime if you need anything. Once outside, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, wondering inwardly what the president meant by asking about his family situation. That's really weird. Back inside, after finishing his talk with that guy, Chen Yuan thought to himself, Alright, this Jia Nanshou has to be replaced. He scanned the staff list and muttered, Not only is he an old-timer, but he also runs things dirty. There are so many of his relatives in the center, and that's just the stuff on the surface, not to mention the shady income behind the scenes. With that thought, he dialed a number to call NZ. NZ, come to my office for a second. A moment later, NZ arrived. She walked over and asked, Boss, what's up? Chen Yuan laughed and replied, Nothing much, just wanted to ask how working over here is treating you. Are you adjusting well? NZ happily answered, Yes, it's going well. I'm slowly getting used to the work, and the colleagues and leadership treat me very well. Chen Yuan smiled and said, How could they not treat you well? Nobody from top to bottom in this company would dare to offend you. Just get familiar with things quickly, so you can move to a better position soon, and keep working hard. In 2 months, I'll get you a car worth 200,000. Anzi's eyes lit up when she heard that, and she asked, half-jokingly, A 200,000 car, boss, are you just painting a pie in the sky for me? Chen Yuan replied, Do you really think I'd lie to you? Anzi gave him a thumbs up and said, You're so generous, boss. Oh right, over at the school's startup hub besides Lu Xinyue, no one else has secured any funding yet. The other 4 girls still haven't heard a peep, and they're hitting me up about it every single day. Chen Yuan flashed a smirk and replied, No rush, let's just put that on the back burner for now. Our boy immediately pictured himself chilling in a harem of beauties, telling himself, Gotta take it one bite at a time, gotta recruit the maids one by one, no need to stress the grind. Meanwhile, over at the health center CEO's office, after getting grilled by Chen Yuan, the old man returned to his office to absolutely tear his underlings a new one. The people you guys recruited, are they even capable of doing the job? Keep a super close eye on them for me. I just made a huge promise to the new boss. If we mess this up, we're all literally toast. Old Yu quickly clutched his chest, swearing on his life. Don't worry, CEO Jia. These sales staff are all my former subordinates from my last company. Their connections and skills are top tier. Trust me, we'll be racking up those orders in no time. Hearing his confidence, Jia Nantuo nodded and said, Fine then, just make sure everyone stays on their toes. I get the feeling the good old days for our health center are over. From now on, everyone better know their place and act accordingly. Old Yu asked nervously, CEO Jia is the new boss that hard to deal with. Jia Nantuo crossed his arms and mused. I thought he was just another trust fund brat using his parents' cash to play CEO, but the way he works is so calculated, I can't even read his game. In short, everyone needs to be extra careful and on guard. Whatever shady side hustles you had before, scrap them for now. Let's just make the performance reports look pretty for the time being. His minions nodded in unison. Understood, CEO Jia, we got it. Time flew by to the evening, and Chen Yuan had arrived at Chen Na's place. He stepped inside and called out, "Nah, I'm home." As soon as she saw him, Nana pulled out a stack of shopping bags. "Chen Yuan, I went to the World Financial Center this morning and bought you a few outfits. Plus 2 pairs of shoes, a belt and a wristwatch." Seeing the brands on the bags, Chen Yuan asked, "Jack Na and Brionia menswear, that must have cost a pretty penny, right?" Chen Na blushed and replied, "Over $1 million. Seeing his ultra-thrifty girl drop such a massive bag, Chen Yuan was shocked. "Wait, how much?" Chen Na explained, "Well, mostly because that Patek Philippe watch alone was over 800K. Chen Yuan wrapped his arms around Chen Na's waist and said, "You silly girl, if I give you money, you're supposed to spend it on yourself. Why are you blowing it all on me? Come here, my good girl, time for a reward." She quickly tried to stop him. "No, don't, Xinyu is back too, it'll be super awkward if she sees us." Chen Yuan just laughed. "What are you afraid of? It's just a little kiss, chill." As he said that, he pulled her in tight and planted an insanely passionate kiss on her. Just then, Xinyu walked out and loudly asked, "Sis, is the disinfection cabinet?" The moment she spoke, she locked eyes with the couple getting hot and heavy, and her words just straight up died in her throat. Caught in the act, they both immediately pulled apart. Chen Yuan had no clue how to kill the awkward tension, so he just let out a dry cough. Chen Na was mortified, blushing as she stammered. Xinyu realized she picked a bad time, and quickly turned around to leave. "Sis, brother-in-law, you two just carry on." Chen Na lightly punched Chen Yuan's chest in protest. "It's all your fault, she really saw us." Our boy replied, "She's already 18, she's not a kid anymore, she's gotta get used to it sooner or later." Chen Na sighed, still worried. She's never even been in a relationship, how could she possibly understand this? Honestly, I've felt Xinyu acting a bit weird lately, but I can't put my finger on why. Whenever I ask her, she just shuts down. Hearing this, Chen Yuan remembered his recent side hustle incident, and quickly dismissed it. "Really? How come I haven't noticed anything?" Chen Na sighed, "Maybe I'm just overthinking it." Chen Yuan pulled her into a hug and replied, "Yeah, you're definitely just overthinking it." Time flew by to the next morning. Chen Yuan woke up to find the bed empty, thinking, Xinyu is already helping out at the cafe, and she still rushed to the shop this early? Nana is such a grinder, he thought while getting out of bed to brush his teeth, remembering he had a study session today at his advisor's place to go over the HR curriculum. Last time, absorbing all that Hong Kong business knowledge gave me a massive stat boost. Even though theory and reality aren't exactly the same, having that expert-level foundation in my pocket is perfect for grinding. But just knowing business administration isn't enough. I need to max out my skill tree even further. I was lost in thought when suddenly Xinyu walked in and called out, "Brother-in-law." Seeing her, Chen Yuan was caught off guard and asked, "Xinyu, aren't you out with your sister?" Xinyu replied, "I took a half day off." She then handed Chen Yuan a small box and said, "Brother-in-law, I noticed you didn't have a phone number plate in your car last time, so when I was shopping with my dad, I picked one up for you, but I never found the right time to give it to you." Chen Yuan reached out to take it and said, "Oh, thanks, Xinyu." But the moment he grabbed the box, his hand accidentally brushed against Jinyu's delicate skin. She freaked out, pulled her hand back, and blushing like crazy said, "Be brother-in-law, don't tell my sister about this." After that, she did a 180-degree turn and bolted away in a rush. Chen Yuan was confused as hell thinking, did she mean don't tell Nana about the phone plate or something else? Either way, I'm definitely not mentioning this to Nana. Meanwhile, at Le Xiao's place, she was busy putting on makeup, and when Le Meng walked in, she asked, "Sis, is Chen Yuan coming over later?" Le Xiao stopped dead in her tracks, turned to her sister, and asked, "How did you even guess that?" Le Meng replied with a deadpan look, "Come on, sis. Someone who never wears makeup suddenly decides to get all dolled up, and you even changed into a new outfit just to stay home? Any NPC could see what's going on." Realizing her inner thoughts were on full display, Le Xiao blushed and said, "He's just coming over to study." Le Meng followed up, "So, do I need to vanish and leave you two alone?" Le Xiao shyly replied, "No need, you can just hang out in the living room. It would be too awkward if it were just the two of us." Le Meng immediately started trolling her. "Alright sis, you've really picked up Chen Yuan's bad habits, trying to go on a date but using me as your third wheel." Le Xiao desperately tried to explain, "He's coming over to study, what date are you even talking about?" Le Meng brushed it off, "It's a date, it's definitely a date." Suddenly the doorbell rang, and Le Xiao eagerly ran to the door saying, "Come in." Seeing her looking way different than usual, Chen Yuan was completely stunned, standing there like a total simp. Le Xiao grabbed his hand and said, "Why are you just standing there like a statue? Come on in, let's get inside." Chen Yuan finally found his voice to drop a smooth line. "You look absolutely gorgeous today. Looking at you like this, how am I even supposed to focus on my books?" Le Xiao smiled back and said, "Stop with the smooth talk already." Just then, Chen Yuan saw Le Meng was also home, so he handed her a bag and said, "Le Meng, a gift for you, see if you like it." She took it, grinning and said, "You got me a gift? And it's even from LV, thanks a ton." Lemeng then waved and said, I'm gonna go to my room to check this out, see ya. Chen Yuan didn't want to interrupt their study session any further. Le Xiao frowned and muttered to herself, I told you to stay in the living room. How did this brat get bought off so easily? Once Lemeng left, Chen Yuan turned to Le Xiao and said, Come here, my tutor, let's have a fun study session. Le Xiao narrowed her eyes and asked, Was that on purpose? Chen Yuan put on his best innocent face and replied, What do you mean? I was just giving your sister a little gift, that's all. Besides, it feels kinda rude to show up empty-handed every single time. Le Xiao couldn't really argue with that logic. She sighed and said, Fine, let's just get to studying. I've got a few HR textbooks here. Which one do you want to start with? Before he could even answer, the system suddenly popped up. Host's intention to study HR detected. To manage a company effectively, you need high-level management skills to boost staff productivity. Promote corporate structure and regulations. Since the host has taken the initiative to level up, the HR dashboard has been successfully activated. Time-limited mission, 1 month. If the host masters the core concepts of HR management, the system will instantly upload a Master of Human Resources degree from Renmin University directly into your brain. Chen Yuan thought, stunned, an MHRM from Renmin University, that's top tier in the country. The value of this is insane. With that in mind, he reached for a book on the table and said, Let's go with this one, Human Resource Management. Le Xiao nodded and replied, Got it. Right after that, the two of them dove straight into their studies, super serious about the lesson plan. Half an hour later, Le Xiao started feeling weird, thinking to herself, if it were the old days, Chen Yuan would've already made his move, so why is he still acting so chill today? Noticing her suddenly zoning out, Chen Yuan turned to her and asked with a confused look, Hey study advisor, what's up with you? Let's keep going, shall we? Seeing his attitude, Le Xiao felt a bit thrown off. This is weird, is he actually studying hard? How come? I just can't believe it. Let me test this guy one more time. Thinking that, Le Xiao wrapped her arms around Chen Yuan's, calling out softly, Chen Yuan. Seeing her move, Chen Yuan just smiled and said, Study advisor, I'm here to study, what are you trying to do? Hearing that question, Le Xiao was left completely stunned. Wait, she thought to herself, is he seriously keeping his cool while holding a beauty like me? Is this for real? Did Chen Yuan actually change his personality? Seeing her confused expression, Chen Yuan finally showed a cunning grin and said, Hey study advisor. He pulled her into his arms and whispered, You're playing with fire, you know that? Right after, he planted a deep heart-stopping kiss on her lips. After a moment of losing herself, Le Xiao pushed Chen Yuan away, her cheeks burning red like she'd been drinking, gasping, Chen Yuan, let's just keep studying. Chen Yuan replied, We'll study, of course, but if you want to focus, you've got to clear your head of all those distractions first. Saying that, he turned Le Xiao around to face him. Le Xiao felt flustered and asked, What are you doing? Chen Yuan locked eyes with her and asked in a low voice, Study advisor? You dressed like this today on purpose, didn't you? Le Xiao blushed and replied, I just got ready normally to meet you. When we're alone like this, can you stop calling me study advisor? Hearing that, Chen Yuan smirked and said, So, is that how it is? He grabbed Le Xiao's hand and planted another kiss on her lips. Just then, Lemeng's door slowly creaked open, witnessing the scene unfolding in the living room. Her eyes went wide in pure shock, and she quickly covered her mouth to keep from making a sound. Outside, Chen Yuan finished his sentence. Why does the mood feel like it's already dying down? As he said that, his hands started going on an adventure. Seeing that, Le Xiao quickly stopped him saying, Chen Yuan, not yet. She grabbed his hand tightly, breathing heavily. Can you give me some time to prepare? Chen Yuan leaned in close, looking distressed. How do you expect a man to keep his cool in a situation like this? Le Xiao avoided his gaze and replied hesitantly, If you really can't hold it back, I can help you. Hearing that, Chen Yuan's eyes lit up instantly. Help me? How exactly? Le Xiao didn't answer, she just took action. How did this action play out? You guys can use your imaginations based on the context. The sensors are on high alert today, so I'll keep it low-key. Seeing her sister being this bold, paired with Chen Yuan's massive upgrade, Lemeng was shocked for the second time, her eyes wide as saucers, unable to believe what was happening right in front of her. Half an hour flew by, and after the fireworks ended, Le Xiao finally stopped, wiping the corners of her mouth. She sat back on the chair, whispering, Can we finally focus on studying now? But I have to head back to campus soon, so I can only stay for another hour. Chen Yuan slumped back on the sofa, looking totally refreshed. Now that the post-game cooldown is done, it's the perfect time to study. With that, he commanded the system to activate the high-efficiency study card. The system immediately popped up a notification. High-efficiency study card grants the ability of photographic memory while reading. All information will be deeply etched into the mind, with each card lasting for 1 hour. Immediately, waves of knowledge poured into Chen Yuan's brain like a waterfall. In no time, every bit of knowledge from those books was burned straight into our boy's brain. Then the system decided to chime in again. Congrats, host. You've officially mastered all the core fundamentals of human resource management. The system is now uploading a master's degree level curriculum in HR management from People's University directly into your brain. ETA, 30 minutes. Just like that, a massive download of new knowledge flooded Chen Yuan's mind. He clutched his head and muttered to himself, damn, this stuff is a real energy drain. Note to self, next time I use the high-efficiency study mode, I can't multitask. After catching his breath and recharging, Chen Yuan stretched out and felt refreshed. Though he barely realized Le Xiao had slipped out, he only just remembered to wonder where she went. Oh right, she's probably the academic advisor who headed back to campus. Just then, Lemeng stepped out of the house, her cheeks flushing bright red as she asked, so, how did it go? Seeing her reaction, Chen Yuan felt a bit suspicious, thinking, why is Lemeng acting so weird? Before replying, nothing much, just exhausted from studying. I'm sweating like crazy, mind if I take a quick shower here? Lemeng nodded. Sure, let me go grab you a fresh towel. After getting the green light, Chen Yuan headed into the bathroom to wash off the sweat from his mental workout. Lemeng stood outside listening to the water running, her hands pressed against her racing heart, confused as to why her pulse was going absolutely haywire. Is it really just because this is the first time a guy has ever showered in my place? Before he even finished, his phone started ringing. He poked his head out to check the screen, saw who was calling, and picked up, hello, Principal Xu, what's up? On the other end of the line, Old Man Xu replied, Shen, did you see the message Secretary Kong sent over? We're waiting for you at the private room in the Longji Hotel, 3rd floor. After hanging up, Chen Yuan rushed through his shower and walked out, saying, Lemeng, something came up, I gotta bail, feeling a bit puzzled. He thought to himself, this sister-in-law and Chen Xinyu too, why are both of these girls so weird? Time jumped to a few moments later. Chen Yuan arrived at the spot, walked in and said, hello Secretary Kong, hello Principal Xu. Secretary Kong stood up and shook his hand enthusiastically, Shen, we meet again. This guy is Xu Shutai, the principal to whom Shen Yuan dropped $1 million check a few episodes back. He shook Shen Yuan's hand and insisted, don't be a stranger, Shen Yuan, sit, sit, sit. With that, all three of them sat down at the table. After a few drinks, Old Man Xu finally got down to business. Shen Yuan, the school board and I have officially decided to name you our top student and one of the top 10 most outstanding students in the university. On top of that, we're nominating you as a candidate for the Jingcheng City Excellence Award, and we want you to be the face of our student body for all external relations. Secretary Kong chimed in immediately. Exactly. From now on, you're the public face of the university. During the freshman military training after the summer break, you're absolutely required to give a speech as our student representative and share some of your success stories with the underclassmen. Ha ha. Hearing all that, Shen Yuan wasn't moved in the slightest. He chuckled and asked, Principal Xu, is there anything else you need my help with? Old Man Xu didn't bother hiding his agenda anymore and laughed. Haha, well, not exactly, but the school is planning to renovate the library recently. Honestly, our current library, whether it's the aesthetics, the interior design, or the sheer volume of books, can't compete with other top universities. Education-wise, the library is the treasury of knowledge, the heart of the university, our second lecture hall, and the foundation for cultivating talent. Hearing this, Shen Yuan took a sip of his drink and thought, took them long enough to get to the point, they want me to foot the bill. These hollow compliments are worthless, unless they bring something concrete to the table for a proper trade-off. With that in mind, Shen Yuan raised his glass and said, Principal, let's put the library topic on ice for a second. I have a question. The school does health checkups twice a year, right? Which medical provider are we currently partnering with? Caught off guard by this curveball, Xu and Kong exchanged looks, both thinking, why does this kid never follow the script? What is he planning by asking about that? As the subordinate, Secretary Kong naturally had to be the one to break the silence. He turned to Shen Yuan and asked, Shen Yuan, why the sudden interest in the health checkups? Our boy smirked and replied, I recently picked up a health firm, and coincidentally, they have a health check center under their wing. It's all just for business expansion, you know. Obviously, I'd prefer to collaborate with someone I'm already familiar with. Take our school, for example. Hearing this, the guy realized he didn't actually have the authority to greenlight that. Old Kong felt the pressure. He started this whole conversation, but now that he couldn't call the shots, he felt awkward as hell. Time for a classic bathroom escape. Thinking quick, he stood up to make his exit and said, Man, I'm getting old. I can't handle my liquor like I used to. A few drinks in and I already need a bathroom break. Excuse me while I go freshen up and grab a smoke. Shen Yuan caught his drift immediately and just gave a knowing nod. Once he was gone, Old Shu finally chimed in. Oh, I didn't realize you had so many business ventures under your belt, Shen. This is actually a good thing. You're the school's top talent for external relations, so naturally, we should keep the professional ties tight. Chen Yuan didn't want to waste more time with this old-timer, so he cut straight to the chase. So, Principal Shu, what's your take? Realizing he was being cornered, old Shu thought, looks like I'll have to trade some favors for this library project. Besides, those health check contracts are going to someone anyway, might as well be him. With that in mind, he grinned and said, well, that department is under my jurisdiction, so if your legal credentials and operational capacity check out, and your quote is reasonable, there might be an opportunity. Chen Yuan pulled out his phone the second he heard that. Awesome, Principal Shu, I'll have my team reach out to the school immediately. Let the administration check our credentials first so you can rest easy. We can discuss the specifics and pricing later, and as for the little extras, I'm sure you know how these things go. While they waited, old Shu raised his glass for a sip to lower the tension in the room. After the deal was sealed, Chen Yuan stood up and said, I've had a bit too much, my head is starting to pound. Principal Shu, my alcohol tolerance is pretty bottom tier. Sorry about that. I'm gonna pass on the rest of the meal. Let's sign the contract first, and I'll treat you to a proper dinner later. With that, he dipped, leaving old Shu sitting there all by himself. As a total old fox who's navigated hundreds of business boozing sessions, old Kong knew exactly when to make himself scarce. A long while later, he finally wandered back in. Seeing old Shu alone, he asked, Principal, where'd Chen Yuan go? Old Shu just sat there, swirling his glass, and replied, the kid said his tolerance is weak, so he headed out early. Then he turned, offering a cryptic smirk. This Chen Yuan is a bit more complex than I thought. At his age, he's already mastered the art of not caring about superficial vanity. I wanted to sucker him into investing in the library, but who knew he'd flip the script and turn it into a business opportunity instead. Fast forward half an hour, over at Meng Lu's place, Chen Yuan was lounging with his head resting on her lap. Meng Lu massaged his temples and sighed, next time you're out entertaining, just bring me along. At the very least, I could help you soak up some of that alcohol. Chen Yuan chuckled. You work so hard to maintain that physique, how could I ever let you suffer through that? Meng Lu handed him a glass of water and said, save the smooth talk, just drink some honey water. It'll help with the hangover. Chen Yuan sat bolt upright, grabbed the glass and said, Coach Lu, that's not how you're supposed to hydrate to sober up. Meng Lu looked confused and asked, huh? Then how are you supposed to do it? Chen Yuan didn't say a word. He leaned in closer, and before you knew it, a little stream started flowing between those two mountain peaks. Chen Yuan leaned in and whispered, you do it like this, and as for what happened next, you guys can use your own imaginations. After the heated battle concluded, Chen Yuan finally asked, right, how's the research coming along for those fitness centers I told you to scout? Meng Lu, eyes half closed in exhaustion, replied, I've been training at one of those centers for the past 2 days. After keeping a sharp eye on things, there aren't any massive red flags, but there are definitely plenty of small issues. Chen Yuan's eyes lit up with anticipation as he urged her, spill the details. Meng Lu sat up, pulled out her phone, and started going through her stats. First off, the social media engagement for this gym is straight up trash. Low likes, dry comments. It's obvious their content isn't hitting. Second, the service quality is mid at best. It lacks that premium, high-end professional vibe. Just look at the front desk. They're slow, man. Just painful to watch. Leaning against Chen Yuan, she kept rattling off the issues with a straight face. Third, the trainers are just lazy. When it's slow, they just hang around gossiping with the sales staff instead of helping members. Total vibe killer. Fourth, their client follow-up game is non-existent. I've been coming here since yesterday morning, and I've only gotten one basic check-in message from my trainer. Fifth, the sales team doesn't even have KPIs for monthly renewals. Okay, that's actually straight-up criminal. The sales manager needs to get the boot, ASAP. Seeing her drop these bars, Chen Yuan patted her head, grinning, not bad at all. You're not my personal trainer for nothing. Getting that W. Meng Lu beamed, obviously, this is my home turf, baby. Fast forward to the next morning. After crushing the morning routine, Chen Yuan and Meng Lu were already locked into the gym grind. Chen Yuan pulled up his health dashboard to check the stats. Height, 182. Centimeters, weight 75.2, health score 80, body fat 14.9%, immunity 82, and brain flexibility 81, still deep in the zone, crushing the workout. Suddenly, the system pinged. Congrats, host, quest complete. You're one step closer to a perfect life. Reward, idle tier physique will be granted over the next 7 days. Keep up this every other day training schedule for the next week, host. Goal physique, 182 centimeters, 10% body fat. Chen Yuan's eyes lit up like Christmas lights. The final upgrade is finally here. He was already imagining his god-tier physique, the kind that makes the girlies go absolutely feral, and honestly, he was feeling himself. Just as he was busy daydreaming about his future fan club, Meng Lu handed him a water bottle. Take a sip and take 5, big guy. She paused for a second, catching a vibe. Wait, Chen Yuan, why do you suddenly look so different? Chen Yuan took the bottle, flexing slightly. I just finished that quest you gave me right on schedule. Coach Liu, a month ago you told me to bulk up 10 pounds and shred down to 15% body fat. Well, I just ticked both of those boxes. Meng Lu started kneading his shoulders, showering him with praises. You're built different, like actually insane. Chen Yuan took a gulp, tapped his phone a few times and said, check your WeChat, here's a little bonus. Meng Lu checked her phone, eyes widening. Hubby, you just transferred 100k, I love you so much. She didn't forget to blow him a kiss. Mwah. Right on cue, a notification popped up on Chen Yuan's phone from Su Shuiwei. Are you free tonight? I want to treat you to a meal to apologize for last time. I really want to thank you properly. Chen Yuan read it and stood up immediately, waving at Meng Lu. Coach Lu, that's a wrap for today. I've got some sudden business to handle. Need to shower and head out. Oh, and keep working on the stuff I asked for earlier. Meng Lu waved back. You know I got you. Don't sweat it, hubby. The day flew by and Chen Yuan arrived at the spot. He saw Shuiwei waiting outside and asked, Shuiwei, why are you waiting out here in the cold? Wouldn't it be more comfy to wait inside? Shuiwei tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. I was just scared you wouldn't be able to find me if you went in alone. Chen Yuan chuckled, as if that could ever happen. You're so beautiful, I'd spot you in a crowd of 1,000,000 people in a heartbeat. Shuiwei's cheeks turned deep red, and she looked down, totally flustered by his smooth talk. Chen Yuan kept the pressure on. I'm just speaking facts, you know. Are you really that shy? A moment later, they were settled at their table. Chen Yuan took her hand and said, I told you I'd find you a place near your office, so get ready, you can move in by this weekend. Shuiwei looked stunned. Actually, you don't have to do that, Chen Yuan. My current place is just fine. Chen Yuan shrugged and said, I've already rented the place, so if Xiao Jie and your aunt don't move in, it's just gonna sit empty anyway. Shuiwei looked thoughtful, her voice trembling slightly. Oh, then consider the rent a loan from you. I'll pay you back once I make some real money. Chen Yuan smiled and replied, whatever works for you. Right on cue, Dong Kaitao appears out of thin air. He chirps excitedly. President Shen, wow, it really is President Shen. I thought for a second some young celebrity heartthrob had walked in. I was sitting there, wondering why you looked so much like President Shen. Just a quick recap for the squad. This is the clown who tried to flex at the blind date with Chen Na and got absolutely humbled by Shen Yuan earlier. Shen Yuan doesn't even recognize this guy. He just stares at him with a confused look. Dong Kaitao clocks the vibe, thinking, oof, he was holding her hand. Maybe my intro was a total fail. Doubling down, he tries to save face. President Shen, surely you remember where we met? Ha ha ha, it's me, Dong Kaitao, little Dong. We met at the Chen family's place? Do you remember now? Shen Yuan finally replies, oh, it's you. At this point, Shen Yuan quickly pulls his hand away from Shuiwei's. He gestures toward Dong Kaitao and says, hey. The guy rushes to shake his hand. I'm here grabbing dinner with some friends. Didn't expect to run into you, but I see you're not drinking today. Otherwise, we'd definitely be throwing back a few. Shen Yuan replies, no worries, there's always a next time. Dong Kaitao whips out his phone with a corporate smile. Exactly, President Shen. I'm a distributor for sports equipment. If you ever need anything, just say the word. Here's my WeChat. Let's add each other if you're down. Heh. Shen Yuan thinks to himself, sports equipment, huh? I might actually have a use for that. He pulls out his phone and says, alright, let me scan your code. Mission accomplished. Dong Kaitao turns to leave. Enjoy your meal, President Shen. I won't bug you anymore. Just give me a shout if you need anything at all. He heads back to his table. His buddy sees the whole interaction and asks, Tao, who was that guy? Why were you acting like such a total simp trying to impress him? Dong Kaitao replies, I already told you guys. That's the boyfriend of my previous blind date. What do you mean, acting like a simp? Money is king. If we can just latch onto a guy like him, who knows what kind of scraps we'll be eating later. The buddy looks skeptical. Are you for real? Is that legit? Dong Kaitao smugly replies, go look for yourself. The watch on his wrist alone could buy 2 of my cars. The friend's jaw hits the floor. What kind of watch? More than 800,000 bucks. Dong Kaitao says calmly. Royal Oak. 2640 frost gold. Go look it up yourself. The guy says, damn. But it's so weird if he's that loaded. Why is he eating at a budget spot like this? Dong Kaitao shrugs. You're asking me? How would I know? The friend leans over to look at Shen Yuan's table. Is that girl your blind date? You're such a savage. She looks so young and you're already trying to bag her. Dong Kaitao glances over at Shuiwei and replies, no, how could it be? That girl was never my blind date. The friend scoffs. Man, these rich guys really do have it all. The home team is boring so they go play the field, honestly, and they're all top-tier goddesses. Dong Kaitao waves his hand. Let's stop talking about him. I'm gonna get depressed if we keep going. Half an hour flies by and after their meal, Shen Yuan and Shuiwei walk out of the restaurant. Chen Yuan turned to her and said, not in a rush to head home after dinner, are you? How about a little walk with me before you go, Shuiwei? Just then she spotted a cat, so Shui Wei leaned down and called out, "Kitty, kitty, come here!" But no matter how much she called out to the furry little guy, the cat just completely ignored her and strutted away, tail held high. Seeing this, Chen Yuan chuckled. "Shui Wei, that's a stray. You need to have cat treats if you want to pet him. Without snacks, why would he ever bother with you?" Hearing that, Shui Wei looked up at Chen Yuan with a confused deer-in-the-headlights expression. Right at that moment, Chen Yuan made his move, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. Shui Wei panicked instantly, stuttering, "Hey, this is a public park, Chen Yuan. You can't just do whatever you want here." Chen Yuan tilted her chin up slightly and asked, "What are you talking about? How could I possibly be doing anything inappropriate?" Shui Wei grabbed his hands, her voice soft and hesitant. "Can you please stop?" Chen Yuan spun her around, looking down at her with a tender gaze. "It's not like we haven't hugged before. Why are you so tense?" Without waiting for an answer, he cupped her small face and planted a sudden, heart-stopping kiss on her lips. Shui Wei was completely blindsided, her eyes widening in pure shock as she let out a tiny gasp. They stayed locked in that kiss for a solid 5 minutes before Shui Wei finally pushed him away, her cheeks burning bright red, and her breath hitching as she said, "Chen Yuan, stop. That's enough, okay?" Chen Yuan held onto her tight, his hands wandering where they shouldn't be, and whispered, "There's nobody around here." Shui Wei quickly retorted, "Even if there's nobody, you can't just do this. Forced fruit is never sweet, you know." Chen Yuan backed off, pulling her into a hug as he asked, "Oh, is that so? So exactly what do I need to do to get a win? Every time I think about this stuff, my brain feels like it's about to explode." Hearing that, Shui Wei thought to herself, he said every time. Has he actually been taking this seriously for a long time? Even though he acts like a total playboy and talks absolute nonsense, when he's actually serious, he's really responsible and knows how to step up. Thinking that, Shui Wei looked up at his face, musing, Chen Yuan is such a complex, contradictory guy, but he's so damn magnetic. He makes you want to uncover all his secrets. Suddenly, the favorability points floating above her head spiked up to 67. Chen Yuan was genuinely surprised, thinking, wait, how did her favorability jump to 67 all of a sudden? Other girls take hours of grinding at fancy hotels to raise their affection, and Shui Wei just needed a casual walk in the park? A while later, after wrapping up their stroll, Shui Wei headed home. The moment she stepped inside, her mom asked, "You're back?" Shui Wei didn't answer right away. She walked over and said, "Mom, let's move out in a few days." Hearing that, her mom stopped what she was doing, sat down and asked, "Move? To where?" Shui Wei sat down beside her, whispering, "I don't know yet. But Chen Yuan, he said he's already found a place for us." Her mom looked at her with a soft, concerned look. Wei, are you sure about this? Once we move this time, there's no turning back." Shui Wei flashed a smile, her cheeks blushing, and replied, "Yeah, I've thought it through. Mom, I think I'm starting to actually like him." The next day, Chen Yuan's G63 was cruising down the road. His voice boomed from inside the car. "Yo, how's the health check contract for the Diplomatic Academy coming along?" The old man on the other end scrambled to wake up, sounding frantic. "See Chen, boss! We sorted it out yesterday. We've got a 10 a.m. meeting with Principal Xu at his office." Chen Yuan didn't waste any more breath, hung up and fumed. "Damn it, it's already 9 a.m. and this guy is just waking up? Looks like it's time to pack this old geezer's bags and kick him to the curb." At 10:10 a.m., Chen Yuan strolled up to the principal's office and knocked. Old man Xu looked stunned when he saw him. "Chen Yuan, what are you doing here?" He quickly gestured toward the desk and said warmly, "Since you're here, Chen Yuan, take a seat." The man in the blue suit was Yu Jifeng, the operations director of the health center. He and Jianansho jumped up immediately to greet him. "Boss Chen." Jianansho was sweating bullets, thinking, why is Boss Chen here in person? This was only supposed to be a preliminary meeting. He said he was going somewhere earlier, but damn, the whole itinerary was just a setup by Yu Jifeng. I haven't even read a single word of that project proposal yet. Chen Yuan sat in the chair next to them and said, "Don't mind me, just keep doing your thing. Talk about whatever you need to. I'm just passing through and decided to stop by to see Principal Xu." Getting the green light, Yu Jifeng immediately pulled out the contract start and started talking shop with Principal Xu. Meanwhile, Jianansho just sat there in silence, nodding every now and then like a total NPC. Watching from the sidelines, Chen Yuan thought to himself, I came all this way just to see how this fraud Jianansho actually handles his business. Now it's crystal clear. He's the type who ignores his job and dumps everything on his subordinates. Looks like I need to find a replacement for him ASAP. With that in mind, Chen Yuan stood up and said, "Principal Xu, you guys keep chatting. I won't interrupt. I'll be taking my leave now." Hearing that, Jianansho finally let out a sigh of relief, thinking, the auditor is finally leaving. Thank God. Once he stepped out of the office, Chen Yuan already had his own plan cooked up. He thought to himself, if Yu Jifeng is actually competent, replacing Jianansho with him might be a solid move, but the condition is I need to run a background check on him first. If he's just another version of this fraud Jasnan show, we're gonna have a huge problem. Anyway, let's hit up the Jingfu company first. Still got some other things to take care of today. An hour later, Chen Yuan arrived at the headquarters of the Jingfu Health Center. He called in a few key executives and asked in a cold, imposing tone. Our traffic conversion rate is garbage. The videos on the Yin account are absolutely pathetic. Director Cheng, what is going on here? This person is the director of the operations department. Chung Ru, when asked, lowered her head and replied, President Shen, the videos that actually get traffic require female trainers with, premium assets. If we try to hire models for that, the production costs will be way too high. We don't have that kind of budget. Chen Yuan listened and asked sternly, why on earth do we need to hire models? Can't we just use the female trainers from our own fitness center? Chung Ru replied, some trainers don't want to be on camera, and others just refuse to film. The customers who sign up online are split equally among all the trainers. So, the trainers who actually participate in the filming feel like they're getting the short end of the stick. Hearing her reply, Chen Yuan retorted, you guys haven't even looked into solving this problem before? Chung Ru lowered her head, looking anxious. As she said, the offline traffic for our gym and yoga studio was fine enough, and the profits were decent, so this issue just kept getting pushed to the back burner. Moving on, Chen Yuan turned to the other woman and asked, Director Sun, the online traffic for the fitness center is abysmal. The service quality is trash, the staff discipline is non-existent, and the follow-up customer care is a complete train wreck. As the general manager, what do you have to say for yourself? The woman known as Director Sun stammered, President Shen, Seeing her struggle, Chen Yuan pressed, is what I said not the truth? Director Sun hesitated and muttered, yeah. Seeing she couldn't give a straight answer, Chen Yuan slammed his hand on the desk to assert dominance and said, no more excuses. Take these points I mentioned, draft up a plan for improvement, and report back to me tomorrow. Hearing the desk slam, Director Sun jumped in terror and shook. Yes, sir, President Shen. After getting grilled by Chen Yuan, the two directors walked out with their heads down, thinking, our gym is the most profitable branch in the whole company, bar none. Didn't they say the boss's first target was going to be the health center run by that old guy Jia? Why is the heat suddenly turning on us? But he asked for an improvement plan, so at least there's still a chance to save our skins. Just like that, Chen Yuan spent the entire day in his office reviewing reports. After reading through everything, he thought, honestly, the fitness center has the fewest problems. As long as I fix these few points, traffic and conversion rates will skyrocket, and the profits will follow. The workload for the staff might increase, but since both sales and trainers get commissions, it's fair. I'm sure nobody hates making more money. The number of subordinates complaining shouldn't be too high. By the time he finished, it was already late. Chen Yuan headed back to Chen Na's place. As he walked in, Tan Wu greeted him excitedly. Brother-in-law, you're home. Chen Yuan walked in, looking a bit surprised as he asked, Tan Wu, why are you here? Where's your sister? Tan Wu replied, the cafe is swamped and my sister is tied up, so she was worried you'd be starving when you got back, and told me to head home and cook for you. Hearing that, Chen Yuan asked, so when is she actually coming back? Tan Wu answered, probably not anytime soon. She just messaged on WeChat saying we don't need to wait for her. Listening to her tone, Chen Yuan thought to himself, explaining it so clearly, is she low-key hinting that we have plenty of time alone? He looked over at the table and asked, is this all for me? Did you make all of this yourself? The table was absolutely stacked with a full spread of delicious dishes. Tan Wu replied, yeah, but I'm sure it doesn't taste as good as my sister's cooking. Please don't roast me, brother-in-law. With that, they both sat down to eat. Chen Yuan picked up a piece of food and said, no worries, as long as it's something the two of you made, I'll love every bite. Hearing that, Tan Wu completely froze up, and her chopsticks slipped right out of her hand. Realizing he might have caused a misunderstanding, Chen Yuan waved it off. I didn't mean it like that, I just meant, I love the food both of you cook. Chen Yuan quickly changed the subject. Tan Wu, I'm actually shocked at how good you are at cooking. Tan Wu hung her head, blushing. Really? I just noticed that you usually enjoy these dishes, brother-in-law. Seeing her look out for him like that, Chen Yuan felt a bit moved and looked up. Tan Wu. Hearing him call her name, Tan Wu's heart started racing like a drum, thumping in her chest, and she plunged even harder. Brother-in-law? Feeling the vibe getting a bit too intense, Tan Wu quickly stood up, spun around, and stuttered, I need to hit the bathroom for a second. Stepping inside, she splashed cold water on her face to snap back to reality. Her reflection in the mirror looked so heartbroken, echoing the words she couldn't bring herself to say. Brother-in-law, no. In the future, can I just call you Chen Yuan? Thinking about it, she told herself. I almost spilled my guts right there. No way, absolutely not, there's no way I can ever say that out loud. She was a total mess. Besides, her brother-in-law is clearly head over heels for her sister. He could never like someone like her. After pacing for a bit, she turned off the faucet, determined to explain herself before things got even more awkward. She walked back to the table, flustered. Brother-in-law, that's not what I meant at all earlier. Before she could finish, Chen Yuan cut her off with a calm tone. I know, it's totally fine. Seeing how chill he was, Tan Wu's fragile little heart shattered into pieces. She thought to herself, he doesn't even care. As expected, he really doesn't have those feelings for me. Her mood instantly plummeted as she let out a dejected sigh. Chen Yuan felt helpless, thinking, she's the one who wanted to explain. I said it was fine, so why is she so depressed now? These 17 or 18-year-old girls are impossible to read. Thinking that, he realized his last answer didn't quite hit the mark, so he tried again. Tan Wu, everyone has the right to make their own choices. Don't let yourself get trapped by the rules and expectations of society. Hearing that, Tan Wu was stunned. It took about 3 seconds for her brain to buffer the signal. So he actually knows how I feel, and he's saying he isn't against it, but he's being so vague about whether he's actually saying yes or no. Thinking this, Tan Wu stepped closer, hesitant. Brother-in-law. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Chen Na walked in and asked Chen Yuan, Tan Wu, have you guys eaten yet? Hearing her voice, Tan Wu immediately clamped up, looking like she'd been caught red-handed doing something suspicious. She quickly turned away. Yeah, we already ate, you haven't eaten yet, right? I'll go heat up some food for you right now. Chen Yuan stood up and walked toward Chen Na. The cafe is doing better every day. Nah, you've been working so hard. Chen Na kicked off her heels and replied, you've already created such amazing conditions for me. Chen Yuan, I'm so happy because of you, so I honestly don't feel like I'm working hard at all. I just have to try even harder to keep up with you. Once she finished, they lunged into a hug, locking lips like there was no tomorrow. Watching the two of them, Tan Wu felt like she was at a funeral, completely heartbroken and lonely. Cut to the next morning, Chen Yuan had already finished his workout and Meng Lu sat down beside him. Chen Yuan, I've already stopped by the other 2 stores as well. Chen Yuan heard that and said, spit it out, what other issues have you found? Meng Lu replied, the yoga studio service is quick and thoughtful, but the member count is still pretty mid. The root cause is the customer acquisition strategy, and it's basically the same vibe at the other fitness centers too. Honestly, these are all minor details. It just depends on whether the managers are actually down to put in the work to fix them. I've finished summarizing the issues, I'll shoot them over to you in a bit. Chen Yuan laughed in satisfaction, placing his hand on her seat to show some appreciation. Good, well done, you deserve a reward. Watching his move, Meng Lu teased. Looking at how you're handling this, is it another small reward again? Chen Yuan patted her head and said, what kind of person do you take me for? Since we're free this afternoon, let's go on a date. However, besides the report on the issues, you're still dropping that recovery plan on my desk tonight. Meng Lu was startled for a sec, let out a huh, and quickly replied, got it. Time flew to the evening, and as promised, Chen Yuan took Meng Lu shopping, followed by a romantic candlelit dinner. He thought to himself, clothes, bags, movies, and dinner, that's 230,000 spent. After the triple refund, that's a clean profit of 460,000 in the bag. After a long day of grinding, Meng Lu's favorability score hit 93 points. She smiled happily and said, Daddy, this is easily the best day of my life. Chen Yuan looked back and saw the score hovering over her head. He thought happily, looks like the amount of the refund doesn't even matter anymore. This coach Lu also has her favorability sitting at 93, and another one is about to break that 100-point ceiling. Honestly, things are getting more hyped by the day, he replied. You silly girl, the best days are still ahead of us. Meng Lu heard that and gave a happy, satisfied smile. Then she pulled him in and planted a super intense kiss right on his lips. The story moves on to the next day. Chen Yuan is already back in the president's office at Jingfu Health. This woman is the CEO of the fitness center division, Sun Zhen. After getting the order from Chen Yuan a few days ago, she brought a report today and said, President Chen, I'm here to accept my failure. These are the improvement measures, though I'm sure there are still some gaps. You have such deep experience, please take a look. Chen Yuan took a sip of his coffee and replied, no need for self-criticism. Sit down and walk me through your new strategies first. Sun Zhen sat down and started her presentation. First is the service when customers enter the store. Late greetings and neglecting duties in common areas will now be met with immediate fines. The follow-up process is the same. It must be continuous, and anyone who slips up gets hit in their performance reviews. Hearing this, Chen Yuan cut her off. Hold on, your whole plan is just monitoring and fining, not a single reward in sight? Sun Zhen replied nervously, only fines create the pressure needed to make them take their jobs seriously. Chen Yuan spoke firmly. Fines are fine, but you can't skip the rewards. It needs to be carrots first, sticks second. The goal is to motivate them, not just crush them under pressure. Sun Zhen nodded. President Shen, I understand now. Your vision and foresight are truly on another level. Chen Yuan handed the report back and asked, and what about customer acquisition? Sun Jian replied, honestly, we rely mostly on walk-ins. Our online acquisition is pretty weak. I need to go back and talk to the network ops manager to figure out a solid improvement plan for you. Chen Yuan took another sip and continued, the lack of engagement is because the coaches aren't cooperating. Fix the traffic distribution rules. I want to see the details by tomorrow afternoon. Hearing this, Sun Jian nodded. Understood, President Shen. Chen Yuan set his coffee down and said seriously, the goal is higher efficiency and bigger profits. If you want to make bank, the company isn't here to sponsor dead weight. You catch my drift? Sun Jian hung her head, sweating buckets, and replied, I know exactly what to do. After the talk, Sun Jian walked out feeling the weight of it all. The old man was right. This new boss has crazy talent and a cutthroat style. With that lightning-fast, thundering energy, how is this guy only 21? Recalling Chen Yuan's words, her face fell, thinking that the company doesn't hire slackers, and if she doesn't step up, she's basically toast. Anzi walked by, saw her expression, and thought, looks like Chen Yuan really put the fear of God into her, huh? Come to think of it, I've never seen Chen Yuan's scary side, and I hope to keep it that way forever. With that in mind, she knocked and entered, saying, CEO Shen, I've got some confidential intel to share with you. Hearing her tone, Chen Yuan replied helplessly, we're alone, stop calling me CEO Shen, it sounds super awkward. Anzi immediately pivoted, boss, the guy actually running the school collaboration is Yu Jifeng. He's technically in charge of marketing and business expansion. But Jia Nanshou wouldn't let him make any big moves, so he's been stuck, keeping the existing clients afloat, while getting stepped on by Jia Nanshou for over 2 years. Chen Yuan stroked his chin and said, I'll check his file. He used to be a deputy GM at another health checkup center, right? Anzi leaned in and whispered, his wife cheated on him with his old boss, so he beat the guy into the next dimension and had to quit. That's exactly why he's been playing nice with Jia Nanshou all this time. After all, job hopping so soon after a scandal isn't great for his resume. Hearing the tea, Chen Yuan was stunned. You actually dug up that kind of gossip? Little secretary, you're actually a legend. With that, he started acting cheeky and asked, since my little secretary is so talented, tell me, do you have a boyfriend yet? Hearing that out-of-pocket question, Anzi let out a shocked, huh? She blushed, thinking, why is he asking me this out of the blue? He's already got so many women in his orbit. The more she thought about it, the more her brain turned into mush. Is he bored of the main course and looking for a change of pace? Does he want to taste a little snack like me? She started spiraling into all sorts of wild scenarios. Or is he looking to spice things up in a specific way? Oh right, the classic. If there's work, the secretary does it. If there's no work, do the secretary. After a mental breakdown, Anzi thought, no, the boss already has enough side chicks. He doesn't need me added to the collection. Better to just stay the hard-working little bee by his side. Just as she was deep in thought, Chen Yuan's voice pulled her back to reality. The startup fund for those three, Yan Tong, Mo Zhenwang, and Lu Xinyue, has been approved. Tell them to start executing the plan. Anzi snapped back to reality. Understood, boss. As Anzi left, Chen Yuan's phone buzzed with a new message. It was from Lin Yuchong, and she'd sent over a photo of herself in a super spicy outfit. Chen Yuan thought to himself, Sister Lin's daily updates are basically straight-up flirting at this point. Sister, are you trying to ruin my cultivation and mess with my mind? Another message popped up. Yuchong wrote, did the dinner I cooked taste alright? Do you need me to bring some over to you? She's definitely talking about the outfit in the photo, boys. Shen Yuan's face turned bright red as he typed, no need to bring it over, I'll come fix your AC once I'm done eating. Yuchong panicked upon reading that and quickly replied, wait, can you not come to the house? I'm scared now. Shen Yuan sent a devious smirk in response. Bring your outfit to the hotel instead, I'm sending you the location. An hour later at the hotel, Yuchong arrived, bundled up from head to toe. And as fate would have it, Zheng Xianyang happened to be there too. He glanced at his own wife without recognizing her, thinking, that woman by the elevator looks absolutely incredible. His eyes were glued to her, thinking, that tiny waist, those curves, what a masterpiece. Damn, that hourglass figure is top tier, too bad she's wearing a mask, can't see her face. Wait, even as she walked away, Zheng Xiang was still standing there, completely mesmerized. He muttered to himself, why does that silhouette look so much like my wife? I better call home and double-check after I finish checking this guest in. Meanwhile, up on the higher floor, Yuchong had already reached the room. Chen Yuan opened the door, took one look at her and said, why are you acting all sneaky? You're literally acting like a petty thief. Yuchong took off her hat and mask, replying, I'm not like you, you have no idea how much risk I took just to get here. Chen Yuan leaned in close, half joking, wouldn't it be better if we got caught? Yu Chang replied, now is definitely not the time, then added, let me go change my clothes. Fast forward 5 minutes, Yu Chang emerged having swapped into a silky lingerie set. The moment she stepped out, Chen Yuan told her, spin around and let me see. Yu Chang complied immediately, showing off her seductive curves. Chen Yuan couldn't help but step forward and say, Ms. Lin, do you have any idea how much this outfit is distracting me from my work? Yu Chang asked, and so what? Chen Yuan lifted her chin slightly and replied, you're gonna have to compensate me. Yu Chang whispered, and how exactly should I compensate you now? Chen Yuan squinted, barking an order to get on her knees, followed immediately by heavy gasps and suggestive noises. In the middle of the heated action, Yu Chang's phone suddenly started ringing. She checked the caller ID and panicked. This is bad, it's Zhang Xianyong calling. She turned back, signaled for Chen Yuan to stay quiet, and answered the call. Hello? What's going on? On the other end, Zhang Xianyong's voice came through, are you out somewhere, or are you at home? Yu Chang answered, I'm at home, obviously. Why do you ask? Hearing those sounds, Zhang Xianyong asked, what are you doing? Meanwhile, Chen Yuan kept his mouth shut, but his body didn't miss a beat. Yu Chang forced herself to stay calm and replied, just making some dumplings. Zhang Xianyong dropped his suspicions after hearing that, saying, all right then, it's nothing, I just missed you, that's all. Once the call ended, Yu Chang hung up. Then a legendary hour-long battle of intensity ensued. Once they were finished, she scrambled to get dressed and prepped to leave, saying, I can't stay here any longer, I need to get back ASAP. I know how he is, he's definitely going to head home to check on me later. Chen Yuan replied, go ahead, once we get through this rough patch, everything will be fine. An hour later, Yu Chang was back home rolling dough when Zhang Xianyong walked in, saw her, and asked, still rapping? What's the occasion for making dumplings today? Yu Chang kept a straight face, replying flatly, no special occasion, I just randomly felt like eating them. Aren't you supposed to be entertaining clients today? Why are you back so early? Zhang Xianyong lunged forward to hug her waist, saying, I heard you were making dumplings, so I wanted to come home and try them fresh, otherwise they won't taste as good after sitting in the fridge. Yu Chang immediately turned to dodge him, saying, fine, I'll cook them for you right now. Watching her demure demeanor, Zhang Xianyong felt a sense of happiness, thinking she's such a good wife, what more could a man ask for? Meanwhile, Chen Yuan drove off, thinking to himself, Yu Jifeng was supposed to report to me today, but with this unexpected turn of events, I'll have to reschedule with him. The longer I stay in this company, the more I realize my knowledge is lacking. I really need to tutor for some private coaching. With that, he called Li Xiao and asked, Coach, how much longer until you're home? Li Xiao replied, summer break is coming, things are pretty busy, I need at least an hour and a half. Why, what's up? Chen Yuan replied, I was planning to study with you, then asked, did you finish marking the key points in that international economics textbook I mentioned? Li Xiao answered, of course, I finished it all. Are you planning to memorize the new textbook today? Chen Yuan replied, yeah. Li Xiao heard this and said, if you're in such a rush, come pick it up at my place yourself. Lemeng is home right now. Chen Yuan then hit her with, honestly, the main reason is just that I want to see you. I miss you. Teacher Li Xiao replied in a soft voice, I know, but I've been super busy lately. I'll spend some time with you whenever I'm free. Right on cue, a colleague walked in grinning, ooh la la, did our girl finally find herself a man? Li Xiao turned away, dodging the prying eyes while blushing, no, there's no such thing. The colleague leaned in, sniffing the air, stop lying, you're literally radiating that sour cloying scent of fresh romance. You think I can't smell it? Spill the tea. Who is it? Li Xiao replied, embarrassed. There really isn't anyone. Her colleague laughed mischievously. Do I look like a toddler to you? I'm not buying it, acting all sneaky and secretive like that. Test, don't tell me your target is actually a student? A forbidden romance like that? Just thinking about it gets me hyped. Hearing this, Li Xiao immediately imagined herself and Chen Yuan getting all cuddly. The colleague kept pressing, oh come on, we're besties. Come here, tell me, is it that student of yours? It's definitely that one. You know exactly who I'm talking about. Pushed into a corner, Li Xiao grabbed a book to hide her face and shouted, Whoo! She then tried to change the subject. Aren't we supposed to have a meeting soon? Why aren't you prepped yet? The colleague turned to leave, chuckling, all right, I'm heading over, now. But honestly, these days, teacher-student romances are pretty much normal. Relax, I'm not here to roast you. Hearing this, Li Xiao had no comeback, blushing, you're unbelievable. Meanwhile, back at Li Xiao's place, Chen Yuan had just arrived. Lemeng opened the door and said, you're here. Chen Yuan replied, I'm here to grab some study materials. Ever since seeing Chen Yuan's legendary tool, Lemeng had been acting all shy around him. She said, I know, my sister already texted me. She then led Chen Yuan inside and instructed, her books are on the shelf in the bedroom. Go find them yourself. Chen Yuan nodded. Got it. With that, he stepped inside and started reaching for the book he needed. He thought to himself, confused, why the hell is Lemeng blushing so hard? Whatever, doesn't concern me. As long as I don't tick this girl off, I'll thank the heavens. Right as he thought that, Lemeng's voice rang out behind him. Hey, I need to talk to you about something personal. Along with a mountain of drama from her own life. Chen Yuan thought anxiously, damn it, whatever I fear always happens. He turned around and asked, what's up? Lemeng blushed and proposed, sleep with me just once. Hearing that, Chen Yuan froze, the book slipped right out of his hand, and his jaw hit the floor. After Lemeng's request, the room turned super awkward, and everything fell into dead silence. After a moment, Chen Yuan was still standing there like a statue. Lemeng continued, don't overthink it, let's just do it purely for that one time. You can just look at it as me needing a partner to satisfy certain needs. I won't tell my sister about this. Consider this our little secret. Chen Yuan looked 30% startled and 70% confused, scratching his head as he asked, why on earth would I do that? Lemeng said, sounding a bit impatient, it's not that deep, just tell me if you're down or not. Chen Yuan replied calmly, not a chance, if there's no emotional foundation, I'm not doing it. He thought to himself, do you really take me for some kind of tool? Wait, could this actually be some kind of test Li Xiao set up for me? Hearing this, Lemeng snapped, stop acting like a saint, aren't all men the same? You really can't keep it in your pants, can you? Chen Yuan bent down to pick up his book and replied, sorry, but I definitely can't. Seeing this, Lemeng grabbed his arm to hold him back, her cheeks flushing red as she stammered, wait, is there something actually bothering you? Chen Yuan didn't answer, his brows furrowed as he asked in a low voice. Did you even consider your sister's feelings when you decided to pull this stunt? Don't even bother thinking about it, I'm the kind of man you'll never be able to have. With that he turned and dipped, leaving Lemeng stunned and frozen in place. Stepping into the elevator, he covered his face in frustration and muttered, damn it, isn't he worried about getting struck by lightning for testing me like this? Back inside the house, Lemeng was a mix of embarrassed and furious, throwing a pillow on the floor and cursing, what a jerk, acting all high and mighty. And what was that about me never being able to have him? What? I gave him an opportunity and he's just useless. Half an hour later, outside the gate of the diplomatic academy, Chen Yuan leaned against his G63, waiting for Li Xiao to clock out. She walked out smiling as she said, thanks for coming all this way just to pick me up. Chen Yuan opened the car door for Li Xiao and replied with a grin, I was just worried about you being out so late, there are some shady people around. Li Xiao replied, what? The shadiest person here is definitely you, you pervert. Chen Yuan played innocent and retorted, how could you say that about me? Me? A pervert? Where exactly? You better be specific. Li Xiao leaned over the windshield, intentionally dragging out every syllable. Total scumbag. Chen Yuan got into the car laughing heartily as he asked, hahaha, so does that mean I've successfully passed the test for today? Li Xiao looked surprised and asked, test? What test? Chen Yuan turned to her with a smirk, the test for tonight of course. Li Xiao rested a finger on her chin and said, tonight? The revolution hasn't succeeded yet, comrade. You still have to put in more effort. You just picked me up once. I'm not that easily impressed. Hearing this, Chen Yuan finally remembered what Lemeng had said earlier. Is there something actually bothering you? His face flushed red as he muttered to himself. Li Xiao clearly doesn't know about Lemeng's little test tonight. Does that mean Lemeng was actually being serious? Oh nice, another pair of gorgeous sisters in the mix. Buy one get one free, talk about a massive W. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but chuckle out loud. Li Xiao looked surprised and turned to ask, what are you laughing at? Chen Yuan replied, nothing, just remembered something funny. Li Xiao asked again, is driving me home really worth being that happy about? He grinned and said, obviously. Cut to a little while later, at Li Xiao's place. After Chen Yuan dipped, Lemeng was still just chilling on the sofa. Seeing someone walk in, she turned around and asked, oh, you're back? Wait, why did Chen Yuan follow you home? Chen Yuan finally turned his attention to Lemeng, thinking to himself, I never actually took a close look at her before. Turns out Lemeng is 1.72 tall with longer legs and a curvier backside, but her chest is definitely flatter than Guwen's. And while Guwen is only 1.68 meters, she's definitely more stacked in the chest department. Li Xiao kicked off her heels and replied, don't worry about him, he's just trying to farm some Riz points. Seeing her sister acting totally normal, Lemeng thought, looks like Chen Yuan didn't snitch on me. Then she turned to leave, saying with a hint of annoyance, fine, I won't disturb your private time. I'm heading to my room. The second she left, Chen Yuan immediately grabbed Li Xiao and pulled her into his arms. She blushed and said, Chen Yuan, don't be a degenerate. Our boy replied, this isn't being a degenerate, this is just being direct. Saying that, he turned Li Xiao around and planted a kiss on her lips that was absolutely fire. Li Xiao said hesitantly, can you let me off the hook for tonight? I've been busy all day, I'm legit exhausted. Chen Yuan leaned into her ear and whispered, obviously not. Hearing that, Li Xiao shut her eyes and muttered, you scumbag, when we were in the car, you were already thinking about this, weren't you? Little did they know, Lemeng was lurking in her room, catching the entire show. Her breathing got heavy as she whispered to herself. Chen Yuan, you absolute piece of work. 20 minutes later, after finishing her yogurt, Le Xiao grabbed a tissue to wipe her mouth and asked, satisfied now? Can you go home yet? Chen Yuan smirked and suggested, it's almost midnight, why don't I just crash here? Le Xiao immediately blocked that move. No way, absolutely not. Besides, I already helped you out. Chen Yuan grabbed his jacket and stood up. Fine, I'll sleep on the couch, that's final, I'm tired. Time skipped ahead to midnight, specifically 12:30 a.m. Chen Yuan checked the message he sent at 12:10, no reply. He thought to himself, guess Guwen is already out cold, she was exhausted all day anyway. Thinking of that, Chen Yuan stood up, walked over to Lemeng's door, and cracked it open. He slipped inside and shut it quietly, thinking, interesting, she actually didn't lock the door. Then he crept toward the bed. Lemeng was startled and turned around, asking, what are you doing? Chen Yuan signaled her to be quiet. Shh, keep it down. Lemeng asked, clearly flustered, you actually dared to come in? Chen Yuan replied, you're the one who dared to leave the door unlocked for me. Why wouldn't I come in? Lemeng blushed, saying, that was just me talking nonsense when I wasn't thinking straight, don't take it for real. Chen Yuan replied, too late, I already took it for real. As he spoke, Chen Yuan's hands started pulling some pretty bold moves. Lemeng's cheeks turned beet red and she squeezed her eyes shut. Chen Yuan kissed her cheek and said, watching you try to stay quiet is actually adorable. Lemeng asked with shaky breaths, can we just start already? Chen Yuan smiled and said, then you're gonna have to beg me. Lemeng immediately obeyed, I'm begging you. And so, what happens next was just the natural progression of things, following a very warm embrace. Heh. 2 hours later, after a really intense session, they were both sprawled out on the bed. Chen Yuan asked smugly, satisfied now? Lemeng, with flushed cheeks, stared aimlessly at the ceiling and replied, it's been a long time since I felt this satisfied. Hearing that, Chen Yuan sat bolt upright and asked, have you ever done this with anyone else before? She replied nonchalantly, nope, you're the first, plus I never even did this with my ex-boyfriend. Then she turned to Chen Yuan and warned, Chen Yuan, listen to me, you absolutely cannot let Le Xiao know about this. Our boy just gave a simple nod. Once that was done, Lemeng turned her head away, hiding the melancholy look on her face. She was spiraling over how disappointed her sister would be, thinking, even if this technically isn't Chen Yuan cheating, he's still basically her brother-in-law, and if her sister finds out, she's going to be absolutely crushed. Just as she was spiraling, a noise echoed from outside, and Le Xiao wandered toward the bathroom, half asleep. Hearing the footsteps, Lemeng panicked and whispered, we're cooked. If she doesn't see him in the living room, we're dead meat. Bro, say something. What do we do? Watching Chen Yuan still calmly scrolling through his phone, Lemeng couldn't help but feel helpless, though he just thought to himself, compared to those times at Lin's place, this little drama is barely even a red flag. Lemeng's anxiety peaked for the next 3 minutes until, after hearing the door click shut and confirming Le Xiao had gone back to her room, she finally exhaled, thinking, she's back in bed. She didn't realize Chen Yuan wasn't in the living room. Thank the heavens. Chen Yuan sat up, looked at Lemeng's stressed-out expression, and teased, so, was that like riding a roller coaster of emotions? Lemeng clutched her chest and replied, not even a little bit fun. That was terrifying. Chen Yuan patted her head to comfort her. Partner, just get used to it. This is going to be our new normal. Fast forward to the next morning, and Le Xiao was already in the kitchen, whipping up breakfast. Seeing Chen Yuan walk in, she smiled and said, Chen Yuan, you're up? Go brush your teeth and get ready. Breakfast is almost served. Chen Yuan walked over, dishing out compliments non-stop. Babe, this smells amazing. Thanks, you've been working so hard for us. Le Xiao blushed and asked, what did you just call me? Chen Yuan stepped in closer and asked with a smirk, babe, what's wrong with that? You don't like it? Le Xiao blushed even harder and replied, no, it's not that, it's just the first time I've heard it, it feels a bit new. Chen Yuan leaned in, wrapped his arms around Li Xiao's waist, inhaled the scent of her hair, and whispered, well, get used to it, because there's a lot more you're going to have to get used to from here on out. Le Xiao quickly pushed him away, saying, hey, it's early, don't do that, what if Lemeng sees us? Go brush your teeth. Chen Yuan gave a quick nod and headed off. As soon as he entered the bathroom, he saw Lemeng already there. Seeing him, Lemeng blushed and pointed at a toothbrush prepped with paste, saying, hey, I already put the toothpaste on for you. Chen Yuan grabbed her and threw an arm around her shoulder, saying, you're so good to me, partner. Lemeng shoved him away, turned to leave, and teased with a cheeky tongue out, you absolute menace. Watching her attitude, Chen Yuan thought about how different she was from last night, and since no favorability points popped up, she really was just a business partner after all. A moment later, after brushing his teeth, he returned to the table where 3 sandwiches were waiting. Chen Yuan sat down, right across from Lemeng. Le Xiao walked out and stood there, stunned by the sight. She rushed over, pulled her sister aside, and whispered, dress properly, Chen Yuan is still here at the house. Lemeng answered with a deadpan expression, yeah, I know. Le Xiao felt awkward and said, don't give me that grumpy look. It's my fault for not thinking about your feelings and letting Chen Yuan stay over. I won't let him stay here anymore after this. Le Xiao let out a surprised, huh? She panicked inwardly, thinking, she's got it all wrong. If Chen Yuan doesn't come over anymore, how am I supposed to handle my needs? She quickly waved her hands and said, sis, it's fine, I really don't mind at all. Le Xiao stared at her, eyes wide, and asked, for real? Lemeng grabbed her sister's hand and nodded vigorously. Yes, for real. After their chat, the two sisters headed back to the table. In the blink of an eye, Chen Yuan had already inhaled his breakfast. Le Xiao looked on, surprised. Chen Yuan, you're eating that much? Are you that hungry? Lemeng was the only one who knew the real reason why. She thought to herself, first he was with her yesterday, then he was with me. I guess the stamina drain is real. Chen Yuan downed a glass of milk in one go, gave a thumbs up and said, it's because my babe made it too delicious. I've never had a breakfast this good in my entire life. Seriously, babe, I'm stuffed. I gotta bounce now. Finishing her sentence, Lemeng turns around, blushing like crazy. Anyway, I'm heading back to my room. Watching her little sister act like this, Le Xiao is low-key confused. Why is Lemeng acting so weird right now? Why is she blushing like that? Did she catch Chen Yuan hugging me in the kitchen earlier? But even if she did, that's not really her vibe to get all flustered over. Mad suspicious. Time skip to 9:30 a.m. Chen Yuan has arrived at the Jingfu health office. He tosses a thick file on the desk and says, old man, explain this. Jiananshou's face turns pale as a ghost, trying to force a crusty smile. See Chen boss, this is... Before the old guy can even finish his cap, Chen Yuan frowns and interrupts. Old man, this is just a fraction of the evidence. You should know this embezzlement alone is enough to land you in a jail cell. The guy panics, grabbing the file with sweat pouring down his face, stammering, Chen boss, surely it's not that serious? Chen Yuan crosses his arms. This is my company, you're out here stealing my cash. You tell me, is it serious? Should it be serious? Jiananshou stutters, trying to save his skin. So Chen boss, what do I gotta do for you to let me off the hook just this once? Chen Yuan glares at him. You and your cronies pack your bags and get out, and spill everything you know. Hearing that, Jiananshou stays silent, gripping the file like his life depends on it. Chen Yuan raises an eyebrow. Well, you choosing the jail cell or the exit? He panics. I'll talk, Chen boss. I'll spill everything, then I'm gone. Just like that, Jiananshou leaks every single internal secret of Jingfu Health. The old man thinks to himself, ever since Chen boss took over, he's been playing it cool without touching me. Turns out, he was just waiting for a new manager to boost profits, before clearing out the trash and getting the tea from me. Once he's done, Chen Yuan waves him off. Alright, get out of my sight. Go hand over your task to Yu Jifeng. Keep the files, take them with you. I don't need them, consider us even. The world is big, hope we never cross paths again. Just like that, Jiananshou leaves with the proof of his own crimes, thinking, this kid is something else, planning everything out before moving. I gotta give him props, this young boss is the real deal. As soon as he leaves, NZ struts in, all hyped boss, Chen Yuan replies, spit it out. She flashes her phone at him. You told me to find a spot near the gym, and I found one. Rent, utilities, and management fees combined come out to under 2,500 bucks. What do you think? Chen Yuan nods, bet, let's take it. NZ gives an okay sign. Got it, I'll hit up the landlord to sign the lease and she's off. Suddenly, Chen Yuan's phone starts ringing, a video call from Xu Menglu. Our boy thinks to himself, Coach Liu, what is it this time? As soon as he picks up, Menglu is sobbing. Hubby, sob hubby? Chen Yuan stares confused. What happened to you? A while later, Chen Yuan rushes over to Menglu's place. She's face down on the bed, crying her eyes out. Chen Yuan sighs. I'm here, you gonna tell me what's up? I remember you're not the type to make a scene like this. Seeing her stay silent, Chen Yuan gets up to leave. Ait, I'm out. Menglu immediately lunges at him, grabbing his arm. No, don't go. Chen Yuan. She pulls him into a hug, wailing, you've been spending less than an hour at the gym lately, and you leave right after. Plus there haven't been any new missions at the center. Chen Yuan, you don't want me anymore, do you? Sob sob. Seeing her acting like this, Chen Yuan couldn't help but ask, you're crying your eyes out just because of this? Menglu looked up with teary eyes and said, do you even remember? How long has it been since you last heard me call you daddy? Hearing Menglu's words, Chen Yuan remembered the past few days and thought to himself, damn, now that I think about it, it really has been a while since I've pampered Coach Liu. He then turned to her and said, I've been swamped with company business lately. If I don't clear out all the trash and rebuild the foundation, how can I let you show off your talents properly? Menglu sat bolt upright and asked, what do you mean by that? Chen Yuan pressed his face against Menglu's massive assets and explained, the reforms for the fitness center have already started, and the other two centers will follow suit. Once the upgrades are finished, you can come over and experience the results yourself. Menglu listened and immediately asked, So do I get an official position at the company too? Chen Yuan perked up and replied. Obviously, you'll be getting a salary for the special consultant position in the HR department. Hearing this, Meng Lu's eyes sparkled. She hugged Chen Yuan tightly, planted a scorching kiss on his lips, and said, "Thank you, hubby, you haven't forgotten about me after all." Chen Yuan responded, "How could I ever forget you? What were you thinking?" Meng Lu pulled her collar down to reveal her curves, blushed, and replied, "I was obviously just missing you and your big treasure." Chen Yuan narrowed his eyes and said, "Still feels like something is missing." Meng Lu immediately turned around, showed off her cake, and asked, "Oh, still missing something even like this?" Chen Yuan replied, "Still not enough." As he said that, the silk layer covering her backside was peeled away. Meng Lu tapped her hands repeatedly, making loud rhythmic sounds. Meng Lu whispered, "How about this then, daddy?" At this point, Chen Yuan lunged forward, grabbed her hands, and said, "All right, if you keep hitting yourself, my heart is going to ache." Meng Lu stuck out her tongue playfully and replied, "So you do know how to care for me?" And so the battle lasted for 2 whole hours. You bosses already know what happened by looking at the 2 used rubber wrappers on the table. Just then, Shen Yuan's phone started blowing up with notifications. It was a text from Li Yuhong. Yuan, our bar is grand opening tonight, and I've organized a reunion for all our old classmates. Since you're a shareholder, you absolutely have to show up. Shen Yuan texted back. Yeah, sure. Time flew by until the evening. At the Weishan City bar, Shen Yuan arrived and scanned the scene. He thought to himself, not a bad turnout, right? Most of these people were friends Li Yuhong had invited to show their support. While he was zoning out, someone patted him on the shoulder from behind. Shen Yuan. Our boy jumped in surprise and turned around. The young man introduced himself. It's me, Jin Kongyun, your middle school classmate. I moved to Yanjing for high school and stayed there for college. He then dragged Shen Yuan to a table and said, "Come on, everyone's already here. It's been so many years, we need to grab a few drinks together." The group at the table saw him and welcomed him warmly. Shen Yuan, long time no see, you've gotten even more handsome. Who would have guessed the best-looking guy in our class would grow up to be such a Chad? Shen Yuan took off his hood and asked, "Where's Li Yuhong?" A friend beside him replied, "He said he had some business to handle and would join us later, so he told us to start drinking without him." At that moment, across the table, every single girl's gaze was locked onto Shen Yuan. Long Shen thought to himself, this guy is flexing a platinum watch worth over 800k yuan. Heh, I thought everyone here was a total baller. Turns out the real main character just walked in. The sidekick sitting next to Shen Yuan raised his beer bottle and asked, "Shen Yuan, everyone here has a girl with them. I heard the girls in your diplomacy major are absolute top-tier goddesses. Why don't you invite a few over to join us?" The guy talking is Cheng Xian, an old classmate of Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan replied without missing a beat, "No need, we've got plenty of beautiful ladies here already. If you're interested, just go hit on someone yourself." Cheng Xian gave him a thumbs up and agreed, "True, help me spot a baddie, and I'll go get her WeChat." Just as he said that, Shen Yuan's eyes suddenly locked onto something. Wait, is that Qiao Lei, the cosplay girl? What is she doing here? Looks like she's playing assistant to that streamer over there. While watching the 2 girls at the next table, he thought, I suddenly want to see Qiao Lei's reaction if someone hits her up for her WeChat. He nudged Cheng Xian and said, "There are 2 cuties over there, go try your luck." Cheng Xian set his beer down and flexed, "Bet, watch and learn." He adjusted his sleeve to show off his luxury watch, thinking if he wants to bag a hottie, he's gotta show off the goods. Girls in places like this know their brands. With this 300k pilot watch on my wrist, it should be an easy W. He walked straight over to Qiao Lei and pulled out his phone to ask for her contact. A moment later he walked back with a sour look and muttered, "That internet celebrity said she'd join us after her live stream. The other girl said her WeChat is blocked, but she promised to come over for a few drinks once they're done with the stream." Shen Yuan thought to himself, WeChat blocked? What kind of weird excuse is that? Logically, besides Lu Xinyue, these social climbers are all materialistic, so there's no reason to reject a rich heir like Cheng Xian. Cut to later, Shen Yuan is washing his hands in the restroom when someone walks up behind him. It's Qiao Lei. She waved and said, "Hey Shen Yuan." Seeing her in the mirror, Shen Yuan asked in surprise, "Qiao Lei, what are you doing here?" She cut straight to the chase. "Come on, I saw you the moment you walked in, you were just too busy to notice me. Were you testing me just now? You thought I was the type of girl to give her WeChat to random guys, didn't you?" She added, "Honestly, if you weren't here I would have already added him." Shen Yuan chuckled awkwardly. "What are you talking about? I literally just spotted you. If I'd seen you from the start, I would called you over. I wouldn't give some other guy a chance, would I?" Qiao Lei didn't beat around the bush and asked, "Alright, I'm heading to your table later. What do you want me to do? Should we pretend we know each other or act like total strangers?" Shen Yuan replied, "How do you want to play it? I'm down for whatever. Thinking to himself that she's not fake at all. She's pretty straightforward and actually kind of interesting. A while later, Qiao Lei and the streamer walked over to Chen Yuan's table. Cheng Xian rushed to introduce them. Everyone, this is Chi-Chi, a huge internet star in Xingcheng. I just checked, she's got over 800k followers on Kuai-Yin. Chi-Chi waved and said, "You're too kind, I'm just a nobody, really happy to meet you all." Cheng Xian stood up and offered his seat. "Welcome, welcome. Sit here, sit right here." Someone else looked at Qiao Lei and asked, "And how should we address this beautiful lady?" Qiao Lei looked at Chen Yuan, smiled cryptically and said, "Hey everyone, I'm Lei Lei, Chi-Chi's bestie." After the introductions, Cheng Xian raised his glass. "From today on, we're all friends. Cheers to our new friendship." Chi-Chi raised her glass and said, "Thanks." Chen Yuan turned to her and asked, "Lei Lei, you drinking?" Qiao Lei replied, "I don't drink, but if you want me to, I will." Saying this, she leaned in close and suggested, "How about I have a drink with you? Just one, okay?" Right after saying that, she downed the whole glass in one go, then looked a bit surprised. "It tastes just like a refreshing soda." Chen Yuan took a sip and replied, "It's champagne, so it doesn't have much of a kick." As they spoke, Qiao Lei turned to ask, "By the way, have you looked over my startup plan yet? When are you planning to invest in me?" Chen Yuan laughed. "I remember you wanted to launch a cultural media company. That's not exactly a small-scale project, you know. You're not a streamer, and you don't have a loyal fan base. So how exactly is your company going to make bank?" Qiao Lei shot back, "Who said I don't have fans? I just don't do live streams, that's all. I haven't even posted many cosplay videos on Kuai-Yin yet, but I've already got tens of thousands of followers. Plus, a bunch of my cosplay besties can easily pivot into full-time streamers." While listening to her, Chen Yuan thought to himself that his main focus was currently developing content and operations for the gym, while also trying to launch a media company among other side hustles. Just then, Li Yuhong arrived on the scene. He waved his hand and shouted, "Yo, everyone already here? Yuan, why are you sitting so far away? Come over here, move it." Chen Yuan stood up and walked over without hesitation. Qiao Lei followed him closely behind. Seeing this, Li Yuhong asked, "Did this punk manage to rizz up the prettiest girl here again?" Chen Yuan retorted, "Rizz up? I just exist." "Yeah, right, bro. Are you telling me she just tracked you down herself?" Li Yuhong chimed in, "Stop capping, bro. Just because you're handsome?" Hearing that, Qiao Lei immediately grabbed Chen Yuan's arm, leaned in, and blushed. "Actually, I did approach him. And yes, it's because he's way too handsome. So handsome that I almost want to devour him right now." Hearing this, Li Yuhong couldn't help but picture the scene between Chen Yuan and Qiao Lei, blushing as he thought, "Damn, this dog stole another one right under my nose." After a moment, Li Yuhong turned to walk away, saying, "You guys keep doing your thing. I'm gonna go hang out with the other students." He thought to himself, this dog Chen Yuan has some insane game. First the hot cafe owner, then the top-tier goddess teacher, and now this cute innocent schoolgirl. All the best girls are being ruined by this trash-tier Casanova. Looking at his sour expression, Chen Yuan walked over and asked, "Not staying to chat a bit more?" Li Yuhong snapped back, "You have the nerve to ask. You're supposed to be a shareholder, but you do absolutely nothing except chase girls. I'm done talking to you." Chen Yuan laughed, "Don't you and the bar manager have things under control? Why do I need to stick my nose into the boring stuff?" Li Yuhong looked visibly annoyed and cursed. "Get lost, get lost, get lost." Once he left, Qiao Lei turned back to Chen Yuan. "Chen Yuan, are you really a shareholder of this bar? Your background is honestly insane." Chen Yuan glanced down at Qiao Lei's assets and replied, "Yours are pretty insane too." Qiao Lei blushed and asked, "Do you have to be so direct?" Chen Yuan smirked, "Wasn't I just following your lead?" Watching this, Zheng Xuan was left stunned, muttering, "Bro, talk about a thirst trap. That girl is practically throwing herself at him." The rest of the crew agreed, for real. She's literally glued to him. She looks so pure and innocent. Who knew she was such a total flirt? On the side, a slightly tipsy Qiao Lei grabbed Chen Yuan's hand, holding her head as she said, "Chen Yuan, I think I'm drunk." Chen Yuan replied, "Drunk after one glass? The stray dogs on the street have a higher tolerance than you." Qiao Lei pouted, "Don't compare me to a dog. Can a dog be as pretty as me?" Chen Yuan shot her a side eye. "You think you're pretty?" She blinked, confused, and frowned. "I'm not." Chen Yuan said dryly, "I guess you're slightly better looking than a dog." At this point, Qiao Lei went all in, putting on an alluring look and saying, "Chen Yuan, take me home. I'm sleepy." With that, both of them headed back toward the group. Qiao Lei smiled and said, "Sister Chi-Chi, I'm getting sleepy, so I'll take my leave now." Chen Yuan also spoke up, "Sorry guys, I've got some business to take care of so I have to bounce. Let's hang out again when we have time." Li Yuhong heard that and tossed Chen Yuan's jacket at him, cursing, "You absolute dog, get lost already. Go enjoy yourself and live it up." Jin Kongyun saw this, stood up and waved, "Keep in touch. We're all staying in Jingcheng for the summer break. Let's link up more often." Qi also chimed in. "Yeah, you go ahead, and make sure to text me on WeChat when you get there." In her heart she thought, Xiao Lei rarely comes to places like this. She's definitely not that kind of easy girl. What kind of dark magic does this guy have to make her fall for him this fast? Off to the side, Zheng Xuan thought to himself, how long has it been? He's already hitting the hotel with the prettiest girl in the group. Should I tell old Zheng to change my watch for me? A little later, the two of them left the bar. Chen Yuan turned to her and asked, where are you heading? Back to the dorms? Xiao Lei heard this and retorted, why are you even bringing up the dorms? Chen Yuan, do you really not want anything to happen between us? Hearing this blunt, no-filter honesty, Chen Yuan couldn't help but ask, you're a girl, can't you be a little more subtle? Xiao Lei replied impatiently, subtle? We're all adults here, why can't we just be straight up about it? Tell me, do you want to or not? Chen Yuan gave a cheeky grin, saying I don't want to would be a lie, so let's go. Xiao Lei smiled in satisfaction and said, at least you're honest. But even if you want to tonight, I'm not giving in yet. You want to know why? Chen Yuan looked ahead, acting indifferent, not really. Xiao Lei continued, I have to tell you anyway, because a girl's first time is precious. I want to go on a few more dates with you first. Chen Yuan heard that and gave an unsatisfied look. Yeah, got it. Seeing his expression, Xiao Lei said, I'm only applying to start this business venture for the money. I know exactly what I'm trading, so I'm not going to run away. Chen Yuan turned and smirked, that's fair. He thought to himself, she might be a gold digger, but she's got a backbone and knows exactly what she wants and what it'll cost her. Not bad at all. Shortly after, Chen Yuan led Xiao Lei to a high-end luxury hotel. He opened the door for her and said, you can stay in this room as long as you want. I'm heading out now. Get some good rest. Xiao Lei grabbed his arm and said, wait a second. She looked at him, blushing. How about you give me a kiss before you leave? Chen Yuan frowned. You trying to play with fire? Xiao Lei replied flustered, no, I just wanted to see what it feels like to kiss you. Chen Yuan heard that and decided to play along, pulling down her hood. He leaned in slowly while Xiao Lei squeezed her eyes shut, tilting her cherry lips upward in anticipation. Right then, Chen Yuan suddenly grabbed the hem of her shirt and pulled it up. Xiao Lei panicked, I only said I wanted a kiss. Chen Yuan answered, I know. He leaned down lower and added, but you didn't specify where you wanted to kiss. Just like that, her legs locked together, trembling with every move Chen Yuan made. A while later, after the feast was over, Chen Yuan wiped his mouth and said, not bad, even got a hint of milk. Xiao Lei blushed and asked, do you usually swindle other girls like this too? Chen Yuan gave a wicked laugh, no swindling required, they all climb up on their own. Xiao Lei fixed her clothes and said, I don't believe you. You're a big talker, but it's not happening today. Chen Yuan turned toward the door, his tone serious. Whether it happens or not is up to you. Just remember, you're only a sub on the roster, right now you haven't made the starting lineup yet. I'll let you off the hook for today. Consider yourself lucky. Finishing his statement, Chen Yuan decisively opened the door and walked out. Xiao Lei hurriedly chased after him and asked, what do you even mean by backup? Raising a hand to wave, Chen Yuan replied, you'll figure it out later. The moment Chen Yuan left, Xiao Lei instantly hurried back inside and slammed the door shut. Remembering the feeling from just now, she blushed and thought, well, even if he's a bit of a total degenerate, at least he's not that bad. Thinking that, her gaze dimmed as she thought, man, I'm way too useless. Time flew by instantly to 12:30 a.m., right outside Li Xia's apartment. Chen Yuan had already rolled up by this point. Opening the door, Lemeng asked, why are you showing up this late? Chen Yuan replied, I got totally trashed and couldn't find a place to crash. Hearing that, Lemeng shot him a disgusted look and said, you can try feeding that line to my sister, but it's definitely not flying with me. Are you looking for me or my sister? If you're looking for my sister, she's already fast asleep. And if you're looking for me, my bad. This young lady needs her beauty sleep too, so go find someone else when you're in the mood. Right as Lemeng tried to shut the door in his face, Chen Yuan blocked it and said, I literally just want to crash on your couch. With that, he barged right inside without a second thought. Seeing that, Lemeng rushed to stop him. What the hell? Are you seriously trying to force your way in now? Without answering, Chen Yuan strolled straight on through. Lemeng chased after him and hissed, keep it down, my sister's gonna hear us. Chen Yuan replied, don't stress, let's head into the bedroom. Just as they stepped in, hearing the noise, Li Xia pushed her door open and walked out looking half asleep, scanning the surroundings with a confused expression. Right inside the room, Chen Yuan closed the distance and pressed right up against Lemeng. Not daring to twitch a single muscle, she thought, damn it, slamming the door too hard earlier definitely woke her up. Right as she thought that, Li Xia's voice echoed from the hallway. Lemeng, are you still awake? What was all that noise just now? I heard a commotion. Looking a bit nervous, Lemeng answered, sis, I just went to the bathroom and accidentally slammed the door a bit too hard. Hearing that, Li Xia didn't suspect a thing and said, oh, alright then. With that, she turned back around and headed back to her bedroom. Only then did Lemeng let out a massive sigh of relief. Phew, thank goodness she didn't ask anything else. Back in the room, she hissed. You absolute dog Chen Yuan, your confidence is seriously off the charts. Are you genuinely not scared of my sister finding out? Leaning in close with a cheeky grin, Chen Yuan replied, if she finds out, we can all just sleep in the same bed. Snorting coldly, Lemeng fired back, in your dreams, pal. A short while later, the two of them hauled themselves onto the bed. Barely 3 steps into the warm-up, Chen Yuan launched a surprise sneak attack. Startled by the sudden move, Lemeng yapped, ouch! Ambushing me again out of nowhere. Can't you be at least a little gentle? Lifting Lemeng's chin gently, Chen Yuan asked, was that seriously not gentle enough? I was practically pacing myself. Scoffing, Lemeng replied. You were so blackout drunk you couldn't even tell your own strength. And just like that, the two of them went all out in a fierce battle until a while later, when the skirmish finally wrapped up. Chen Yuan rested his head right in Lemeng's lap. Gasping for air, she panted. From now on, we seriously shouldn't do this at home. It's way too sketchy. Next time let's just hit a hotel. Flipping over to bury his face straight into her lap, Chen Yuan replied, no way, I'm just a broke college student. Where am I supposed to find cash for a hotel room? Pinching his arm in annoyance, Lemeng scolded, Chen Yuan, how are you this shameless? You've already dropped tens of thousands of bucks buying stuff for my sister and me. Don't you dare look me in the eye and claim you can't afford a hotel room. Caught totally off guard by the pinch, Chen Yuan jolted upright and yelped in pain. Lemeng continued, oh so you do know how to hurt? Earlier I told you to take it easy and you just went full savage. I'm honestly starting to rethink even hanging out with you. You have zero appreciation for delicate flowers. Hearing that, Chen Yuan immediately leaned back in and planted a light kiss on her lips, saying, if I don't go with you, who else could I possibly go with? Next time I'll definitely be gentle, trust me on this. Once he wrapped it up, Chen Yuan packed his stuff and hauled his butt out of there. Watching him leave, Lemeng thought with utter frustration, this guy has seriously maxed out the absolute ceiling of shamelessness, right? There's literally no way to deal with this guy. I gotta brainstorm carefully and figure out a way to put him in his place next time. Time flew by instantly to the next morning, and when Li Xia stepped out into the living room and spotted Chen Yuan crashing on the couch, she asked with a hint of surprise, Chen Yuan, when did you even get here? Opening his eyes halfway, Chen Yuan answered sleepily. Around 1 a.m. last night, Lemeng helped me open the door. Looking a bit worried, Li Xia asked, did something happen or what? Grabbing her hand and pulling her straight into his arms, Chen Yuan replied, nope. I just missed you so much at home I couldn't sleep. Hearing that, Li Xia let out an ah and said, oh, is that so? Planting a kiss on Chen Yuan's lips, she instructed, next time give me a heads up earlier, okay? With that, Li Xia stood up, turned around, and said, you get a bit more sleep, I'm gonna go whip up breakfast, and I'll wake you up in a bit. Smiling, Chen Yuan replied, Walking over to Lemeng's room, Li Xia called out, Lemeng? Startled while changing her clothes, the younger sister turned back and asked, yeah, sis? What's up? Li Xia asked. Chen Yuan came over last night, why didn't you wake me up? Lemeng answered, it was way too late, I was scared of disturbing your beauty sleep. Frowning slightly, Li Xia asked, was he in a really bad mood or something? Next time he shows up in the middle of the night, you absolutely have to wake me up, you hear me? Hearing that, Lemeng thought, with internal annoyance, oh my sweet sister, he didn't have anything on his mind. He came over for a midnight raid. If he wasn't raiding me, he was definitely gonna raid you. But on the outside, she forced a smile and replied, got it, he just drank a little booze, nothing else out of the ordinary. Half an hour later, Lemeng's voice echoed through the apartment. Chen Yuan, my sister already made breakfast for you. Are you still not gonna get your lazy ass up? Only then did Chen Yuan pry his eyes open and let out a soft groan. Carrying the food over, Li Xia turned around and said, Chen Yuan, come on over and grab some grub. Watching her action, Chen Yuan thought to himself, just casually tying on an apron already makes her look like an absolute goddess of a chef. With the consultant's gorgeous face and unreal figure, she's honestly blessed by the heavens with top-tier aesthetic privilege. Catching him staring, Lemeng lightly tapped her fork against the table and snapped, hey, go eat your breakfast, where the heck are you looking? Sporting a sleepy expression, Chen Yuan turned back and answered, yeah. With that, he stabbed a piece of pastry and started devouring it. Suddenly, a realization hit Lemeng like a truck. Wait a minute. He's my sister's boyfriend. Checking out literally anywhere on my sister's body isn't wrong at all. Why am I even trying to stop him? Am I seriously getting jealous right now? Obviously, me and Chen Yuan are just battle buddies. We don't have actual feelings for each other. Could it be that old saying is actually true? That spending too much time together breeds romance? But then again, that doesn't make sense. We've only been crashing together for 2 nights. Lost in thought, her eyes remained glued straight onto Chen Yuan's messy, just woke up bedhead look. Over on the other side, after cleaning up, Li Xia got ready to head out and said, I've already eaten, Chen Yuan, take your time, I'm gonna go change my clothes. Turning back, Chen Yuan replied, cool, I'll drive you to campus later. The second Li Xiao walked out, Lemeng lowered her voice and asked with a hint of spicy anger, why aren't you driving me to work? Laughing, Chen Yuan answered, what are you even dreaming about? We're just battle buddies. If I'm in the mood another day, I'll drop you off. Faking an offended pout, Lemeng whined, such a shameless pump-and-dump scumbag. Right on cue, a favorability rating of 65 popped up right above her head. Seeing that, Chen Yuan chuckled internally and thought, looks like this battle buddy of mine doesn't just crave my physical stats anymore, she's actually starting to catch romantic feelings too. Well, isn't this interesting? Then he asked, what time is your flight? Lemeng chirped back excitedly, 11 o'clock, why? Are you trying to drop me off? Chen Yuan chuckled. I'll go with your sister first, drop her off, then swing by to get you. Should be at the airport by 10:30. Lemeng replied happily, works for me. Half an hour flew by and Chen Yuan had already dropped Li Xiao off at school. She stepped out, waving her hand, this is good enough, bye. Just as she walked a few steps, a voice boomed from behind, Teacher Lei, it's you. When she saw her, Li Xiao asked in surprise, Miss Sun, what are you doing here? The lady replied, why I'm here doesn't matter. My presence isn't important, but I just stumbled upon some massive tea. Li Xiao felt a bit guilty and laughed nervously. What? What kind of massive secret? Miss Sun covered her mouth and cackled. You tell me, there isn't a single person in the diplomatic corps who doesn't recognize that glass car. Li Xiao scrambled to do some damage control. Aha, you mean that? Oh, I just ran into that student of mine on the way, and he offered me a lift. Miss Sun rolled her eyes. You can try to sell that story to someone else. But you ain't fooling me. Spill it, how long have you two been a thing? How far along are we? Li Xiao dodged her gaze, face flushing red. Oh my god, no we haven't. Miss Sun looked at her skeptically. So, the friendship is over then? Am I not your bestie anymore? Li Xiao desperately denied it. We are honestly not together. Miss Sun pressed on. So that means he's chasing you, or you two are about to make it official. I'm right this time, aren't I? Li Xiao stayed silent. Miss Sun smirked. I knew it. That last time, you were on the phone with Chen Yuan, weren't you? No wonder I smelled the stench of love all over you back then. Miss Lei, you really are a cradle robber, aren't you? Li Xiao felt her cheeks burning up. She rushed away, muttering, oh my god, Miss Sun, stop making a scene. Watching her scurry off, Miss Sun giggled, gentle, kind, rich, and handsome. The rom-com arc has officially begun. Damn, this power couple is elite. Li Xiao felt even more embarrassed. Seriously, stop running your mouth. Miss Sun chased after her. Fine. But you have to tell me how it started. How did he manage to melt that icy heart of yours? Meanwhile, on Chen Yuan's side, he'd already doubled back to pick up Lemeng. As she sat down, Chen Yuan said, isn't the back seat way more comfortable? Lemeng retorted, whatever, I only want the front seat. Chen Yuan smiled, thinking, this feisty little combatant is grumpy all day, she needs a reality check. He then said, I'll book a ride for you later. Something suddenly came up. Lemeng snapped, you wouldn't dare. If you don't drive me to the airport yourself, I'm not getting out of this car. Chen Yuan laughed, I'm serious, I have stuff to do. A rideshare is the same as my car, I promise you'll get there on time. Lemeng raised a fist, Chen Yuan, are you being a shameless brat again? We haven't even settled the score from last night yet. Chen Yuan turned to her, you'll get used to it eventually, and soon, you'll be so hooked you won't be able to stop. Wanna bet? Lemeng frowned and snapped, bro, I told you to drive the car, not drive it like that. Speaking of the ride, how much did this whip cost exactly? Chen Yuan smirked and replied, it hit the road at 300 million, so around that much. Lemeng looked annoyed and said, stop capping, you're just flexing for no reason. Right on cue, Chen Yuan reached over and dropped his hand right on her thigh. Lemeng jumped in shock, quickly pushing his hand away, sounding totally flustered. We're in the middle of the road. What are you doing? Chen Yuan laughed like a total menace. Isn't this exactly what you wanted? Lemeng shot back, heck no, what is even going on in that head of yours? That is clearly not what I meant. Chen Yuan leaned in and asked, then what exactly did you mean? As he asked, Chen Yuan leaned his face closer to Lemeng. She pushed him away and said, can you act normal for once, big brother? Chen Yuan stopped teasing her, looked straight ahead and said coolly, pay attention next time. Don't just go around saying things that are so easy to misinterpret. Lemeng laughed and asked, oh, so now it's my fault again? Let's talk business for a second. You seem pretty loaded. How exactly did you make your bread? Chen Yuan checked his reflection in the rearview mirror, slicked back his hair, and started the cap session. Since freshman year I started trading crypto, messed around with Forex, and now I've got my own company running. Lemeng sounded impressed, half joking as she said, wow, once you marry my sister, maybe I can just retire and live off you too. You wouldn't mind supporting one more person, right? Chen Yuan turned with a light smile. If you were as high tier as your sister I might consider it, but your current stats are still a bit low. Maybe I'll wait a few years for you to eat more papayas and see how that goes before we talk. Lemeng punched his arm and scolded. You toxic man, you're getting more out of pocket by the day. When I get home, I'm telling my sister to dump you immediately. Chen Yuan grabbed her hand, caressing it as he said, if your sister dumps me, what exactly do you gain from that? Wouldn't you just lose your favorite sugar daddy? Lemeng blushed and asked, you really can't help yourself from taking advantage of me, can you? She pulled out her lipstick to touch up, saying, I don't need an ally like you, all you think about is your own pleasure. Ugh, stop staring, keep your eyes on the road. Chen Yuan looked annoyed and said, if I want to look, it's because you're gorgeous. Are you really going to complain about that? Fine, next time you try to get me to look, I won't even give you the time of day. Saying that, he turned his gaze forward, acting like he couldn't care less. Lemeng noticed and gave him a provocative look, basically daring him. Is that so? Right then, Chen Yuan slammed on the brakes, stopping the car at the red light. He turned to her, asking with a serious look, are you doing this on purpose? Lemeng shot back. What do you mean on purpose? Chen Yuan frowned and said, I don't think you realize the consequences of playing these games. Lemeng waved it off and asked, what consequences? Are you planning to do something to me right here in the car? Chen Yuan loosened his collar and said, are you trying to play with fire? Lemeng crossed her legs provocatively and replied, that's right, what are you gonna do about it? By now Chen Yuan's G63 was drawing all the attention from the cars stopped next to them. The guys in the other cars were pulling out their phones to record, thinking, damn, it must be nice to be rich and have a flight attendant riding shotgun. That's the dream, I want to live like that too. Looks like I really need to grind harder. Only then will I be able to afford the luxury cars and the top-tier waifus. One guy shouted out in frustration. This corrupt capitalism, they've managed to snatch up all the best resources for themselves. Just then Chen Yuan slammed on the gas, the car shot forward, and the GPS chirped, route recalculated, you've gone way off course buddy. Lemeng panicked and asked, what on earth are you doing? The airport isn't this way. Chen Yuan replied nonchalantly, who said we were going to the airport? Lemeng panicked, my flight is at 11, I'm going to miss it. Chen Yuan kept his cool, relax, it's 9:50, airport's 15 minutes away, I can handle this skirmish in under 30. Lemeng tried to reason with him, Chen Yuan please, get a grip. Chen Yuan gave her a look of pure determination, I've been wanting to see you in that uniform for a long time. Fast forward, and Chen Yuan's G-Wagon is parked in a random lot. The battle was intense. The car's suspension was doing overtime, catching the eye of a passing kid. The kid stared at the rocking car and said, Mom look, this car knows how to dance. The mother immediately realized what was up and said, let's go kid, that car is broken, it's probably about to explode. Move it, hurry up. She yanked the kid away so hard he started wailing. She muttered angrily to herself, doing that in broad daylight on the side of the road? Can't you afford a house? Absolute trash. 45 minutes later, after the roadside cardio, Chen Yuan finally dropped Lemeng at the airport. As she stepped out, a colleague spotted her and asked, oh Lemeng, dating someone? It's freezing outside and you're still walking around with bare legs? That G-Wagon is legit. Whoever owns that definitely isn't short on cash. Lemeng replied, not my boyfriend, basically my brother-in-law, I guess. The colleague looked confused. What do you mean, basically? Lemeng said with a straight face, because my sister hasn't said yes to him yet. The colleague was totally lost, but Lemeng was secretly fuming. That jerk even ruined my new silk stockings. Next time I see him, it's on. Back to Chen Yuan. Half an hour later at Jingfu Company, he walked in and told Enzi, I bought you lunch, let's eat, how's it going lately? Are you busy? Enzi hurried over, I'm good, I only head back to campus for important lectures, otherwise I'm here working. Walking into the office, Chen Yuan asked, how's the HR department situation looking? Enzi replied, modestly speaking, about 90% done, I'm moving to the network operations department next week. Chen Yuan handed her a bag and said, good, the network ops team is the current hotspot. Our online traffic wasn't great, so Manager Sun did a massive shakeup. In a few days, I'm sending over a special consultant. She'll handle the specifics, you just focus on backing her up. Enzi took the bag, set out the food, and smiled, you got it. Chen Yuan picked up his chopsticks. Put your heart into this, we need to build our own squad. Most of the old staff are just phoning it in, I don't want any of those slackers left. Enzi nodded, understood boss. With that, Chen Yuan checked his system panel. Increased Jingfu's net profit by 5% within 3 months. Progress, 1%. He thought to himself, the mission's been live for a week. Departments are just starting the new plan. I don't even know if this is doable. My first time as a CEO and raising profits is way harder than it looks. I honestly don't have much confidence. I'm just doing what I can with my MBA and MHLM knowledge, trying not to have any regrets. Just as he thought that, his phone rang. He saw the caller ID and was confused. Su Shuiwei? As he picked up she said, Chen Yuan, the villa renovations are in the final stage, we're tiling and painting now, want to come check it out? Chen Yuan replied, sure, I'll be there a bit later. He thought to himself, construction sites aren't exactly exciting. I've already paid the remaining 5 million, but it's been a while since I saw Su Shuiwei, might as well go. A while later, Chen Yuan arrived at the villa. Shuiwei started rambling. Boss, I wanted to tell you about the smart home system. You can control everything from your phone now. Like appliances, temp, humidity, and if there's a gas or water leak, it'll alert your phone. Chen Yuan stopped her. You're talking way too much. How am I supposed to remember all that? Once you move in and stay with me for a few days, I'll get to know everything I need to know about you. Shuiwei blushed and replied, I still have to stay home to help Mom and Xiaojie cook dinner. Chen Yuan heard this and said, what's so difficult about that? I'll hire a maid to take care of them for those 2 days. How about that? Hearing this, Shuiwei quickly changed the subject. By the way, Chen Yuan, I've kept track of all the money I owe you, and I'll definitely pay you back later. Chen Yuan leaned in close to her and she replied, we're family. There's no need to be so polite. It feels like you're keeping your distance. Saying that, he wrapped his arms around Shuiwei and pulled her into his embrace. She panicked and said, Chen Yuan, don't do this. Shifu is still upstairs. Chen Yuan replied, then let's go into the entertainment room and lock the door. Without another word, he planted a kiss on her lips. Shuiwei tried to push him away, thinking to herself, last time he took advantage of me. I can't believe he's even bolder this time. Then she stammered, Chen Yuan, see, can you be a bit more gentle? Chen Yuan didn't answer. He leaned down, inhaling the sweet scent radiating from her skin. She blushed and said, Shifu might come down any minute. Chen Yuan couldn't care less. He was totally lost in the moment. She's even more intense than I imagined. It's not just the size, the sensation is top tier too. Thinking this, Chen Yuan's hands gripped her curves, kneading them firmly, thinking, not only is her waist soft and slim, but she's got a perfect toned figure, truly a goddess among mortals. Yeah, the future is looking very promising. Shuiwei blushed and whispered, gentle, please be a bit more gentle. Her hands instinctively dug into Chen Yuan's back. Our boy winced and let out a soft yelp of pain. Shuiwei panicked and said, I'm so sorry, I really couldn't control myself. Chen Yuan replied softly, it's my fault, I was too impatient. Shuiwei looked up, her eyes filled with concern. Chen Yuan, can we continue this later, is that okay? At this moment, the favorability meter above her head hit 74 points. Our boy pulled her into a hug and replied, yeah, alright. He thought to himself, Shuiwei's affection level is definitely going up. Makes sense. In a private space like this, plus some physical contact, it's only natural for those adrenaline levels to skyrocket. 20 minutes later, Chen Yuan and Shuiwei finally stepped out of the villa. Shuiwei glanced at Chen Yuan, debating whether she should ask, what exactly is our relationship right now? But she figured it would be better if the guy made the first move. Seeing her look so hesitant, Chen Yuan turned and asked, is something wrong? Shuiwei gave a forced smile and said, it's nothing. How about we go out for dinner one of these days? My mom really wants to thank you. Chen Yuan replied calmly, sure, let's just grab a bite together today first. 2 hours later, back at Chen Na's place, Chen Xuan was snacking on chips and gossiping with Xin Yu. She asked, Xin Yu, what on earth have you been eating to get that big? Xin Yu replied, just regular food, nothing special. Realizing she missed the point, Chen Xuan poked at her chest and said with a devious smirk, I'm talking about right here. Xin Yu finally caught on, covering herself with her hands, blushing as she said, Xuan, stop it. Even if you ask me, I don't know the secret. Chen Xuan pulled her hand back, sighing in admiration, Tsk, honestly, I'm jealous. At that exact moment, Chen Yuan walked through the door. Chen Na stepped forward and asked, you're here? Have you had dinner yet? Chen Yuan smiled and replied, yeah, I ate. She helped take off his jacket while asking, do you want to take a bath now? You haven't even used the bathtub in your house yet, right? Let me go draw you a bath so you can relax. Chen Yuan nodded in agreement. Yeah, alright. Watching them act all lovey-dovey like a pair of lovebirds, Shen Xuan said with complete disgust, look at Xinju. My future sister-in-law has totally spoiled my big brother rotten, even making her run his bathwater. If this keeps up, where is the dignity in that? Even ancient emperors didn't live as luxuriously as this guy. Right about then, Shen Yuan finally noticed his little sister was in the room. Walking over with a frown, he asked, Xuan, why are you over here again? Which room are you even sleeping in? Shen Xuan casually replied, I came over to take care of my future sister-in-law and Xinyu, duh. Obviously, I'm bunking in the same room as Xinyu. Us two fragrant young maidens are sleeping together. Hearing that, Shen Yuan snatched the bag of chips right out of her hands and said, give me a break with your lazy, snack-obsessed lifestyle. You think you're going to take care of anyone? You'll be lucky if your future sister-in-law doesn't have to take care of you instead. With that, he tossed a chip right into his mouth. Seeing that, Shen Xuan hurriedly reached out to snatch it back. Hey, don't you go eating all my snacks, big bro. Suddenly, Xin Yu jumped right to her feet and said, "Brother-in-law, if you want something to eat, let me run downstairs and grab it for you." Hearing that, Chen Yuan quickly grabbed her arm to hold her back. "Xin Yu, why the heck are you running errands for him? Even you're spoiling this guy rotten now." Right on cue, the favorability meter floating above Xin Yu's head ticked up to 63 points. Seeing that, Chen Yuan thought to himself, Xin Yu's affection rating started at 60 and just bumped up to 63. Looks like it's growing steadily. That's a super positive progression rate. Right at that moment, Chen Na's voice rang out from inside. "Shen Yuan, you can come in now." Hearing her, our boy tossed the chip bag back to Shen Xuan and replied, "Coming." Watching Shen Yuan walk away, Xin Yu blushed brightly and whispered, "I'm just happy to do a little something for my brother-in-law. He's done so much for my sister and our family. Taking care of him a little bit is the least we can do." Hearing that, Shen Xuan violently disagreed. "The least we can do, my foot." Clothes handed to him on a silver platter, food fed straight to his mouth. "You guys are turning him into an overgrown giant baby." Sitting back down with a slightly wistful look in her eyes, Xin Yu replied, "These are just tiny little things anyway, nothing worth making a big deal out of." Deep down in her heart, she thought, "Even if you made me." Before she could finish that thought, Shen Xuan leaned in close and asked with a suspicious squint, "Hey Xin Yu, why are you suddenly blushing so hard?" Caught off guard, she flusteredly shot back, "Am I really?" Shen Xuan answered, "Well, duh. Your face is burning hot right now, you can totally feel it yourself, right?" Panicking, Xin Yu stammered, I don't know what you're talking about." Tacking her down onto the sofa and mercilessly tickling her, Shen Xuan joked around, "Don't tell me you've actually got the hots for my big bro, huh?" "Spill it," Xin Yu frantically denied it. "Ahaha, how could you even think that?" "Ahaha, Xuan, stop messing around already." Meanwhile, inside the bathroom, Shen Yuan was soaking in the warm water, groaning blissfully. "Phew, so freaking nice. Nana, I can literally feel every single pore on my body unwinding right now." Chen Na chimed in. "Do you want me to add some more bubbles for you?" Surprised, Shen Yuan asked, "You even know how to give massages now? When did you pick that up?" Using her hands to gently massage his temples, Chen Na replied, "I learned it online. I practiced 2 massages on Xin Yu over the past couple of days, and she said I was actually pretty good at it. If my hand pressure isn't to your liking, just let me know, okay?" Wrapping up the head massage, Chen Na smoothly transitioned to a full body massage. Her soft hands gently brushed against his volume knob. Feeling that, Shen Yuan let out a soft groan and said, "Nah, you're getting way too bold." Blushing deeply, Chen Na answered, "I only learned this for you." Causing her cheek, Shen Yuan murmured, "Even if you used Xin Yu as a guinea pig, there's no way you could grind out skill levels this pro." Leaning in close, Chen Na replied, "I learned this by watching frog short films. I've been secretly studying them for the past few nights." "How'd I do?" With half-closed eyes, Shen Yuan soaked in the bliss and said, Nana, you're honestly amazing. Amazing in every single way possible. Get in here, let's jump right into it together." And just like that, Shen Yuan passionately scrubbed Chen Na's back behind the frosted shower curtain. Right in the heat of the action, Shen Yuan's phone started ringing non-stop. Anxiously, Chen Na said, "Your phone keeps buzzing like crazy. Is something going on out there?" Scrubbing away, Shen Yuan replied, "Even if the sky was falling down, nothing is more important than what's going on between you and me right now." Time flew by to half an hour later, when Shen Yuan finally grabbed his phone to check the messages. It was a text from Minwei. "Yuan Bao, long time no see. I miss you so much, but I bet you're missing me just as much right now, so let me treat you to a few pics to feast your eyes on." Reading through it, Shen Yuan simply replied with a read receipt. He thought to himself, this girl Minwei is getting cheekier by the day. Over on her end, receiving just a read receipt, Minwei got a bit ticked off and thought, it took him forever to reply, and the second he does, "It's just 2 words?" She fired back a text. "You're definitely just reading them instead of actually doing anything." Wait, she meant tossing a squirrel into that jar, if you catch my drift. "Ha ha." Shen Yuan replied, "You're totally underestimating me. Do you really think boring, flavorless vegetable soup like that is enough to make your boy act up?" Seeing his reply, Minwei texted back, "So do you want me to send over some gourmet delicacies then?" Shen Yuan answered, "If there's anything good to taste, hurry up and send it over." Reading that, Minwei chuckled to herself and thought, Yuan Bao is definitely playing hard to get right now. He's probably losing his mind over there. I gotta keep teasing him a bit longer. This is the true joy of romance right here. Thinking that, she typed back, "In your dreams, like I'm ever sending that," accompanied by a super cute tongue-out emoji. Knocking out one waifu, Shen Yuan checked the next notification and thought, up next is Lei Lei. But as for her, I still gotta make her wait in line a bit longer. In her message, Xiao Lei wrote, "Wanna go on a date?" Shen Yuan texted back, "Sorry kiddo, we're not dating." Staring at her phone, she widened her eyes in disbelief. Huh? Still no date? I refuse to believe it. She quickly hammered out a text. Stop playing games. Are you really ghosting me just because I didn't give myself up to you yesterday? I'm literally one of your chosen imperial concubines, you know. Chen Yuan replied with zero hesitation. Yep, your boy holds grudges like nobody's business. Qiao Lei fired back. You're pettier than a mustard seed. But you already took my first kiss and everything else anyway. Chen Yuan answered. You gotta wait your turn in line. Ever heard of first come, first served rules? Reading that, Qiao Lei got so mad her face turned bright red as she yelled. Who else is even in line? Are they as stacked as me? Are you even half as good looking as me, you cheap knockoff?